Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's just peachy, you don't know. It's just peachy, you don't know. Yo, Declan, how you mean? How's that thing go when it's Declan direct? Yo, rocket Declan. Big up, show my respect. I didn't even need to play them things, but it's like
Everybody on the
Declan.
everybody on the hashtag sing your dialect. Declan.
That's it. Everybody on the hashtag Senor dialect. So it's like Declan's like a Spanish cat now. Like Declan turned Spain on us. Like, yo, are you playing with me, dog? Like,
Everybody on the everybody on the hashtag sing your
everybody on the hashtag select. Yo, if you're talking about any hashtag select dog, you're talking about epic hashtag select dog. Real things,
everybody on
dog.
the everybody on the hashtag sing your dialect. Declan, take it away.
Yeah, you already know who it is. You already know.
Oh, I got my chicken wings. I got my chicken wings and things. Yo, this car going by. So I let the car go by when I swing. Cause I what? I'm gonna hold up a car. I'm gonna hold up that nus. What? I'm gonna hold up a school motherfucking bus. You get me? Not a chance, like I run two things, like yo, say it how it is. It is how I say it. And see, just trying to rap, but yo, they just get delayed with it. Yo, I just had a good time, dog. Straight up, I was supposed to beat my brethren for like a pint up at the place there, and then he weren't there because he had to go deal with two things. You know, life gets in the way as you do, and like he had to deal with two things, dog. So I was like, yo, run your two things. And like, yo, man, I got talking to like some true Canadian true Canadian legends, dog. Like ice hockey things and like soccer things and like all them type things and like we just like kicked it and it was dope, man. Like homeway. Like the man that run the show there still he was like he's like Regin and everybody started saying Regin after I said Regin. It was dope still. But it's like, yeah, Regin. It was like, man, it was like, you seen the man them? Like, start talking to the man them, and then they start saying Regin this, Regin that. I'm like, all right, word up. I'm like, this is how we roll, dog. This is how we roll, dog. And it was live up. I got some chicken wings. I got some Molson Canadian beer. Like, Peach ain't far from there. Like, straight up. But West Ham United is from upgrading and like progressing from year to year to year. Now Gary Neville is a that. Straight up, Gary Neville is a that. And if you want to argue with me, you can. Real talk. But Gary Neville, listen, I thought he was a shit player. He did all right. Phil Neville, his brother, did even worse. But like Gary Neville was all right. Like he was at Masuaku with his best dog. Like maybe with a bit more defensive like attributes, but like Bridging, he got stuck in. So he was more like a Craig Dawson without like the Arthur Masuaku like going forward type thing. You get what I mean? So it's like he was all right, but like homeboy wants to like down Declan Rice saying like, "Yo, Bridging, if you want to go to a team that's gonna like take you above like top honors, this, that, and the third, you need to come to like Manchester United. You need to leave West Ham, basically. Really? Are you having a Toys R Us Jeffrey Giraffe? Yes, you are. And then you got Teddy Sheringham. I love Teddy Sheringham, dog. I thought he was the bomb by Zine when we got him. But it's like homeboy saying, "Yo, you want to take to the next level? Like sign for a team like Tottenham." No, thank you. No, thank you. I ain't having that, Doc. I ain't having that, man. Johnny Ibrox is in the building. Yes, West Ham man. Johnny Ibrox, yo, you know where I just was, dog? At Fratelli's, man, on Kerr Street. I was just at Fratelli's on Kerr Street, dog, just like chilling with the man. I'm having two like pints and that, and I yo ordered some chicken wings. Everything's good as gold, and I already done got like a meat pie at home. When I get in, like yo, the butcher shop at Fourth Line and Spears. Oh shit! Hold up, 1 second. Hold up, 1 second. I just got my sausage back. They gave me like, well, not even my sausage. They gave me like bread. They gave me like garlic bread with it, guys. So I didn't drop my chicken wings. I dropped my like garlic sauce and like a bit of like suicide sauce because I like it like medium. You get what I'm saying? But like some suicide sauce in there just to make it spicy, dicey, and then some garlic sauce and some blue cheese things still just to make it like kosher. Like I was like Larry David on some oysters, like real things, straight up. Honestly, Johnny Ibrox, I hope you had a wicked time at Matt's there in Seville, whatever you want to call it. It's all the same to me still. I hope you had a wicked time there, honestly. Um, yeah, Johnny Ibrox was there, dog. Johnny Ibrox was there. He was there, man. And it's messed up. Like there's a youth that subscribes to this channel, and he's a good boy, man. Cyberworld, and he's done been to like Duke's Pub, Lewisham Tavern. If you ain't gone to check Lewisham Tavern right now, I'm putting a commercial in straight up. Hold on. Exit solo. No, I don't want to exit solo. I want to be solo, dog. How do you mean, dog? But it ain't showing the whole thing. Hold up. I know it is probably your way still, but it ain't mine. Hold on. Remove from stream. No. Exit solo. No. I'm just gonna leave it then. So it's like, yeah, I know that. Whatchamacallit? Yo, Cyberworld, aka Dalek, aka Mo with the flow. You can't test yo. Straight up. Man's an innovator and creator of what he wants to rock on show. Real things, man. I'm in a church right now. Like this is a church right now, dog. It's like West Ham Sanctuary, dog. It's a Polish church, dog. So it's like Fabianski things. I'll show you. I ain't even playing with you. You think I'm playing with you? Got my chicken wings. I got my chicken wings. But I'll show you. You see the Polish flag just there, dog. Straight up. Hold up. See, just there, so. You got your Polish flag just there, so. The wind ain't blowing too tough. Oh, I'm sorry, mate. No, go ahead. Come to. No. Go ahead. But 100%, man. Yo, I'm about to cause trouble at no church is a thing, dog. But yo, where do you see it? Yeah, you got the Polish flag. Hold up. There you go. You got the Polish flag, Canadian flag, and then you got the other flag still there. Trust me, man. Big up Fabianski. Like everybody's saying Ariola in first team next season. I want Ariola in first team next season, but Fabianski ain't put a foot wrong not to get himself into our first team next season. You get what I'm saying? It's a good place to be. It's a good place to be, man. But Gary Neville could suck two cocks like on a Tottenham Hotspur on the Tottenham Hotspur I don't know, treetop dog. Like I ain't buying that. And then Teddy Sheringham, the only way the Rice is gonna like further himself is by like joining a team like Tottenham. So what? You got Manchester United interested. You got Tottenham interested. You got Man City interested. Like, no, thank you. Homeboy done said at the Players Award, he's staying with us. So it's like, yo, all y'all could like have that with peanut butter and jelly, dog. Peanut butter and jam with some like bananas in the middle, dog. Straight up, I ain't buying them things, dog. I ain't buying them things. I'm like, that's on like worthless information, dog. Like, worthless is like worthless. See, Like, yo, you got Jamaicans in the cities around these ways. They'll be like, oh, you're talking Jamaican. Listen, I'm just talking what I'm making, dog. Like, listen, I grew up with the same man them there. So they're gonna like talk two things about the man them here. How? Why? Weird. I know. Don't worry about it. Like, yo, man, the man get jealous when man, the man have to like things of success. Man, I ain't even got success yet, dog. Like, this is it, 200 subscribers. I'm talking about 2 million subscribers, dog. But man, the man get frayed off when it's like just 200, dog. It's like, what? 200? Like, yo, those 200 are family, dog. Like when Mark Noble said, like, yo, I got family here and that's 60,000, like, people up and out of the mix. That's what I'm talking about, dog. That's what I'm talking about. Like, yo, that's legendary things right there, dog. Yo, is there any guests up in the scene? Come crispy and clean. If not, y'all can fuck off. Oh, James the Anvil is permanent. Done no. Yo, James Gamble's ill though. When you want, when I got chances still though, dog. When I start recording my like pre-recorded shows, dog, I got chances, dog. I got chances, dog. And the chances you probably done heard of, but I got statistics, real time. Like that one boy, Willow, or whatever his name is, the boy from Chelsea that's loaned out. Yo, I want that boy, dog. He loaned out to Huddersfield, I think he is, dog. I want that boy. I want the boy that Gonzo was talking about today from Renee, like left footed. Yeah, I want him. I want Lingard. We got other shows for them things though, dog. Trust me. Like, yo, I'm prioritizing my shows now, dog. Straight up. Like, I got so much info. It's gone on back to limbo. Real things, man. Yo, James from the Anvil is saying that Moosehead beer is my personal favorite. Yo, you know what's funny, person? I'll tell you this. I met the man that runs Moosehead, like back in the day. Back in the day, I was at my girl Anna's place, dog. And she was my girl at the time, dog. And it's like, yo, her mom and dad own some like Fresh Prince of Bel Air type house things, dog. Real talk. And I was at her gaff, and like she's like, well, we say Gates down here. You know what I mean? Big up Robert Gates. But we say Gates down these ways. So I was at her Gates. And it's like, yo, I was in the backyard. He's like, yo, you got to come up with a jingle. I'm like, oh, that's weak, Reggie. Why am I going to come up with a jingle when I could come up with like a proper rap tune about like two things, man? Like, why am I going to come up with like some silly little stupid like commercial jingle? And he's like, trust me, and get you paid. I didn't see it at the time. Like, yo, spot my nose off type things. You get me? But it's like, yeah, but and like Moosehead is good, but yeah, you're right. It's probably one of the better beers down these ways still. I like the what you call it, the Alexander one, man. I forget what it's fully called, but it's the Alexander one. I like that one, man. Keith Alexander or Alexander Keiths. I like them things. Like I think, yo, you get a cold one of them, you're flying. You're in good stead, man. You're in good stead, Bomba Red. You're in good stead, Bomba Red. These lyrics that come out on my head, Bomba Red. Yo, I know Alex Keiths is like from Nova Scotia or some shit. So Scotia to you still, man. But yeah, okay, thank you. At least somebody saves me. Because when I do these shits, it's like I can only do these shits so long before it's just like, man. Like I was watching Bill Connolly the other night. And like Bill Connolly's dope. But like too much of hearing Bill Connolly, it's like you just want to turn it off and you're like, yo, shut the front door, dog. Like I heard enough out of your like mouth already. Like just like shush. Like he doesn't even let the interviewer get like two words in. And I'm learning how to do that. Duke has taught me how to do that. Budgie has taught me how to do that. And let's welcome in the man right now. Because like, yo, I'm going from like east to west, from west to right. and then you got the man then.
Good evening, sir.
I think I saw like my audio thing. It's not scratching as much as it was, is it?
It's what, sorry?
My voice on the audio, it's not scratching as much as it was. Like, it's not sounding like too distorted like the
No,
Beastie
it
Boys.
sounds fine to me. Sounds absolutely fine.
Oh, thank you. Because I did a thing the other day, Bertrand, and like Frankie and everybody, big up Frankie Boy and Charlie Boy. We only got what's the month? May, June. Let's say it's June now. July, August, September, October. We only got 5 months left. But yeah, no, I did a show the other day, and it was really scratchy. And it's because I didn't mess around with any of the audio implements, but I tried to download like this mic equalizer and that mic equalizer and all them things, and they screwed it up more than helps them. So I just went through things on, and they're like just delay the distortion and do this that and it sounds like it's helped out. Budgie, how are you doing, my friend?
Yes, mate, I'm all right. You know, I've just done sort of 10 days of working, and now I've got, I think, 11 days off. So before I
Wow,
take any more work on.
that's danger for you because you're gonna get a lot of work to get to done in Green Street Elite.
Funny you should mention that. Yeah,
Well, no, it's kind of
there is something
common that I mention that because you're gonna get a lot of work done. Real time.
yeah, yeah, there is something bubbling right now. I'm just deciding on the panel I want to use for
The
my
retro one?
retro game.
Yeah, the retro one sounds tight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that other people, you know, that those of the people that are going to be in the chat and that, I'm hoping that, you know, that they'll all turn up and participate as well, because that will make the show so much better. It'll be a proper interactive, you know, live interactive review on a game from 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, I'll provide a link for everybody to watch the game, or as much of the game as we can watch. You know, we might only get like a 45-minute or a 35-minute highlights reel of the game, but it's just it's enough. We could do two of them in a show.
What do you think about this comment though? Because I disagree with it.
I can't see it. I haven't got.
Okay, Epitaph time to say that Fabianski, but he's basically saying, what the fuck? You mean Fabianski didn't put a foot wrong? He conceded a savable goal almost every match. Now, you can say that, but you can also say we scored a goal every match at the London Stadium. I don't think Fabianski deserves to get like put off his Game of Thrones chair. I don't, but I think Areola is right up his ass.
Personally, I don't really think Fabianski's been any worse or any better than he has any other season, if I'm honest.
He's like that to win it. Yeah, you're right.
And also with that, further to that, I would add that he's been no better or no worse than any other Premiership goalkeeper this season.
More so better than worse.
In some respect,
than worse. Absolutely.
He's done nothing wrong, basically, Peach, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But Areola is a better keeper.
Oh, his aerobatics, his
distribution is second to none.
Yeah, and sorry to say this on today, but I mean this. His cat instincts are phenomenal. Like, you know how like cats have those instincts that like just like blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say that because of what went on today, but I think his instincts are. Let me more compare it to Jermaine Defoe. Jermaine Defoe, I thought his instincts in the box were unbelievable. And they weren't cat, dog, mouse, or rat. They just were like, he saw the ball, came to him, shot it, bang, bounce, go. So no, yeah, I agree with you 100%. What do you think's gonna happen with David Martin, Budgie? What do you think's gonna happen with David Martin? If you want to like talk Europa, David Martin. What do you think's gonna happen with him, my friend? And big up happy. I can't hear you now, Budgie. You've gone off. You turned off. Like you went to another dimension. Oh, new dope show I'm watching called Night Sky. It's dope. They go to like a different world. It's dope. Night Sky. Keep it in your minds. Budgie, you there? No, you're still no, still quiet.
Yeah. Sorry, I muted myself because I'm trying to get the TV to work.
Yes.
So that I can read the comments easier.
Okay.
But I muted myself just in case of any noise from the TV.
Yes.
And I forgot to unmute once
No,
I muted the TV.
You know how many times I've been doing a stream, Budge, and like for the last 5 minutes, I'm like, and you can't hear a flipping dicky bird.
Oh, I could hear you.
What am I doing?
I could hear you. I just couldn't. I wasn't heard because I put myself on mute.
I know, but I put myself on mute without even knowing I put myself on mute, and then I just become like a mime. But what Happy said here was pretty dope. She's like, Fab makes some really good
now I can see the comments.
No, don't ever be sorry.
Fab makes some good saves.
Yeah.
Then there's been good stats. So how it's been gradually getting worse in my opinion. He needs to be our backup goalkeeper now. That's exactly where I'm at.
Yeah.
You know, Fabianski's a great goalkeeper and he's a brilliant backup in his later years now. You know, I mean, I personally, I wouldn't just restrict it to a 1 year deal. I would be saying to him, look, 1 year deal with a possibility of an extension. Let's see how it goes. You know, have him as a cup keeper and stuff like that. But Areola needs to be signed. We need to pay 11 million quid for that boy. I think Kretinsky will put the money in there out of his own pocket to buy him. I certainly would if I was one of the shareholders. I'd say, forget the club. I want to buy that player for the club. I want him to be my gift to the club because he's proved to us all that he's worthy of a shot at West Ham.
It's almost like when you got that girl, right? You're with that girl and she's starting to like tick you off a little bit, but she hadn't done nothing wrong. It's just you being like, not you personally. Hello, love.
Yeah. Hypothetically, you're saying.
But it's like, yeah, you got that girl on your arm, and like she ain't done nothing to really piss you off. But it's like there's a next one like coming through the doors, and you're like, what do I do? Like, and you know what? What the wise man would do is keep the gal that you have your arm around already, who's not making any waves of disruption, and then keep that other one there because he's so much younger. He could be playing for like 5 to 8 more years. So I agree with what you say. Like keep Fabianski on for like another year or two, but have that one in your pocket just to pull out like box. There you go. Even if it takes like playing Areola more so than Fabianski to get Fabianski on his feet.
You asked me a question.
Yes.
You asked me a question. David Martin, what do we do with him?
I don't know. I get rid of Randolph.
Here's my solution. Here's my solution, right? Yeah. Let things stay as they are. He's quite happy being the fourth choice goalkeeper, working with the squad, helping the players to develop by being an extra goalkeeper at the training sessions, etc., etc.
You're right, you know.
So that the squad
You're right,
players
you know.
can practice
You're
their
right, you know.
penalties,
Yeah.
corners, etc. He's happy to do that. He's not on a massive wage. He's a West Ham supporter through and through. Good evening, Duke. I did notice you were there.
Mr. Lewisham Tavern, I mean. Yeah, go on.
And you know, I think that David Martin should just be retained doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's happy doing that.
Yep.
Look how good he was on that Leon game. He ran on the pitch with all the training staff.
I know.
He was hugging up Areola. He was the first of the non-players that weren't playing on the day. He was the first one to go up and greet Areola.
Yep.
You know, listen, the guy's happy. He's happy. Good evening, Mr. Bong, also from us.
No, guys, let me ask you, like, why do you think Teddy Sheringham said if Rice wants to like progress, that he needs to move to a team like Tottenham? Like, what is that all about? Like,
right.
I and he was West Ham too. Like, that's like Sergei Rebrov.
Well, yeah, but you've also got to remember that. Listen, I loved Teddy Sheringham in Claret and Blue. I would never, ever, ever knock the man. All the time he wore our shirt, I felt he was a hammer through and through.
Yeah.
But he also, you will also hear the same story coming from Manchester United fans, from Tottenham fans. You know, he loved the club he's playing for. And I don't think he has a favourite. I really don't. But and if he does, it's probably
to become like a more valid player. And like that's what Neville was saying. Like, and like let's get off of Rice for a second. One thing is so beautiful seeing like Jared Bowen included in the squad and the praises that Gareth Southgate was showing him. Like, I'd love to see that. But I would love to see that for Craig Dawson as well. I think it's just his age. To tell you the truth, honest to goodness.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. But
yeah, but then look at, I mean, okay, 2 seasons or 2 windows ago, I think it was. It may have been 3 windows ago. But within the last 2 years, Chelsea bought Thiago Silva.
Yep.
How old is he?
I know, and I think he's brilliant. I think he's absolutely monster. Coleman's monster.
I think you'll find he's 34.
Yeah.
Thiago Silva. He's older than Dawson.
Oh no, but I think I think Dawson is just as good as him, and I think the boy there is brilliant.
Just as important to West Ham as Thiago Silva is to Chelsea.
Yeah, and Silva's good, but Dawson's just as good.
He's just important to us.
Honest.
You know, with the combination that we've now got of Thiago Silva with Balan Dawson and Zuma, you know, that combination really works well. Something we never expected at the beginning of the season.
Yeah. And that's what I think.
Even the Dawson Diop combination works. The Zuma Diop combination works. We can't say about Bonner and any of the others because we haven't really had a chance to see it this season. But we know that Bonner's the boss, isn't he? You know what I mean? He'll go in the defence, any defence, and make that defence work.
Big thing, he's like 34 years old, dog. And that boy we're getting away from MMA. He's like 26, but he has a left foot on him. He has a left foot on him. Like just
shown the door and that. I don't agree. I think Dawson's growing into a role at West Ham.
Yeah,
he's growing into a role. You know, he is the player that all the other guys that were calling for Tarkowski to come. Yeah. He's the player that they all want, not Tarkowski. You know what I mean? It's Dawson. The guy
Yeah,
is metal right now. And
yeah.
while he's at the top of his game, we keep him at the club, in my opinion. You know, broke, don't bloody fix it.
Oh, come on, man. Have you ever had let me ask you this. Um because you've been supporting West Ham longer than I have. Have you ever had um uh just like just an ideology of when we've had certain players come in. It could be defense, it could be midfield, it could be like front line. But was there ever incident where they thought all the cards were kind of going against us, and then this person showed up and he took it to the brink and beyond?
Yeah.
Like, because that's what I think Dawson did. Is there anybody you could compare that with in your history of watching West Ham United?
Yeah, yeah. There are a number of players that come to mind.
Give me one.
Um,
Give me one. Mate. Give me
you know,
one. I'd love to hear it.
not necessarily defenders, but
Yeah.
players that have been introduced to the squad and that have made a massive, massive change, and done a job that you've not expected of them. I mean, I can't include like Dimitri Payet and Carlos Tevez in that conversation because they did what was expected of them. They are what you would call the the A-list players that we had in. But other players that have come into the squad and that have done a job that you least expect of them, I think perhaps Joe Cole was one of them when he came in. Are you still with us, Peach? No, he's gone. Well, I think Joe Cole was one of those when he came in. He was a young lad. He wasn't really expected. There wasn't a lot expected of him.
Of,
He
of,
came in
of
like a
course
little
I am.
flower.
Of course I am. Of course I am. I am still here. But when I came in, I just like went up to my father, said like I got some chicken wings, but I'm gonna eat the meat pie, so I'll have the chicken wings later. And then went to mom, please give her a kiss, put it on mute, and then like when I tried to unmute it back, took me off the stream. But I am here, my G. I am here.
Excellent. That comment that Happy's got on the screen there.
But,
Dawson damaged Cornell's tooth in training. Bloke's hard as steel. Right.
yes, yes,
I'm just
yes.
saying. I'm thinking that there's a laughing face in there and all that.
Yep.
I'm wondering if that really would be similar content if that had been like Manu that had got the damaged tooth. I wonder.
Yeah, yeah. Do you think he's gonna be gone come like silly summer season? Do you think he's gonna like be
Who,
showing the
Lanzini?
back door?
Who, Lanzini?
Yeah,
Well,
I
listen,
hope
there are
not. I
rumours
hope not.
saying that he is. There are rumours saying that he's going nowhere. I haven't seen anything official from Lanzini or any of his team, if you
Yeah,
like.
yeah,
I haven't seen anything official from our club or from River Plate
good.
because that's his next destination. We all know
Yeah,
that.
yeah. That's where he
Um,
wants to finish his career, isn't it? Like River
and
Plate.
I've got to be honest with you, Lanzini's loving playing with the players he's got
I
around him right
know.
now.
I know.
So I'm really, really hopeful. Look, joking aside, and
Yeah,
I know that Happy's ears are going to be like
I know.
screaming like
Yeah,
that right now,
yeah, yeah.
waiting for me to insult him and that, but I'm not about to.
No,
Eh,
me neither.
Joking
Me neither.
aside, I think Lanzini is a very important player for us right now.
Me
He
too. And I,
actually
yeah,
lifts that midfield, central midfield area. He lifts it up. He's great at going forward, but when the likes of Deck or Thomas Socek go forward, Lanzini's back there. He's either supporting the forward push
yo,
or he's
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
helping the defense. Listen, he's really important to the team right now.
Very
I
much
don't
so.
want him to go anywhere. And if the rumours are to be believed, then you know, he wants to go before, you know, he gets too old to, excuse me, make a difference to the club, River Plate, that is. And he probably wants to raise his child in Argentina,
Mm-hmm.
you know. But until the child's about 2 years old, it's not really conscious of much anyway,
No,
are
you're
they?
right.
So,
You're right.
you
And you know what? It was Gary Neville. He was the one to say that. Gary Neville was the one to say that if Bryce wants to accelerate his game, he should be moving to somebody like Tottenham. But it was Gary Neville that was what was he saying? You just reminded me on the Lanzini thing. It was something around Lanzini and about how they need somebody better. Oh, shit, hold up. I got you. What? Am I there? Am I there? Yeah. No, I'm here. But it was almost like Gary Neville was saying, like what was it? What was it? Your boy there was saying, Teddy Sheringham, Bryce needs to move on to a top club like Tottenham to like get into the England team. And then it was Gary Neville basically saying he was saying something about Suchek, how he hasn't been performing in the same role he played last season. Bryce hasn't been performing, or somebody else said it, and they said the whole Bryce experiment has gone wrong. And I can't see the Bryce experiment going wrong. I think Moyes was just trying to like this isn't Moyes' last season. I think he's trying to figure two things out. Like when Gareth Southgate goes on a friendly, he can play 10 men and he can figure out who can play here, who can play there. And you don't get that in internationals because you're not doing it week in, week out. But it's
know.
like, how are you gonna say to me if Rice moves to somebody like Tottenham, that's gonna be bigger hopes for him, and you have somebody else saying that if you play Suchek in a holding midfielder role rather than an attacking midfielder role, and this year they tended to go with like Suchek more box to box up front, and Bryce was kind of holding that tight line at the back. That's what Southgate's been doing with him from time. So it's like it's all experimental. But these people that come out with like flash comments just off the mark, just to like
I just
all they
want
want
to
to
ask
do
a
is put us
question.
down.
I want to ask a question.
Please do.
What on God's green earth makes Tottenham a bigger club than West Ham?
Nothing. Absolutely blood clot. Nothing, Doc. Nothing.
They've won
Nothing.
as many trophies as we have in the recent years.
Yep.
You know, they've
You're right.
won the Premiership the Premiership as many times as we have.
Yep.
Our stadium holds a similar number to theirs.
Yep.
Oh, okay. They own their stadium. We only rent.
Man City don't own their stadium, so there's no talking that, is there, Budgie? Like, Man City are renters, we're renters. But they don't get called out for it, but we do, because we're West End.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So,
it's ridiculous, man.
and to be fair, if
Yep.
anybody in their right mind believes the story that Declan Rice would go to Tottenham,
No, they're having a laugh.
shooting in the foot with
Yep.
a salt gun, one of them guns that shoots salt out, because that'd be really painful, I think. They need shooting in the foot with one. Because, I'm sorry, I do not see Declan Rice going to that part of London ever. Not ever. Not Tottenham, not Arsenal.
I don't see Declan Rice going anywhere. Honestly, like he even said it at the Players' Award ceremony, didn't he?
Listen, if Declan Rice goes anywhere else in London, we know he'll be wearing blue.
Yeah, and that'll be the trigger. That'll be
He'll
what
be
Tree
wearing
was
either
that
light
trigger.
blue or red of one description or another.
No, you're 100% right.
Listen, Declan Rice is with us for at least one more season. Let's
Yep.
not worry about if and when he's going to go.
Yep.
What we need to worry about is, are we going to show him the kind of
Respect he deserves.
yes, and the kind of the need for achievement, right? Declan Rice said, "Show me some." What was the word he used? Some desire,
Ambition?
ambition. There it is. Thank you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome, my boy.
Show me some ambition,
Yep.
and I'll drive that ambition. I'll, make that ambition a reality for you. And
Yes.
he's capable of doing that.
Yeah.
Listen, we've got
I agree
players
with you.
all around the Premier League tipping their hat to that man.
Yep.
23 years old, whatever it is.
That's it. That's it. Like you think he's like around like 29-year-old, like 30-year-old, like
You
for
think the
that.
guy's been in the game for 20
Yes.
years? You know what I
Yes.
mean?
Yes. No, it's a beautiful thing to see. We forget how young he is because when you see these other players being linked to us, we're like, whoa, he's Declan Rice's age. But no, they're not. They're like that defender we're linked with from Renee. He's like 26. That's not Declan Rice's age. Like the only one that comes before Declan Rice's age is that boy who is from Chelsea, but I think he's on loan at Huddersfield. What's his name? Levi's. His name is Levi something. Levi Willow. Levi. It's not Willick, but it's like Levi Willow. He looks good. He looks good. What's that, man?
I didn't know we were linked with him.
Oh yeah, no, we are. We're linked with him. We're linked with Jesse Lingard. We're linked with
King Louis Potter.
Yeah, and him, Emmanuel Dennis. We're linked with who else? I had a whole bunch of the names down, Doc. The boy from Renee. We're linked with him, he's 26 years old.
Do you know who I like?
Who's that, man? Who's that? Talk to me. Oh, the teacher's in the house, Budgie. You're bridging. The teacher is in the house, Doc.
I can't see the comments, man. There he is.
Right there. Yeah, but look at that. The boy is in the house. Big up Zanuck, Doc. How do you mean? Yo, that boy, nothing but the truth. Straight up, man. I love it.
Yeah, mate. Cool. I think that I like I like that Mbuemo from Brentford. I like him. In fact,
he's good.
For one of the attacking players at Brentford, I'd go for him over Ivan Toney right now, if I'm honest.
Yeah, no, he's good. You know who I'd still go for, and it's gonna piss you off. I'd still go for Jamie Vardy, dog. Straight up, even still.
Honestly, wait till I see you.
Because when you think about it, James Vardy is gonna have no time off of England matches because he's retired. He's like the new Paul Scholes. Like he would just be concentrating on the Premier League, but that other boy does,
only because he's the only one in the Premier League you're taller than.
In the natural. Oh my days. What's up?
It's only because he's the only one that you're taller than.
No, I'm showing you. Jamie Vardy, dog. All he does is get into teams and scores goals when he's like, yo.
He can do it.
That's how he does.
But he's not the player that we want.
He's the perfect player we want. Imagine this. Listen to me right now. Imagine this. Imagine you had your boys at the back there, right? Like you had the left fielder from Renee. You had Cresswell left inside. You had Dawson. You had Zuma. And then you had like Suchak. So there's your five at the back. Then rather than doing a 2-3-1, well, no, you can only do a 3-2, couldn't you? So it's like rather than having two, you'd have three. Imagine Kevin Phillips, Bryce, Suchek, and then Antonio and Lingard up front. And that wouldn't be the only formation we could use. We could use many other formations when we bring other players into the fold. But listen, Rob Newman needs to get his acquisitions sorted. He needs to do something like proper right, man. And if he does, we might win the Premier League next season, dog. Like, I know Duke is like, we couldn't jump into the Champions League because we need to get more goals and that. I agree with that. Now, the Premier League's
Win
going to
the
be tough
Premier League.
because you're going to have like Newcastle with the oil money. You're going to have Manchester City, who's already there. Manchester United, they're going to bring that Toucan Sam Cat in, who's already there. But, like, I think Liverpool, who's already there. But I definitely think we'll finish top four. I definitely think we have a shot at winning the league if we
No.
like. It's nuts. Gary
No,
Neville was like saying we scored 60. No, what was it? 60 goals last season, 52 goals this season. Oh, that's such a shame. And then like Declan Rice scored 62 goals last season and 60 goals this season. And they're talking about how like his way of change has played because he's not he was like on the line rather than like box to box. Everybody wants to criticize what Budgie. They hate us. They hate us, dog. They'll find anything to nitpick at, and they hate us for that. So Moyes just has to get these signings. If it's 2, 3, 4, 5, or sixes, I think it needs to be in like the sevens or eights. But
you know what? I
go
think
on.
we're 5 years away from winning the Premier League.
Okay, see, you're on the same page as Duke, and I respect that because y'all got that fucking knowledge, man. So yeah, go on.
And well, listen, we need to show the ambition that Declan Rice is looking for, so that we can build a team around Declan Rice. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
we've got at the moment in time we have got Antonio up there, but listen, his days are numbered now.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, because I love the guy, but
Yeah.
we've got to build around. There's 3 players in our squad. Well, 4 if we retain Areola. There's 4 players in key positions that we can build around.
Let me guess who those are. Like let me just take a go. I'm gonna say Bowen. I'm gonna say Bowen. I'm gonna
Yeah,
say Bryce.
yes,
I'm gonna say Zuma and Areola.
yes, all 4. That's the 4 players that I believe that we should be building around,
Yeah,
because
I feel that.
Zuma has got the captain mentality that I like to call on.
Yeah,
And his age is great. What is he? 26, 27, isn't he?
yeah. If that, yeah.
So he's got you know, and he's got the ability. You know, we've seen how good he is in defence.
Yes, we have to.
You know, so you know you build around him. Also, young Ben Johnson, I believe he's got a
Yeah,
great future with the
yeah,
club.
yeah.
Maybe Longello out on the left. I don't know. We might bring in a left-sided player who may be, you know, the next Roberto Carlos for all we know.
But do
You
you
know what
think
I mean?
that like do you think that these do you think that um do you think that in these times we're going to be able to like get play on the left as good as it is on the right, get the proper balance up front and actually like go for something because like and that's not all I'm talking about. I'm talking about like you got youngsters who play natural left. You got youngsters who play natural right. I read a disgusting statistic the other day, and we are third from bottom in the league for the minutes that we play our West Ham youngsters. And I'm gonna be doing a show about this later on in the week, and Budgie's gonna be joining me. It's gonna be one of Peach's new pre-recorded videos. Trust me. But like, do you think that's fair with the young talent they have? Because apparently we've only played these youngsters in the Dynamo Z-Grab game. That was it. And it's
Well,
like you have so much
they've had
talent
a couple
there.
of We've had a couple of other appearances in the
No, but
game.
that's all Ben Johnson or Harrison Ashby. That's it. That's it. Like at least they played one game. What you call it? Langelo played one game. Like Baptiste played one game. All the other minutes are Harrison Ashby or Johnson. Like, come off of it, man. Like,
Yeah.
think
Well,
about it, Butch. Think about it.
the thing is, though,
And you know what? Hold on. Before you go on to say what the thing is, you know
Yeah.
who was bottom of the league playing the youngsters?
Tottenham,
Manchester City, dog.
really.
Madness, isn't it? It's madness, isn't it? Yeah. But no, you were
So,
going to go on to say after I mentioned
like,
about.
with these younger players, hang
Yeah,
on,
please go on.
I'm just going to adjust the camera angle a slight amount.
Yeah, I know. Mine's kind of like funny too.
There we
But
go.
go on. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
The thing with the youngsters, I believe, is that I'm going to use a little analogy to try and explain what I mean, right?
All right, go on.
Right. When you build a racing engine, a racing car engine, right? It's finely tuned. It's built for performance and longevity. Hopefully, you
Yeah,
know, it's engineered, right?
yeah,
When you're
yeah.
molding a young player, it's a similar thing. What you don't want to do is you don't want them blowing gaskets too early in their life. You know,
I hear
if
you,
you
Doc.
know what
I
I
hear
mean. You
you.
don't
I hear
need
you.
them
I hear you. I hear
picking up
you.
major injury because of the toughness of the game in the Premiership, for
Yeah, it's
example.
a bit too fit. Yeah, I get you.
You know,
That's a
I mean, like
criticism. Yeah,
for
yeah.
example, right? This young lad that Man City have got, Phil Foden, right?
Fine.
He's brilliant, and we
Yeah,
know he's brilliant,
yeah.
right? And he's very important to the England squad, if I might say so myself. You
No,
know,
you're right.
very
100%.
important.
More
He's
so
another
than
player
Mason
like
Mount.
Jared Bowen that
Yeah,
we need to be bringing through.
yeah.
So, you know, but just imagine him going up against a pissed off Kurt Zuma, and
Yeah,
Kurt Zuma's like, I'm going to toss this fella up in the air. And, you know, he gets a really bad injury, you know, and he's not able to be used now for 6 months or a year, you know, in the first team.
I
And
hear you,
that's a
Doc.
major loss to a club when it's an up and coming rising star like that.
I see you,
You know?
Doc. Don't worry, I see you. Sorry, go on, Budgie, but I see the man in the face there. Just, I see you, Doc. Homeboy's going like this and this and this and this and this and this. No, go on, Budgie. Like, explain.
Yeah,
This
it's just
man's gonna come in and
what
have
it
all
is.
sorts of opinions, Doc. Straight up.
What it is if you want to create something of quality,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
don't rush it. You take your time over it, you perfect it,
Yes.
you test it,
Yes.
and then you run it a bit more, and then you test it again, and then it's ready for you to put on display. Do you know what I mean?
That makes sense.
And that's why people like David Moyes take criticism, because he takes his time over introducing youngsters into the squad. He'll give them, you know, bench time to be around the squad so that they're learning. They're not just there to make up the numbers; they're there to learn. And if they don't come away from sitting on the bench for the 90 minutes without getting a minute on the pitch, they don't come away from there without learning something,
100.
they're going to get a shot again, you know. And I would imagine that the system that David Moyes runs is such that they will go like, okay, right, boys, so what did you learn by, you know, last night's experience with the first team? You know, oh, well, we learned this and we learned that. You know, so you can't really bring in the youngsters. Good evening, James.
Howdy. What's going on, compadres?
Salute, salute, salute. So, yo, you were saying the other night about how you're gonna have like some like some show at the end of the season and this, that, and the third. You didn't mention Budgie's name. You didn't mention my name. You didn't mention Karen's name. You didn't mention Rise's name, dog. Like, are we like outside the crew or like are we
No,
in
bro.
with you, dog?
Anyone's welcome. Anyone's welcome in my
Well,
yard,
no, I
mate. Don't
know,
worry
but
about
you
that.
mentioned
Do you
like
know
the
what I mean?
top channels, and then you
Listen,
forget
you
like
want to
us
come on my
little
yard,
ones
you
that
can
are
come on
like
my yard.
little baby frogs, dog.
I'm more pissed off that what I've heard tonight, mate, about Souček and Benny could be listening to offers. That's what I'm more pissed off about. But
You get me? You get me? You get me?
yeah,
What about Yarmolenko? You sad to see him go, or you like, hey, hello?
nah, time to go, mate.
That's
Too much
what I'm
money
saying.
for me. Too
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
I know
You
people
got
will
to
be
put the
dancing around
emotional
there.
thing about Ukraine to one side. Throughout the last sort of 2 or 3 seasons, he's cost us more money than he's been worth.
Oh, massive, massive. He scored like what 4 goals, something. That's it. Like no, massive. Like my heart goes out to him
I'm not
because of what's
sure.
going on in his
I'm not
country,
sure
man.
what the exact number is for it, but he's not cost effective, is he? Let's be fair.
What about Crawl though, Doc? Like Crawl, like what is Crawl? Like I know he hasn't really been given the opportunity to like show his true value or worth, but like what he must be doing something in training for Moyes to say like I'm not playing you. There's like no shot in hell that I'm playing you. Like you're not like Chester's has more better chance of getting into the squad than you do. Like
Do you know what I think?
that was a
Do you know
Sullivan
what I think
signing.
Kroll is? Do you know what I think Kroll was for this season? He was kind of like a get out of jail free card if there was a major injury in the centre midfield. I think he's just there, just in case.
To Rice, dog.
Knowing that we've got European football coming up, he probably kept him in there just so that if Rice got injured or Souček got injured or God forbid both of them, at least he's got a working midfielder he can put in.
Now, Budgie, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting, Doc. This is going to be very, very, very interesting, Doc. And the game changer goes out to James Fever. Yo, trust me, aka J Hustle, aka E20 Zone TV. The man's full of opinions, and I want to know this opinion, Doc. Do you think that because what they're saying is the Bryce experiment failed with him being a box to box midfielder rather than holding the line? Do you think that they should have reverted back to last season when Rice was holding the line and Souček was the box to box, knocking it in the back post, all of that? I'd love to hear your analogy on this, my friend.
I think if Declan Rice gets sold to any other club, he don't go as an attacking midfielder. He goes as a DM. That's what he is. Right? He's not. I think we're using him in that way because we're West Ham and we're using like he wants to do it that way. But if he gets signed for say Chelsea and Chelsea say to him, "You're our DM," that's the position that you're going to play.
Be your Jorginho, though. He's going to be your Jorginho, straight up.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, he's going to be like the next Kante for them.
Yeah,
or if
more
he's
so
signed from
Jorginho though, because Kante can like, yo, he's been playing more attacking still.
and
Honestly,
I just don't
like more so your Jorginho, man.
I just don't see I understand it with the Declan Rice thing, but Souček's had a bad season and to go and get rid of him I think is a bit mad. Like I think you can like we're getting 5 subs next year and we're getting rid of all our players. I don't understand it. For me, this smells of GSB all over. I'm sorry, but it does. Right, and I'll tell you the reason why I think this. I think they're looking to sell players to reinvest into the squad, and they're not going to put any money into the squad.
But they can't. They like honestly, this summer, and I know it's going to come to a shock to everybody, but they cannot do this summer because they've got Daniel Kaczynski, who said today
I think his hands are tied, mate.
Sparta Prague rather than West Ham, so that's like 27 that we got, but his heart is still where.
I think his hands are tied. If you want me to be honest, I think Daniel Kaczynski's hands are firmly tied. He can't do nothing.
Okay, right. So then you got Rob Newman. You got Rob Newman who stepped into the place. He he is being given the ability to do two things, but we've only seen him for like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months before the January transfer window opens. So it's like
Yeah.
you can't really judge him on that. So this is going to be the Rob Newman summer of the season.
Yeah, but let's be honest here.
But if we sign Lingard up first day, if we sign like that Auger guy, whatever his name is, first day, we sign that new guy. I don't know, Yeffe. I don't know how to say his name. But like, that's not the Auger guy. That's somebody else. We signed them up, different plays.
Yeah, I understand that. I do.
But
we don't need just 4 players.
No, we need 8.
We need 8 players, and that is no joke.
I know.
Like, and for me, getting rid of 2 of your players that are going to earn you the most money. Let's be honest, Bowen and Rice are mega money. Yeah, we don't want to get rid of them.
Yeah.
And Antonio isn't really worth a lot of money, if I'm being honest. I think if someone comes in for him, they're only going to pay about 15 million, 10 million at best, right, for Antonio.
Would you like to see Emmanuel Dennis play beside him or somebody else?
Well, let's put it this way. If West Ham went out and said, right, we're going to replace Souček and Ben Rama with Rafinha and Calvin Phillips, I'd be happy.
Well, Rafinha apparently put a transfer request in tonight, right?
Yeah. Now, if that is the case, and West Ham signed Calvin Phillips and Rafinha,
that would be dangerous.
Then I would say that is the right way of going around it. But I don't know what's going on there. It's very strange that Stuart Pearce leaves a day before.
I know. I saw that too. That's messed up. But who do we have coming in? We might have somebody even like better on the polls than Stuart Pearce. Like, imagine Tony Carter or like Trevor Brooking came in. Like, just imagine, like, or Julian Dix coming back in. You never know, man. Like, maybe Psycho's had his time. Maybe he has had his time, Doc. Because you saw everybody saying like all the best, and I hope this, that, and the third. What about Mark Noble coming in? Wouldn't that be a fucking perfect timing for Stuart Pearce to leave and then Mark Noble coming in? Wouldn't that be ideal? That would be butters, absolute margarines, like Parcells, flipping every cow butter, Hershey butters you can get, Doc. If Mark Noble took over his role, I'd be a happy hammer. Real talk.
But I'm going to be honest. Can any of you see West Ham spending over 100 million this summer?
Can you see Mark Noble replacing Pearce? If Mark Noble replaced Pearce, what would you be thinking?
It ain't happening. Yeah, but it ain't happening now, though, Peach.
How do you know? You don't know. I don't know. We don't know.
Take some time out.
Yeah, it ain't happening straight away, mate.
Well, how come the Pierce thing happened straight away? Nobody was expecting that. Nobody was expecting that, Doc. I'm showing you. Mark Noble's going to come to replace Pierce. You heard it here first. James, put a bet on that, my G. Like you should have done Bowen rather than Ben Rama. Put a bet on Noble replacing Pierce, Doc. Heard it here first, Doc. That would make me like flying to the moon. Trust me, I'd go nuts. I would.
How many sherbets you had?
Not only like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 100. But no, I'm showing you.
I can tell when you've had a beer, mate. 100%.
No, done no. I'm happy, but I'm showing you. If like Mark Noble replaced Pierce, that would be not only sentimental, that would be just mind blowing, absolutely mind blowing, man.
I got a feeling. What was he? What was Pierce's role? Was he a first team?
No, he was more so a defensive
First
coach.
Wasn't he?
First team coach.
Yeah, but he was more like defensive, like first team coach. You're right.
No. Hang on, no, assistant manager, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying Pierce was more like coach, but like more defensive coach.
No, I think he's first team coach.
He is, but he was more like defensive coach. Like Neville was more like dead ball situation. Like, who's the other boy? Kevin Nolan was like more like attacking, like get in there and do the chicken dance after you score type thing. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, nah, Gretchen. If Noble, if isn't that doesn't that seem like poetry in motion though? Piercy leaves, and then you got Nose like coming in.
It's not about
They
no.
already named the arena
Listen,
after him, dog. They already named the arena after him, dog. Come on.
If it was a Mills and Boone story, that would be lovely. Yeah.
yeah.
Shut up, Punchy.
Pete,
We
Pete,
ain't even bro,
Pete,
dog.
go
No,
and drop more.
Listen,
What do you
don't
say?
be too surprised if in the next couple of weeks,
Yeah.
Stuart Pearce is announced as either manager or whatever of either another team or a international coach.
Bridget, I wouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised, and I'm not sorry to take up like time and talk. I wouldn't be surprised if like Stuart Pearce is like the new Nottingham Forest manager.
No, he won't be
when
manager.
They beat Huddersfield.
I think
you
he goes
get
to
what I'm
Nottingham.
saying? Real
I think
talk.
he goes to Nottingham. I think he goes to Nottingham Forest, but he won't be manager. I think he'd be upstairs.
Assistant
No,
manager,
that
first
makes
team
sense. That makes sense.
coach.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes mad sense. That makes mad
100%.
sense.
I think he's already got a job lined up. He's already got a
Yeah.
job to go to.
No, he has to.
100%. He's got a job lined up somewhere. Has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
next thing you know, you see him on Talk Sport.
Or replacing Gary Lineker on the BBC. That'd
Hold on,
be
2 seconds.
What do you, Badgie? What do you think about this? What you heard tonight about Suchek and Benny?
well, I've got to be honest with you. I don't really like the idea of selling too many of our players or whatever, because I think, he's taken his time to build this team of players that he's got now, and they're all part of it, and come on, I don't like it. I don't like it. I've got to be honest with you. I know I'm not his biggest fan, but I ain't his biggest critic either. And I think Benny's got far more in him than people give him credit for, James. I've got to be honest. But, you got to kind of weigh the odds. I mean, are we getting Lingard? Chances are, yes. Chances are.
Yeah.
Should be.
With Lingard in the squad, is there room for Ben Rama? To be fair,
I would say because you've got 5 subs, ain't you, next season? So, and with all the
That's
competitions that
very
we're going, with all the competitions that we're going to be in, I think we can't. One thing we can't do is have a tight squad next season. Do you know what I mean?
I get you. I get you.
Yeah.
I get you.
Yeah.
I mean, look. As I said, I wouldn't want to see Ben Rama or Suchek or any of our players go, to be fair. I mean, there's obviously 1 or 2 that we know are going, have gone.
Yeah.
That's inevitable. That's going to happen. But the core players that are still here, I would like us to keep, and add to it. Like we said in January, and I'm pretty sure I heard you say a similar thing, what we've got right now is a pretty tight ship. What we need to do is add to it to keep that fucking thing afloat. Not your words, but your meaning.
What it is, if you don't invest, you ain't going to progress, are you?
Exactly.
That's the saying I use. Like, and I look at it like this. Yeah, one thing I can't understand with the news that I've heard tonight from X and everyone else has heard it, is why. Like, why is there not money there? Why have we got to sell players for money when there should be money there? And that, to me, just smells of GSB all day long saying, right, we're not investing no money in the club.
It could also be, James, like I am not GSB in.
No, I understand that. That.
But it could also be that, those that need to have heard it, and they've heard Declan Rice say, show me some ambition. And they've kind of targeted certain players that would get them enough interest and enough money to be able to go for certain players that David Moyes or Rob Newman have identified. Yes, we'll give you this much of a budget But if you can generate this much, then we'll give you this much, kind of thing. You know?
How much is this much for you though?
Oh, I think they're probably going to throw 80 million into the pot.
Oh no, like 150 to 200 has to be.
It won't happen, Peach, because financial fair play, mate. FFP will just come down and get us.
No, not if it's over 200. If it's over 200, yeah. But if it's not over 200, we can run them things. And if we sell our players to get that 200, say your Friedrichs, your Kroos, your all of them.
Put it this way. They give David Moyes 80 million, right? And they've said to him, right, you know, you'll get 40 for Souček easily.
Yeah, I agree.
You'll get, what would you get for Ben Rama? 35?
I would say between 25 and 35 in that ballpark.
Yeah.
I don't think you get anything more.
I think you get more than that if it's from like Brentford goes for.
So, you know, so between them, they can generate anywhere from 55 to 70 million.
He could go to Inter Milan for like 50 million for all we know, man. Honestly, because he has that style of play.
Remember, with that 55 to 70 million on top of the 80 million they've already thrown in, that now becomes 130, 135 million. That is a sizable amount, provided David Moyes' bollocks don't drop and he, you know, gets out there and spends the money. We know he'll spend it wisely. And if he does, if he's got 125, 130 million to play with, you know, who says he won't bring in 8 or 9 players? All right, I don't know those will probably be under 23s, but, you know.
We don't want all them Pellegrini signings. I want some signings that are going to make sense.
Not going to promote a couple of the under 23s that are already there or thereabouts.
Like I think it's what both you said, they need players to be able to fit in to the way they play.
I just don't see how any under 23s are going to get a sniff in this team. I really listen. This year, it's been games this year that take the Zagreb game out for a second.
Yeah,
the games recently leading up to the Frankfurt game, at least could have easily played, and he just didn't bother. And Oko Flex, how many times has Oko Flex been on that bench and not done anything? Like, he come on the pitch. I don't know. To me, this is like what we're going to do is we're going to give you. We ain't got a lot of money to give you. You're going to have to sell. You have to sell before you buy. I agree with what Charlie said in the chat. I think they're in debt. I think the club's in a massive amount of debt, and I think they're trying to clear the debt before they leave. And they know that Declan is the crown topper of the whole thing. Like next season, they get rid of him. Then they can sail off into the sunset and leave Kadinsky to pick up the pieces. I don't understand what Kadinsky's doing though. Like, surely Kadinsky can't be sitting there and going, unless his hands are firmly tied and he's like, I can't do anything here. Like, yeah. Because what is he doing? He's got a stake in the club, so surely he must be like saying some
second highest stakeholder now, isn't he?
Yeah. So I don't understand what his method is. Like what he's thinking. Like, if you're going to buy the club in 2023, as an owner or something, you'd want to see the best of it. Like, do you know what I mean? And you wouldn't want to see the arsehole ripped out of the entire squad. Do you know what I mean? To me, this is asset stripping at its finest. They are stripping the assets away. And the final 2 assets in our team, really, if we're going to be honest, are Bowen and Rice. You know what I mean? So that's the fear.
What about Dawson though? Because Dawson, like I thought he should. I know it's age things, but I thought he should have been given a call up to
100 million for Dawson.
Thank you, 100 billion, trillion, gazillion for Dawson, James, boy.
I don't know. This is. I done a stream earlier on, and I finished the stream at about 10:30. Floated onto Twitter. And I see all that coming out at 11 o'clock. And I've done a space on Twitter. A lot of people. Yeah. And Charlie Walsh was in, like, Charlie's in the chat. Charlie was on it. And I'd other people come on, like a few Americans come on, etc. And people were saying the same thing, like, what is going on? Like, in regards of that. Like, because that to me, it just doesn't make no sense. Like, why would you sell your 2 key players? Listen, forget my Ben Rama thing that I like Ben Rama. Yeah, they're two of our first team players. Like,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean? And even Souček, even though Souček's been bad this year, is it like a one season where he's been bad? Because I remember many years ago, Eden Hazard had one of the worst seasons going. In the following season, he comes back and he was phenomenal. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know what the situation is there. This is one situation I can't look at.
Has been bad this season, or has he just not been as good as he was last season?
I think last season, his goals covered what he really did.
Yeah.
But I remember someone saying it. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Jazz, I think. Yeah.
Sorry to cut y'all off, but is it like, was he playing out of position? Is that why he hasn't?
Nah, I think last season, like, with no fans,
he's always at the back goal, post.
And everyone was sort of looking at Souček. He was scoring the goals.
Yeah,
I think it covered it. I think this season, without the goals, what's he really done? Not a lot. Like, he covers the ground.
That's what I'm saying.
Someone said to me, James, he covers the ground quite a lot, but Declan Rice covers it harder and faster. He's everywhere, Declan. And I just think they're two different players now. Whereas last year they was both phenomenally good.
I hear that, but I think Souček has still put in a performance. He's still put in. I think it's like hierarchy, like backroom staff saying play this way, play that way. Like when Rice was playing for England, he was not allowed to go past center half. Like, and to us, he's been a totally different player than that. It's Moyes getting it right, and Moyes might have not got it right this season, but you can't castrate the man and say, "Oh, you got it wrong, this and that. It's a failure." He'll get it right next season. Like, so we like, you know how they say. I just have to say this thing. I'm done. You know how they say like 2 steps forward, 5 steps backwards. Like, it was only like 2 steps forward. Well, no, 2 steps forward, 3 steps backwards. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, I know he has ideas in his head, and with this whole like Stuart Pearce psycho thing coming into fruition, whoa, who is gonna take over Pierce's spot? That might be the biggest signing of the season. Mark my mother ducking words. If it's not Noble, it's going to be somebody massive.
I think it should be you,
That might be the biggest signing of the season, dog. Real talk.
I'll vote Peach for first. Peach for Pierce. That's what I'm saying. Peach for Pierce.
Oh, no, fuck off. No, I can't lace his boots, dog. No, straight up, I can't lace his boots. Like, no, honestly, I'm thinking like real talk. Like, would he bring in somebody like? Would he bring in somebody like Ronald Koeman? Like, would he bring in somebody like Mark Noble? Would he bring in somebody like Matteo for who used to play for Chelsea? Would he bring somebody in like Teddy Sheringham, just throwing him off the sniff, saying, "Oh, he should go sign for Tottenham"? You never know with this match, man. You never
I'm going to
know
be honest with you. I don't understand. It's very weird that in that sort of list that we see tonight, there's no getting rid of Issa Diop. That's one person that I thought would be on the list of going. I thought he hasn't worked out really at West Ham. There was another player on there that I thought would have been in the firing line.
I thought he was going to be the bomb killer, but he ain't done nothing. But if you watch his YouTube videos, you're like, this guy's as good as like Pele. And we haven't seen it. And he has it in him, but it's like, you need to hit the ground running when you're in the Prem. I don't give 2 shits. And he hasn't come running with it. Because I said to you and Dea, he's going to score 10 goals by the season's over. What does he score? Like 1.5? Like, honestly, like,
the only thing I can think of, right? The only thing I can think of in regards to Souček, I see the comment in there from the teacher, right?
Yeah.
The only thing I can think of is West Ham, Moyes, and Rice want to go forward. Rice wants to go forward as of next year, so they want a proper DM in there. And for me, Souček's not a DM. He's just not. Yeah, he covers the ground, but he's people know how to get round.
He's a DM. He is a DM, but he hasn't been playing to his DM strengths, and he's been allowed to like go forward, which has been mucking up like your boy Ben Rama, Lanzini, Fornals, like Bowen. His being
See,
mucking up those guys because like those
even
guys have
that,
to go wide now because he's
even
going in the middle.
but even that, even you just said there, like Lanzini, right?
Yeah.
Lanzini, I'm surprised Lanzini's not looking to get Lanzini out the door.
Well,
Right?
apparently he might be going to River Plate then. Real talk.
He just, but unless West Ham are bringing 10 players, I'm worried, mate. I'm fearing. Like, I need to, on July the 1st, I need to see at least 4 signings through the door, at least, right, to have any faith. Like, because it seems like we're getting rid of a lot, but we're not bringing in anyone. Do you know what I mean? That's the only fear I have.
But this is all just transfer talk at the moment. Nothing's confirmed yet.
No, nothing's confirmed, but it doesn't sound good when you've got people who are saying about getting rid of 2 of our first choice. And let's be honest, the only reason why they've said them 2 players is because they're really the only ones who can raise a lot of money. And for what we need. Like,
but
Ben
it's
Rama.
It's so easy, James, to put fake news out there. So easy to do it.
Yeah.
You know? I'm not exactly 100% certain that any of that holds any water, really, if I'm honest, because, okay, it might be a reliable source, but you know, until it's official club news, I'm going to kind of, like, I try and not pay too much attention to it. You know, I try not to give too much out.
The only fear that I have with it is that in January we've done nothing. Yeah, we didn't sign no one, not a pound, pence, or cent was spent, right? And hearing that, to me, wherever it's come from, whether it's fake news, whether there's a bit of truth in it, or it's totally true, for me, that just smells of them not investing any money into the club. Like, the money that they've got, they're holding that back, and they're going, right, if you want to. Because when you look at it, when you sort of break through our team and look at players that, let's be honest, we need to reinvest in, it's fucking quite a lot. Do you know what I mean? It's about 10 players.
Yeah, I know. And, you know, it's a worrying thought, James, you know, but I don't really know what to believe and what not to believe, you know, so I kind of try and keep an open mind on it all. And, you know, if I'm honest, all I want is for West Ham to continue to grow. Whether that be with the players we got or we get an entirely new squad for next season, I just want us to grow, you know, and I want us to just, I want the players that are going to stay, I want them to play for that badge. That's what I want. You know, I don't care what your name is. As long as you're playing for that badge, you're right by my fucking standards, you know.
Yeah.
And that's all I want. As I'm not exactly what I would call diehard. Well, I don't know. That's not the right word to use. I'm not, you know, like eccentrically. Yeah, I'm not fanatical. Yeah, that's the word. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not fanatical, but I am a diehard West Ham fan, and you know, anybody of my age group and right down to your age group, James, you know, all you want is the team to grow, to progress, and to play decent football. You know, that's all you want. You want the players to play for the badge.
I think what it is though, with this summer, when you look at the other teams that are going to come in and spend dough, like Newcastle, they are going to spend. There's no choice about it. Villa will spend. Everton are a team that will need investment with Lampard. And I look at us and I think, I've got no faith with West Ham spending the money that's required. Listen, £50 million in today's market with inflation isn't enough money. It just isn't enough. Like, we need double that. And with the owners that we've got, it's very raw to say, like, can I see these people really spending a lot of money in a year's time? They're going to leave. Do you know what I mean? They could do, but it don't sound good. I think this.
I mean,
The one thing.
it surprised us when Pellegrini came in and he spent all that money.
I think it was just because of the manager, mate. I think when
Quite
you got
possibly. And let's hope that they've learned their lesson from that. And I don't mean by not giving that money to the manager that we've got now, the current manager. I mean by using that money more wisely is what I mean by learning their lessons. By giving it to somebody like Pellegrini, it kind of was a recipe for disaster anyway, because even though he won the Premier League with Man City, he did it with somebody else's squad.
Yeah.
Effectively. And he thought he knew best, and he didn't. He brought in, the wrong players for our squad. Whereas David Moyes isn't as likely to do that. He's more likely to bolster the squad with great squad players that haven't cost him an arm and a leg, and therefore being more able to get the 8 or 9 players that we require.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it is. I think the Souček one though is true. I think out of the Benrahma one is like I just think Moyes just don't get on. That's the only thing I can think of on that one. But the Souček one, there is an element of truth in it because his contract I think runs out next year or the year after, and I feel that Moyes has turned around and said that they don't want to offer him a new deal because he just hasn't cut it this year. And maybe Moyes wants to go with a different style, like a 4-3-3 style. I think I said it the other week when we was on it the other week. I think 4-3-3 would suit West Ham. Like three.
I agree. I like the idea of a 4-3-3. If I'm honest,
I think 4-2-3-1. I think we're too wide, and then we're crossing balls in to a player who's really better when the ball's on the ground, really, rather than
leaving the centre exposed to it. To being raped basically, which is what City did to us the other day.
100%, and so it's a transfer merry-go-round, isn't it? So we will see. But I'm going to make a move anyway. I'll catch up with you soon. Take care, man.
James, take care, mate. Well, it looks like I've been left on my own again. Richie, are you there? He's gone again. Well, I'm not going to be too long on here because it's nearly 1 a.m. and I've got sleep to catch up on. Right, let's see if I can find. I won't be able to put any comments up on the screen, but I can read them out. Right, okay, let's go. Right. Do you know what? I can't really read all of this. My glasses ain't doing shit for me. Oh God, what are you doing? Right, okay, so what I'm going to do... Hello, Charlie. Oh, good day, Kieran. Thanks for joining us, mate. What was I going to say? Oh, Kieran, I'll tell you what. Hold on. I'll send you the link. Wait there. What's that? What's that saying? Evening season. Right, just hold on there. Let me send you the link, Kieran. Oh, yeah, I can't get you in. Oh, what am I doing? I could send you the link, Kieran, but I can't actually bring you onto the screen. That's down the page. I wonder if I can ring him if he'll hear his phone ring. We'll probably hear it ringing in here in a minute. Hold on. Right, let's give him a call. No. Oh, damn. All right, okay, so let's talk about something. Right, well, as I said earlier on in the stream, and if any of you that are here haven't caught up with it, during the off season, we're going to be finding some links to some older games, you know, what we're calling retro games. And we're going to do a live on-screen interactive roundup of the game and analysis, etc. So there'll be a panel of guys and girls on the screen, and everybody in the chat can get involved as well. The first one I'm going to be doing is the last game at the bowling against Manchester United. So that's readily available on YouTube via the West Ham United official YouTube channel. So everybody start watching that if you haven't already familiarised yourself with it. And we'll do that in a couple of weeks. So you've got a couple of weeks to watch it. And we'll have an interactive chat about it. The guys on the screen and the people in the chat. And we'll have a few people coming in doing little phone-in things, hopefully, as well. There he is, look.
All right, I do apologize. I was just taking.
Right. You want to send the link to Kieran?
Absolutely. I just was checking my. Hold on.
And Charlie, if you like. It's up to you.
A top lad, peach. Right, now
that you're back, I'm going to quickly go and use the bathroom.
Yes, please do. I'll run it from here because Budgie's been nice enough to run it from there. I got some chicken wings that are a bit too there, but they're nice and spicy. Trust me, I like it nicely. They got the medium sauce on, which is like the medium plot on, which is like West Ham seasoning because it was medium, dog. We need to be that spicy, chicken and rice beans. Like Charlito Chinese when it's right across the road. How you mean? That's how we roll. That's how we do. That's how we go. You watch along, so you bigging up Danny DeVito. Trust me, it just comes through true. How you mean? This is how we do. And all these other things in the Prem can get pooed on because we're West Ham strong, dog. What other the teacher, but does he want to stay long term? Who's that? Rice? Of course he does. Stop talking stupidness. Is True Rice has become more box to box? Yeah, as fitted Suchek style. But is that Rice's style, dog? And then like this man can tell you because this one's all about transfers. If you want to know one thing about transfers, this man will tell you everything about transfers. The last thing this man wants to do is see them hold up the shirt and say, we've officially signed. It's like, you know how foreplay, like girls say foreplay is the best thing because it's like it builds up to that climax. This is a climax, man. He's not about like the finished product, man. He wants the climax rather than the finished product when you got like man having a video showing up the shirt. Am I right? Am I wrong?
We're off the wicked, the wonderful Wizard of Oz.
What's going on, my friend?
How you doing?
All right.
Budgie, how are you doing, my G? Budgie's just being quiet. I think Budgie's stoned. I think Budgie's really high right now, dog.
No, mate, this is a vape, not a bloody doodah. What's it?
I know, but it still gets you like kind of.
I'm good. I was just saying hi to my brother in arms there.
I know, but like you guys are the brother in arms. I'm just the extra. I'm like that. I don't know. I'm like the third wheel. I'm like the person you brought on to the trip to the amusement park when
Stop disappearing.
I know my place.
Stop disappearing.
I know. I'm like Matter Harry, dog. I'm like Scarlet Pimpernel, dog. I done said this before. I am. But Kieran, what are you saying? What are you saying about the Dawson not getting called up for England? Are you upset? Does it make sense to you? Come on!
It was never going to happen, was it?
I know. Wouldn't have been brilliant though if it did. That would have been magic.
Mate,
No, I thought
Johnson
he was
will get a call up before Dawson does.
It's inevitable that Bowen would get a call up. Nice for him. I'm not that bothered myself. I've already stayed away from England. To me, that's just another injury waiting to happen. So,
yeah.
There you go. But it's good for him. It's good for him. Probably puts his price up as well if we ever do sell him. So.
Oh, yeah, good. And when I found, like, first off, I thought they only had 2 games, so I'm like, oh, that's good. And then I find out they play. Who was it? Hungary twice, and then they play Italy as well as the team they're playing before. I was like, what the? I thought we only had 2 games. We have 4. Like, that's like 4 injuries waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Let's hope he gets a run out and gets a cap. That'd be nice for him. He gets that out of the way.
Yeah. Trips over somebody and goes off.
What was your thoughts on Mr. Magic Hat today? Because I don't want to say the C word. So, like, what was your thoughts on Mr. Magic Hat today, Doc?
What's the Magic Hat? I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Magic Hat, if you could kick a cat at him, he'll kick that back. He'll kick it to the left. He'll kick it to the right. And when we win Europe, we'll sing this song all night. They haven't come out with a verdict yet, but he's pleaded guilty to slapping, kicking, doing keepy ups.
What else is he going to plead, mate? The video evidence was there, so that's all it is. I'm bored of it, mate. It's a non-story for me. He gets a fine, a slap on the wrist, and don't do it again.
Yeah. But then you had football with Brownie saying he should get way more than that, but all he's going to get is a fine because he's a footballer. But at the end of the day, footballer, no footballer, you're only going to get a fine out of that. Like, I don't agree with what he did. I think it was flipping off.
No one agrees with it. No one agrees what he did. But that's it. That's it. It's all been done. I don't see why he crucified that guy for that. So it's been done. He's learned. He lost his cat, and he'll end up with a big fine again. He's already been fined by the club, hasn't he? So get another slap on the wrist. I mean, what do people want? Want to stick him in? Do you want to stick him in fucking prison for 6 months? That ain't going to change anything.
They want to nail him to a cross like his name is Jesus. Like, honestly, you got some people that are doing that. Like, you should have seen that footage. It was football with Brownie. He had footage of him getting out the car, going to the Queen's house, and it's like they were just like coming at him. They had to like put up umbrellas just to like keep him away, like put up the brownies just to keep away like people from like coming at him, and it was mad. It was, I don't know. I think it's being thrown way out of proportion. I don't agree with it, but I think it's being thrown way out of proportion, man.
Yeah, it's just a story not worth talking about, to be honest.
That's
done now, isn't it?
That's it. So, signings, and because I know you hate these, and no. First off, weather report. What's the weather like?
Yeah, thanks. We've had a couple of weeks of bloody rain on and off, non-stop. More houses have gone under, and today is a beautiful day. Now it's broke, the rain stopped, and it's a lovely day.
Yeah,
20 degrees, so it's nice.
We've had a nice day here as well, broken off with a bit of rain. But it did rain heavy in the times it was raining. I mean, like, started flooding on the roads and everything. It was pretty heavy. And then the sun came out and dried it all up again.
Like a little bit, Clive. Like a lot or a little bit?
About an hour and a half, 2 hours of rain. Bad enough to get people, like, running for shelter and that. It was quite heavy.
Yeah.
Can you update me? Because obviously this has happened through the night while I was sleeping.
Yes.
What was it that Neville and whoever else said? What was the?
Well, the first one was, who was the first one? The first one was, yes, and Stuart Pearce is Gonzo. He's
Yeah, I'd heard that before I went to bed last night.
And then,
so what did Gary Neville say?
I think Gary. Hold on one second. I gotta look up my notes. I finally got notes. I don't believe this. Peach is turning professional. Hold on 1 second. I'll be back.
Where's he gone? He's always doing this, isn't he?
He's going again.
So we don't really know.
Yeah. So basically, what's his face? Oh God, Teddy Sheringham has basically said that, and Gary Neville agrees, I think, that who was it? Was it Rice needs to go to Tottenham? I think he said.
To Tottenham.
Yeah, needs to go to a bigger club like Tottenham. What makes
Look,
sense?
eventually he's going to go to a bigger club. I wouldn't have thought Tottenham would have been his choice in that bigger club. Fucking hell, mate.
No.
He's got. I mean, he's got a pick of every club, big club in Europe, and I don't think Tottenham comes into that category.
No,
So,
yeah, you're right.
I mean,
definitely.
Sheringham has got massive links with Tottenham, so I can understand he'd like him to go there. But no, I mean, to me, Rice will eventually be with. Take your pick: Man City, Real Madrid, Barcelona.
Yeah.
Possibly Chelsea, but you never know. I think it'd be ideal at Man City. If Man United were, in the ascendancy instead of the fucking shit show they are at the moment, I think Man United would have been a perfect club for Rice in the end. But at the moment, you just don't know what's going to happen with them. Ten Hag is a top manager, and he might turn it round there. But I can't see Rice taking a punt on Man United because it might take them 3 years to become any good, to be a threat again.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I truly, truly, truly believe that for the next 12 months, Declan Rice is going to continue to wear West Ham's kit.
I think we've got him for a season. Budge, I think that'll be it. I think we got him for one season. But let's put it this way: if Man City just bit the bullet and went, right, boys, here's 130 million for Declan Rice tomorrow, I think we'd sell him. And I think we'd be right. I think we should take the money and build on it. But no one wants him to go. But the inevitable.
But then that 130 million gets Rafinha and Calvin Phillips, doesn't it?
If you could get them,
with change. So you
could get them, that would be brilliant. And like what's your name said, if you had he would suit, I think, Phillips. Phillips would suit Souček.
Turn off your speakers, Pete.
Turn off my. Oh shit! I got both. Okay, yeah.
Not again.
Yeah, he's got two channels to this stream open. So one's in the other one. And that's why we're getting the feedback. Yeah. So I think look, Bowen and Rice have got to be kept regardless. I mean, they're the two players we need to field around. Them two, Zuma and Ariella, like I said earlier.
But the trouble is with that, Budge, we can't really, because Rice will leave. So
Not this year,
I know. No, but even if we've only got him for one more season, it's hard for a manager then to look for the future to build around Rice when you don't believe you're going to keep him. And Moyes knows the reality. The reality is he probably knows he can't keep him for the next 3 or 4 years. He might get one more season, and that I'm only going by it's backed up that Declan has turned down signing the contract, and he'd done that interview. He'd done that interview with Neville where he said he wants to win everything, and he's not going to do that at West Ham. So, but if you put all them factors together, he will leave. So, what does Moyes do then? Build around him for one season? Yeah, can do that. But in the long term, he's not going to have him. He has to plan for not having him. And I think that's where, you look to the future. That's why I don't believe you get rid of Souček, Christ's sake. And I think if you could bring Phillips in, that'd be fantastic. Imagine Phillips and Rice for a season and Souček.
Oh, great.
Wouldn't
it be great?
That would be fantastic.
Oh, it would, wouldn't it? It would be beautiful. So
I can see why
I
I'd
think
sell
that,
Ben Rama. I'd only sell Ben Rama if we had a replacement, and I mean a proper fast left winger. If we could get the same money back for Ben Rama and replace him with a winger, there's actually a winger. Because Ben Rama, to be fair to him, that's not his position. For me, he's not effective as a winger. We need another Bowen on the left, and if we can get that, and this Keane Lewis Potter seems to be touted that he could be the answer. I don't know.
yeah,
Haven't seen enough of him.
yeah.
But the fact that Moyes went to
But
see
so
him
could
gives
Rafinha.
that a lot of credence.
Rafinha could be the answer to that as well.
Rafinha could. Early in that season of Leeds this season, Budge, I was raving about that Rafinha. I'll tell you what, in that last month or so, I was starting to rethink it. You know, he wasn't at his best at all. And that worried me a bit. But I knew earlier on that he is a class player, mate. You know, I don't think we'd be knocking him back if we could get him. Let's put it that way. But yeah, he did worry me in that last 6 weeks or so of the lead season. He didn't seem to be up for the fight, if you like, you know.
Yeah,
But
he played well enough Sunday though.
yeah, he did. He redeemed it a bit. On Sunday, he had a good game. So that was good. And I'm delighted for Leeds. I'm delighted they survived. And I'm
I'm
more
not.
delighted.
Because, like, they're going to be more reluctant to sell Rafinha or Phillips now because they're still in the Premier League.
Yeah, they are now. Fuck me.
Yeah.
They're like us. They need a fair bit of
I
recruitment
like
as
to
well.
look at that Harrison.
Yeah, he's a good boy. He's a hard-working player, mate. So he's Luke Ayling. Hard-working players. You know what I mean? Really.
But I see Harrison more as a West Ham type of player than I do that Luke Ayling. Don't get me wrong, Luke Ayling's a decent player, but I don't really see him as a West Ham style player. If you get me.
Yeah, I don't think Leeds won't be. I don't think they'll be getting rid of too much unless they're forced to. You know, with the offer and whatever. They really need to rebuild again. Leeds, you know, they really do. They need to bring just as many players in as us, really. So I don't see that. Do you know? I will say this though. You know, not saying all this transfer shit does my head in. It's all bollocks. 99% of it's bollocks, and you know that.
Yeah.
But do you know the Areola situation? I was delighted that Burnley went down because I think they're a championship side and have been for years. So I'm happy for them to go down.
Yeah.
I would, if I could get him, I'd have Pope instead of Areola in a heartbeat. I really would. I reckon if it weren't for Pope, Burnley would have been relegated a month ago. And he saved their ass.
That is true, but also equally true is that without Areola, we wouldn't have got past the knockout stages of the Europa.
No, he pulled off a save that kept us in the competition, no doubt about that. But if you had a choice, I'm not saying Areola. I'd rather have Areola if we're not going to get Pope. You know, fuck yeah, he's a good keeper. But if I had a choice, if you said right, we can only sign one keeper, what do you want, Pope or Areola? I'd go for Pope. He's a great shot stopper. Great shot stopper. I like him. His distribution ain't always the best, but my God, he pulls off some saves week in, week out. I like him.
Yeah, I wouldn't go with Pope myself.
Okay. That's just my choice.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking what he's done. You know, he's had a great season, and he's been brilliant between the sticks.
He has a great season in a relegated.
Areola's everything that we need. I really do. I truly believe that Areola is the future for goalkeeping. I really do truly believe.
Let's put it this way, bud. We've got to get one of them. I'll tell you that now. We need to get one of them. We have to. Unfortunately, I like Fabianski, but his time is now. He's had a great career at West Ham, and I think his time now is to take a back seat. So it's either Areola,
needed, but you know, yeah.
I don't want to, mate. Fabianski as a backup keeper would be fantastic for next season.
Quality.
Fantastic. That's good. You know.
Quality, yeah. Yeah, true. Right, well, where's Peach gone? Because I'm actually getting bloody tired. I'm sitting here, like, trying to keep myself awake, you know? Oh, here he is, look, bless him.
I know I'm back in the dark, so you guys can't see me, but it's better if you can't see me than you can. But
Peach, I'm going to have to shoot off, mate, because I am really tired. I've been awake since about 6 o'clock yesterday morning. So,
I know, but
19 hours.
I know, but let me ask you, what did Gary Neville say? Gary Neville basically said that Declan Rice was playing in the wrong position all year, and he should have been playing like the holding line rather than box to box, and it's all gone disastrous for West Ham. Like, I don't believe that.
No,
Uh, I think he's
that's
got.
just,
Yeah, there's
that's
some
just
credence to it.
a blinkered vision of what's been going on. You know,
No,
Yeah,
these
there's some
people,
truth in it, Mudge. There's some truth in it because I don't think Socek is a proper defensive midfielder. He's more of a box to box, and you can't have both of them being that. So it has curtailed Socek's role a little bit. And I think when he has played Rice just as a defensive midfielder, there's none better in the Premier League at the moment.
I agree with you.
There's none better at doing it. So he has got a point. He really has. Whether and I see James on there earlier, and I don't often agree with anything he says. But when he said that if he went to Man City or a big club, his
He'd
role
walk in. Yeah,
would be defensive midfielder, and that's it. And that's
yeah.
your job. Now, the difference is with defensive midfielders in their big clubs is a lot of teams come out of them putting 10 men behind the ball. So you do get forward anyway because, you're attacking nearly, 70% of the game. So I do believe that would be true. He would be a defensive midfielder first, and that would be his role. And he'd be the best at it, no doubt.
yeah.
Yeah, you can't argue with that, really, can you? Because like that, and he was center back when he was at Chelsea. When he like when he was like running two things with John Terry, like he was that boy.
Well, yeah, he came to us as a centre back, didn't he?
Yep.
So, you know.
No, I
Right,
know,
I
listen,
but
don't
guys,
think.
I'm going to love you and leave you because I am so tired.
no, but Budgie,
I'm
let me ask you,
falling asleep.
why do you think his role is best served at like center half when he like basically took the Kidderminster match like by the scruff of his neck and like won it
Hmm.
for us? Like, do you think he's only able to do that against like smaller opposition, or do you think that
Are you kidding me? Look at
you
the amount
kidding
of
me?
times he intercepts the ball
All the
during
time,
Europa games,
all the time.
Premiership games, intercepts the ball and then drives forward with it. He
Yep,
went on to score in the Europa one. He did it. He went on to get an assist in the Premier League more than once when he did it. He drove play forward. Listen, for me, Declan Rice's best role is when you get hold of him and say to him, right, Declan, you're in centre of midfield. Go and do
yep,
what you do best. That's
yep.
what you do. You don't limit him. You don't label him. You just get him out there and you get him to do what he does best
I
and let
agree with
him
you.
find his role. Because Declan Rice is sensible enough and mature enough to be able to go out there and play his best game if he's left to do it.
No, he's
Hmm.
mustard, man.
That's how I see it.
He's
His,
Declan Rice is mustard, man.
his best role
Honest.
is being Declan Rice, in my opinion.
Yep,
You know, he
yep.
does what he does. I love what he does, and I very rarely have any criticism for him. Very, very rarely.
What is your criticism on them this season?
Declan,
Yeah.
Much.
um, my criticism of him this season would probably be that there's been no competition for him in his role.
Do you think Connor Commentary will offer that or no?
No,
Why not?
no, he's good. He's not good enough. Not to challenge Declan Rice. No, no.
What about Josh Cullen? Can we bring him back or is he Gonzo's?
I really wouldn't know, but it doesn't appear that there's a place for him at West Ham, really, if I'm honest.
I thought he was like Terry Butcher when he like got his head did in and like he wore that like headband, like not a Suchek headband, like a proper like gauze, white gauze headband. Like I thought he was the real deal, but there's certain people that sit into David Moyes' setup, certain people that don't, and it's gonna be an interesting summer. It's gonna be a
Not
very
really.
interesting summer, man.
Yeah,
We'll see what
okay.
happens. Listen, you go off, get yourself some kip, man.
I'm gonna.
Like you're tired as a girl that was a rave like from the last night wired. Like I can see it. Like you're tired, dog. So go get yourself some kip,
Yeah,
man.
I am, buddy, and I will catch up with you in the next day or two.
Yes,
Kieran, I will
please.
catch up with you very soon as well, young man. All right,
All right,
take
bro.
care.
Take it easy.
Big up, everybody. Take care, everyone. Well,
Babash, babash, babash. Yo, what's your feelings on? I know you don't like the transfer thingy things, but what's your feelings on Joe Worrell? Do you think he'd come in and do a job as a left back, right footed player, or
Don't
no?
know me. I just don't. I don't research any of that and don't watch these players. When I hear links and links, you know,
Yeah,
we're gonna be linked to probably 150 players by in the next few
if
weeks.
we haven't already, I think we've been linked to
Yeah,
like that many already, man.
already. And you know, I mean, we're talking. So 90%, 99% of what players you're gonna talk about, it's just absolute nonsense, isn't it? It's just a waste
Yeah,
of time.
yeah,
I'd rather concentrate on what's realistic and what's actually got some legs to it. Now, the fact that Moyes went and saw that boy, Jack King
yes,
Lewis Potter,
yeah,
that gives credence to the link. That yeah, okay, and he's a bit rapid. He's a left winger, and that's
yeah,
where we are seriously lacking. We
one
keep
hundred
putting
percent.
people, Fornals and Ben Rama on the left. They're not
Yeah,
wingers. They're not
one
quick
hundred
enough.
percent.
Neither of them.
Yeah.
And that I'm interested in going. All right, not that I've seen much of the boy, but you know, from what everyone says, that he is good. But he might not be a guy that's ready yet for the Premier League. That's what I'm sort of hearing. That he might be a project for another season. You know, for
Like
a
a
whole
sit back
maybe
type thing. Yeah, yeah,
maybe
yeah. No, I hear
we
you.
could do it. We really could do it. Players that can start next season, don't we? That can get. We must be losing 4 or 5 players. So
Yes, please. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, we've got a hell of a job to bring in. You know, 6, 7, or 8 players. It's going to be. I've never seen it before that you could bring in 6, 7, or 8 players and all gel and crack on. It'll
Well,
be a tough
Pellegrini
one.
tried to do it, didn't he? But it never worked. Like he tried to do it, but it did not work. Like the only one that worked was probably Pablo Zabaleta. That was probably the only one that really worked, and he was a gentleman, like in the dressing room, and got the boys amped. But have you heard of the boy Naif Agard? He's called the Diamond, 26
Yeah, I've
years
heard of
old.
it.
What do you
Just
like?
keep
Cause
hearing
what?
his name coming up, but that's it.
But
I don't
but
look.
check.
I don't
I
go
know, but check this
check
out,
these
dog.
guys out.
Check this out. This Moroccan's made 19 appearances for his country at the age of 26. He appeared in 47 games for Rennes. In the last season, they finished fourth in the French league with 66 points, 20 behind title winners Paris Saint-Germain. The addition of a top-class center back will be an absolute must of the Hammers this summer, and it seems though we could be on track to get a truly elite defender. Now, I watched Gonzo on Hammer Chat this morning, and he went from saying he was okay to like by the end of the video, he was like, he's wicked. And it's like, that's just from reading up on the news. So it's
Yeah,
like, it seems though we could get him, and he would be elite. The news, what is it? The news, I don't know, just the news. The news, whatever they called it, L'Equipe. They claimed that the Moroccan has won over David Moyes, and Moyes is very keen as well as signing Keen Lewis Potter. Very keen to bring him into the London Stadium before the start of next season, and he's left-footed, so that's ideal. Long-term replacement for Ogbonna because he's 34. Do you think Ogbonna's going to stay, or do you think we're going to see a Tata?
No, I think we'll have a Bonner for another season, mate.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
But it depends how he comes back from his injury. Hopefully, he can come back, and because I thought Bonner before his
Yep.
injury was one of our best players on the park at that time. I thought he was fantastic. He
Well,
was getting better.
that was the pairing, Kieran. That was the pairing. It was Ogbonna and Zuma. That was the pairing because
Yeah, it would have
they're
been
stacked
wonderful.
together like, oh, they would
He
have
was good,
been.
man.
Phewish.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. You say his age is going against him now. I think
Yeah.
one more season, but let's hope he can come back after his injury because it was a bad injury, you know. So
Oh
you
no,
never know.
100.
Yeah, we've still got 4 centre halves if Bonner comes back. So
Yep.
bringing another one in, you know, then there's not going to be much game time for at least one of them.
But and the boy that I was talking about before, in 30 league appearances, what was it? What was it? One appearance from Renee so far this season. A guard has averaged 1 interception, 1 tackle, and 4.1 clearances per game. He also has won 3.1 aerial throughs per match. Now, you bring it on to Worrell, who's left, but he plays right. So let's skip him. There's the boy called, and I was saying this before, but I couldn't remember all the facts because they weren't in front of me. But Levi Cowell, or Cowell, Cowell, I'm gonna call him Levi Cowell, 19 years old, Chelsea, on loan at Huddersfield, sent to have left-footed, born in Southampton. Cole joined Chelsea at under 9 level, having previously played for City Central. In June 2021, joined Championship Club Huddersfield, whatchamacallit, on loan. He made what was it? Professional debut in a 4-2 penalty shootout win against Sheffield United. No, Sheffield Wednesday. My bad. I hate Sheffield United. Piss off Sheffield United. Sheffield Wednesday's all right though. In the EFL Cup on August 1st, 2021, he scored his first goal for Huddersfield, a late winner in a 2-1 win over Sheffield United. Love that. On the 21st of August. His international career, Colwell has represented England. He's almost like a Noble or a Beckham in this sense because he ain't got to the national team yet, but he's made. He's represented 16, under 16, under 17, under 17. Sorry, I already said 17. He won the. How do you say that? It's SYRENKA Cup. Saranka Cup? Is that Sharanka or Saranka?
Never heard of it.
Me neither.
Serenko or
Yeah,
Serenka?
Sharanka.
Yeah, never.
Is that like in India, like Sharanka, or is that how they say it with a silent H or like a H that's not even in there?
Is he what nationality is he?
He's English, so he's played like under 16s, under 17s, and with the under 17s, that team won the Saranka in 2019 on 27th of August 2021. Cole received his first call up for the England under 21, under 20 funds, under 21s, and on November 2021, Cole his debut and he captained for the England under 19s on November 10th,
Yeah.
2021 against Andorra in a 4-0 victory. And
And
sorry, go on.
he's still on loan. He's on loan from Chelsea.
Yeah, but till like this summer, I think. So he scored his first
Yeah.
goal with the under 19 16 days later after the 2-0 win against Sweden. And on the 25th of March, Cole made his England under 21 debut during a 4-1 win over Andorra at the what it is. I went there for a match. It's the Bournemouth ground. What's that called, dog? The Bournemouth ground. I fucking forget it. But anyways, he made his
Yeah,
under 21 debut there.
yeah.
The
Andorra.
cherries, isn't they? Bournemouth. I forget the name of the
Andorra,
club.
Andorra is a principality in Spain that's got 15 people, a dog, and a cat. So it's
Yeah.
nothing too great, to be beating them.
No, I
Uh,
know. But it's still a
but
match. It's a
he's got all the
match. Like,
credentials. He's obviously come through the system and done all the credentials.
yeah,
But having said that, Mark Noble done all that with the
that's what
under
I'm saying.
16
Yep,
and never got a cap. Never
yep.
got a cap for England. So,
That's what
you
I
know.
mean. It's
But
mad. You had
who
Noble
knows,
played all of them. Go on, Kerr.
I know Levi Root. I remember him. This is the only Levi I know.
But how do you say his last name? Because it's spelled Colwill.
Cowell sounds like.
That's what I thought. Cowell.
Cowell.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But then you
Mm.
got like the next boy. Whatchamacallit? Oh, this is interesting for you. This is actually interesting for you
It
because you've
isn't.
been
It isn't.
gone.
It isn't. 'Cause I
No,
don't like transfers. Nonsense.
this is you up a tree. This is you up a tree. I don't business. This is you up a tree, dog. This is you up a tree. Because listen to this, man. I ain't even playing with you. West Ham under 23s. Fun fact. First team football opportunities is crazy. The under 23s have only played 4,655 minutes. The third from bottom in like how many minutes are
Yeah.
played with the under 23s.
Yeah.
And Manchester City is at the bottom and Arsenal's on top. That shows you something. They've only been
Yeah.
given one opportunity at senior level from the start in the game against Dynamo Zagreb at the London
Yeah.
Stadium. Ben Johnson is an exception, despite losing the match 1-0. In that match, you had Langelo, you had Ashby, you had Baptiste, you had Elise, you had Perkins. Far from disgrace themselves in what was a dead rubber, because the match didn't mean nothing. Then you had
Yeah.
Emmanuel Langelo, Ashby Baptiste, Sonny Perkins, and themselves, Arsenal. Like they like the Arsenal youngsters I seen don't impress me. Like that Encatia, I do not want him. Do you want him? I would like drive him away if he came to our
Well,
ground, Doug. I
the
do
only
not want him.
the difference is though when Arsenal's experienced players weren't performing, he had to go to the
Yes.
youth because they weren't.
Yeah.
Smith Rowe,
Yeah.
Nketiah, Saka,
Yeah.
Saka, they all came to the fore when the big players weren't performing, as in
You're
Aubameyang
right.
and Lacazette. They were
Yep.
terrible, and
Yep.
so he had to
You're
play
right.
them, and they done well, and they had more. They put more effort in the game than these so-called senior players did. So that's why they had to get a run. Moyes
Okay. What?
is there's two
Go on.
reasons. Moyes is reluctant to play youth in the side, or you can just put it down as they're not good enough. He doesn't believe they're good enough. So one or the other. It's either
What
down
about
to
this?
Moyes.
Go on.
It's down to Moyes whether he just doesn't like to play the youth to chance it, or he just doesn't think they're good enough to step up. Yeah, you
What
know.
Daz is saying? Who do you think is leaving?
Because I think
Three
Lizard.
players. Three players. Three players.
Oh, we'll take Noble out of the equation. Then he's gone.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer. Yep.
Yarmolenko without a doubt. Crowell
He's
without a
already
doubt.
gone. Yeah.
Yeah, Noble. So you got Noble,
Matsuaku or
Yarmolenko, Crowell.
Fredericks? Matsuaku or
Unless
Fredericks back to Fulham, dog?
I'd keep Fredericks if we're not bringing in a right back. I'd keep him as a backup. I really would.
And Jesse Lingard. Are you all about that, or are you second guessing that? What's up?
Yeah, if it's on the cards and it's coming, great. If
So
it's not, move on. If it's not, move on.
yeah.
Let's get someone else.
Well, let me tell you, Jesse Lingard, aka Jay Lings, aka Jesse Ellis Lingard, is an English professional footballer who plays as an attacking midfielder or as a winger
No, he
for
is.
Premier League club Manchester fucking United, big up Jay Lee, and the England national team. 29 years old, Manchester United midfielder Jesse Lingard has decided to leave his club this season. Even with the new arrival of Toucan Sam, I know his name is Eric Ten Hag or whatever, he's Toucan Sam to me. According to Fabrizio Romano, Lingard is set to leave United this summer after spending 20 years at the club, having been at United since his younger youth days. David
Yeah.
Moyes has
Oh, leaving.
allegedly made, pardon me?
He's definitely leaving.
Oh, I know, and that's what Moyes is saying. Like, Moyes has allegedly made an early move to sign Lingard to impress upon him just how much he wants him to be back in East London. And he was in the same gaff as him. They were in the same building, dog.
Yeah,
Like,
but the thing
go
is,
on.
though, Pete, right? He's not.
Yeah,
Moyes don't have to. He doesn't have to deal with Man United anymore. He has to deal with Lingard. That's it.
you're right. You're right. And
So
you know what I've heard?
it's down to
I've
Lingard.
No, 100%. But he has to leave Manchester United to like get on his bike, play in traffic, and come to East London. Honestly,
Hmm.
and he won't be playing in traffic. He'll actually get a bike to play in traffic. Where Manchester United, they're not giving him a bike to play in traffic. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, that's it. There's no way they was going to let him come to us in January, right?
No,
And I
you're
always
right.
said that we were rivals to them for the top six, and there was
Yep,
no way they were going to let him come to West Ham. And they were
you're
right.
right.
Man United were right not to let him go because it came down to the last game to see who got the top six. So
No,
they made it.
100%.
They were smart,
Competition.
Man United, in not letting him go, even if we'd bought him. It saved them. We could have gave them 10 million for him. They would have lost money. They would probably ended up fucking seventh. So
But
it was a smart
I
move.
hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But I heard that they honestly, I heard
Wally, keep Frederick.
I would 100% keep Fredericks, and you said that. Wally World. Kieran said that, so you gotta love it. But I've heard that we've offered up to 18 million to like we could get Lingard on a free Bosman transfer. But I've heard we'd offer him 8
Yeah.
million just to keep the wages low. And getting Yarmolenko off the books? Yes, please. Yes, please. Like that makes
No, he'll
sense.
get a signing on fee. It's irrelevant what the signing on fee to us, isn't it? It's irrelevant. It's just what
But that'll keep
if
his
if
wages
Lingard wants
down,
to
Kieran.
come, you know, it can't be anything silly by Lingard demand. If he starts demanding silly signing on
No,
fees,
he
then
won't.
fuck him. Right.
I think Moyes and Rob Newman will just do this out of good stead. And like, you have the boy. He had a wonderful success spell. What was it? Was it 5, 6, or 4 month loan? I think it was. I didn't get this down. I think it was
That's
4 months
five
because he
months,
came
isn't it?
January, didn't he? January, February, March, April. So maybe
5
4 to
months.
5, right?
Yeah.
So in the 4 to 5, what did he bagged 16 goals, 4 assists in 9 games. That's not that. No, with 16 games. Sorry,
No.
16 games, 9 goals, 4 assists. I always get that mixed up. But
He done
yes,
really well. He
he
done well in the
didn't he?
first 3 months. Let's put it that way. The
And
first
he
three
got
months
us
was
into
good. He tailed
Europa.
off at the end. He had to
Yeah,
tail off at the end. He couldn't keep that up. He was very, very good.
yeah,
Look,
but he got us into Europa, man. Like we needed some of those fresh legs, like this time around, and we didn't have them. We didn't like when I saw who was it, the boys that are coming off the bench like Johnson, Yarmolenko. I'm like, ooh, I'm scared. I wasn't scared one iota. If I was watching the team from a neutral perspective, for the other team's perspective, I would have been like, yeah, nothing. But it's like we couldn't bring anybody. We need depth, and we know from the jump of the season, didn't we, Karen? We did not have depth. We had a
no,
23 thin man squad. We did not have
no,
depth. And
no.
that's what we
But I
need
mean,
this season.
all you have to do, right, to see where we are,
Yeah,
see the Brighton game, we needed to win it. And when you looked at our bench,
yeah,
you know, what we had, Ben Rama was injured, you had Blasic injured. So
yeah.
you had 2 goalkeepers on there. You had Crowd that he's never going to play. You had Perkins that he's never going to play. You really
Vlasic.
only had
Yeah,
about 3 players that was ever going to get on that pitch.
No, you're
and
right.
it's Yarmolenko, and you go, well, or Noble, or Johnson. Jesus Christ, I don't know why he brought Johnson on. It's still bemusing me. Why he took Sue Fowler off for Johnson doesn't make sense. But
no,
we didn't
I
have a
didn't get
bench
that
to
neither.
affect the game. We didn't have
Yep.
anyone to affect the game, and he had young Perkins on there. I mean, I
Yep.
would have thrown him on just for the crack. We just needed
100.
a win, and we didn't
Who
perform like we wanted to win it.
who
We
was
just
the
didn't
who
have the
was
depth.
No, and I agree. I agree with you. We didn't have the depth from the beginning, and everybody was saying that was our fault from the beginning. But Moyes did something good with that because he was able to keep team spirit, morale, whatever you want to call it, all amongst those 23 players. But you need a point when you're not going to bring on your Johnsons, your Yarmolenkos, your Frederick. Sorry, Wally, but you're not going to bring on those players. You're going to bring on somebody that's going to put a bit of fear into the other team, and we have not
Didn't have
had
it.
that for a while, and we didn't have it this season.
No, no, we don't. We had that chance in January. We blew it,
Yep.
and we almost got away with it, didn't we? We almost got away with it by
We
getting
did.
to a semi-final, and
We
we
did, man.
almost got away with it by finishing sixth. But no, I think that depth of squad cost us, 6 spots. To be honest, it cost
Yeah,
us that.
it's like the last season. It cost us Champions League, and that I don't think we were ready for Champions League, but it
No,
cost us that,
I
didn't it? And
was quite
like when
happy
no,
to be in
I
the
don't.
Europa.
Brethren, I like we had that in the bag. United were losing to Crystal Palace. We had that in the bag. All we needed to do was like get Antonio to score another one from outside the box, which was just outside the box. Like that was like
Well,
West Ham Clip said it right. He said if that was a foul, that wouldn't have been a penalty kick. It would have been a free kick. So he was right. It was outside the box, but it was
yeah, it was.
just outside the box, wasn't it?
It was just. That's
Yeah,
just as just. If it's just
yeah.
inside, someone gets fouled, it's a penalty. So it
No, you're right.
matters. So
No, you're right.
that's the only look. I'm not disappointed with the season at all, mate. But I am
No, me
disappointed
neither.
with that game against Brighton. I was
Yeah, we
disappointed
should have
with
done better.
I was disappointed with Moyes. I think he got it all wrong as well. When he done substitutions, that he didn't change it about. And when you look at if you went and player rated that whole team, most of them would be around 5 and 6 performances.
Yep.
And for a game you had to win, that was really, really disappointing. You had
I
to win
think
that
I, th-
game. And,
I think we could have done better against City. If I'm being totally honest with you, I think we could have
we
like
done
done them
well,
in,
man.
but
We could have done,
we
yeah.
mucked up on the two last games. We mucked
But
up like
that
we always
performance,
do.
this is the trouble
Yep.
with the system we've got, is we played better against City because they had more of the ball and we counter-attacked it and done it well. And we could
You're
have had
right.
3 or 4 easy 4 goals in that game, easy.
You're right.
But with Brighton, they don't do that. You have to break them down, and we don't seem to be able to do it. We're too slow in our build-up play, and we don't have any fast players on the pitch to affect the game. Even Bowen was non-existent against Brighton. It was
You're right.
disappointing.
You're
He,
right,
he, he
man.
didn't he didn't affect the game one little bit, and that's why I'm disappointed in Moyes. He didn't change it. Make it weren't
Mhm.
working. Make a change.
Mhm.
Move Bowen into the middle. Move him onto the left. Do something proactive that could have changed something. And
Yeah,
he
but
didn't.
but but Kieran, if we had those like three more four players, we would have done the biz. Like,
Yeah.
and it's like you even got the goalkeeper. Who did he play for? It was like Blackburn or somebody. Paul Robinson. He even said like Lingard would be a no brainer to sign.
Of course he
Like
did.
it should be
Yeah.
over the line already. Like honest,
Well, let's put it
it's
this way, Pete. Moyes wants him. Yeah.
I know.
So the
Yep,
no-brainer's done. He wants him.
yep,
Now it's down
yep,
to, now the ball's in Lingard's court. Do you want to come?
yep,
Right. That's it. Yes or no?
yep.
To me,
No, you're right.
if it's I want to know now if it's going to be a pain. If it is, fuck him off, and let's look elsewhere. Now, just sign him and do it now. Do it as
Get
soon
it
as you
done
can.
with. Yeah,
Get
yeah,
it done, or
yeah,
Lingard go somewhere else and stop annoying
yeah.
us, and we look somewhere else. I don't want to be dragging this on for another 6 weeks. Going, is he
First player
coming? Is he
off the
not?
line, Doc. First player
Yeah,
off of the line, like just
it's the
bosh
easiest.
right in there,
It's
man.
the easiest transfer to do right now. It
It
really
is,
is.
Doc.
So
It is.
it's
It
all
is.
in Lingard's
And it
court.
makes the most sense. It makes the most sense because he's already. It's like I don't buy that whatchamacallit Pope thing. Like Pope is good, but and Johnston, apparently Johnston turned down a move to Tottenham today. Sam Johnston, he turned down a
Really?
move, but if he did that, hopefully the West Ham threw in their hats in the ring saying, "Oh, we want him." No, thank you. I'd
No, no,
take
no, no,
Areola
no.
all day long, Doug.
No, if I got Areola or Pope, right, I'd be happy. I'd rather have Pope, to be
Oh,
honest.
see, me not.
I,
Why?
I
Why? I
would.
think
I
Areola is so
think
much better.
he's been one of the best goalkeepers in the Premier League this year, and it sounds crazy that his team got relegated, but he has. He's
But
been
that was the same.
fantastic.
But that's a repeat situation. That's like a Freaky Friday situation of Areola playing for Fulham, not keeping them up, going down,
Yeah,
but being like top goal scorer. Like
had a
they're
good
both in
season.
the same
Exactly.
camp.
Look, I'm not going to be disappointed if we don't get Pope and we get Areola. But if I had a choice between the two and it was on the table, yeah, which one do you want? I would take Pope. Would I?
No way.
I'd like both of them. Be honest, I'd like both of them. But
Imagine,
I would take
imagine
Pope.
if we had Fabianski, Pope, and Areola next
Yeah, I
season.
know.
That would
Yeah,
be
too
nuts.
much to ask for, Peter.
No,
Too much
but
to ask.
then imagine, then I know, but we can imagine on here. Then imagine you had Bowen on the right, Lingard on the left, you had Suchek and you had Rice, but you had the likes of Phillips or Ruben Loftus-Cheek coming on off the bench. That would be happy to me. And then like for
Mm.
striker, you had Antonio, you had Nunez, or you had Emilian Dennis, Manuel Dennis. If we can do those things right there, the vortex, the matrix, like, whoa, matrix, we
It'd be all
would
sorts
be
of.
killing it.
We would be right. We have to. It's one of them wait and see moments, isn't it, with Moyes? He might have players lined up and we don't know about. We
Rob Newman better, Doc. He better. He better. If he doesn't,
No, I don't think he
I'm
is.
going
I
over
don't think
there.
Areola's a lot better than Pope. I think they could be on par. They're both good keepers. I'm not saying that, Hammer, but I just like Pope because the saves
No.
I've seen him. Now all we've got with Areola is he pulled off one great save in the
I
Europa,
know
didn't
that
he?
when he
And
was
that
going
and
the
that
other
kept us
way
in
in
the
bus.
competition.
I know. I
Kept
know.
us in the competition. Save of the
Yeah.
season, no doubt
Yeah.
about it. But I've
Yeah.
seen Pope do that week in and week out for months now, and I do believe Burnley would have been relegated a month ago if it weren't for him. So
Yeah,
that's the only difference, you know.
yeah,
He's
but
had more to do, obviously.
Pope
Pope's
did
had more
that,
to
but
do than fucking Areola. That's the
No,
point. Too.
bollocks. Areola did the same thing with Fulham Dog, and they got relegated. Now let me show you this. Rob
Mm.
Newman, Mister Robbie Dobby Newman, Mister Rab Newman. Newman is facing his first full summer, sorry, in his role as the head of recruitment at the club, and he can ill afford to get this summer wrong. Indeed, there is
Absolutely.
next to no hope of making up for the mistakes or any mistakes at that matter in the January transfer window, as this
No.
will open just 10 days after the 2022 World Cup. So he's already done made mistakes in like the last January transfer window. He only has 10 days to get it right in the next January transfer window. So all the buying he does has to be this season. And
Yeah.
in that saying, the players who go deep into the tournament may impress scouts, but they will also be physically and potentially mentally shot like Suchek was at the end of this season. There is ability, no time to wait here. We have told you that the club are trying to get a deal over the line for the Agard boy, and there is hope that that transfer will be completed. There's no room for the Hammers to get this summer wrong, particularly if the club want to keep challenging for European football next season. The pressure is on for both Newman and Moyes. I agree with
Mm.
that wholeheartedly.
Of course it is. Of course it
Yeah,
is. I think if we get it right in the summer, next January doesn't matter because we're not buying.
you're
We won't
right.
be buying anyone next January. Don't
You're
need
right.
to.
Don't
That's
just
what we've
let
got
it
to
go
do.
by. Yeah, like cause remember when like the World Cup was, I forget when it was, but it was like an earlier World Cup, and they had that boy, the Brazilian boy named Kleberson. He was supposed to be the talk of the town. Kleberson, oh Kleberson, this that Kleberson, 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 Kleberson. He went to Manchester United. He did that, Doc. He did not do anything, and it was like, why did you get all your money in one, like eggs in one basket, money in one wallet? Like, whoa, let's give it to him. See what he. Kieran, that Kleberson boy, he did nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
And it's like the
He's been over
World
it.
Cup or the Euros, they can be a false sense of judgment when you think, oh, yeah, they can be world beaters, but you saw how much of a world beater the what was his name, Van Gaal, who like managed Manchester United. He was shite. He had a good spell with Holland. That was it. That was it. Like he was
Yeah,
absolute
but
shite when it got down to
yeah, but
managing Manchester United, dog.
to be fair to him and all the other managers that went there,
Let's
Man
have it.
United are they're a basket case, and none of them can
Yeah,
succeed. It's a mess,
yeah. No,
and
yeah,
the
yeah. You're
place
right.
is a mess, no matter how good you are.
You're
And
right.
even Mourinho, struggled there because it's all
I
over the
know.
place.
I know. There's some
Well, Ten
pump. There.
Hag, let's
Yeah.
put it this way: Ten Hag
Yeah.
is the manager I wanted at West Ham before
I
Moyes
remember
came.
you saying that. Yeah.
He's a great manager and had a great Ajax team, and he's exciting to watch. And if he can't sort it out at Man United, no one will. They'll carry on being a mess.
Yeah. No. It was a some pump of affairs. Like when you see these certain managers like Mourinho, Van Gaal, all of them, even Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, it's it's ruins because even they could be trying to get the best out of them, but the team is just deflated. Like they're just on. They're not the same as they used to be, and I think the players are feeling that because they walk into top-notch training ground, top-notch facilities. They walk into like playing for a club that has been the richest club in the world for so many years. They're doing this, that, and the third, and they're not able to perform. And it's
Look,
dire straits. It's dire
yeah,
straits, and yeah, I agree with you.
you need the manager. The manager
To
has to be
guide. Yep,
bigger than the players, right?
yep.
To manage a team like that. And if
You're
you
right.
watch Conte, Tottenham were a basket case before January,
Not
right?
many.
And
Not many.
Conte, Conte had turned up and he just won. What the fuck have I took on here? And he basically said that in the press conference.
He's
And
turned it around, though, any Karen. He's
he
turned it
brings in
around.
two players, that Kulichevsky and that Bentancur,
Hmm.
and mate, Tottenham have looked good of recent, and they
Yep, they
got
have
top
done.
four.
They
Now,
have done.
Conte again will push on again next season. He'll bring more players in, and there'll be a better team for it because he's a
That's
top
just,
manager. Doesn't
that's
care
how he.
about how big the players are.
No, you're right. That's how he performs. He doesn't see the possible as impossible. He sees the possible or the impossible as a challenge to make it possible. And it's only mental limitations, to tell you the truth. And a lot of these players as well as managers, they don't have that mental stability or enlightenment to make the impossible possible, and he did. You know that, like it was the boy I said I was gonna call him Kieran, like how Peach called Titch and Titch called Peach. Like, no, I was gonna say to well, I did say to Clive about the one. What was his name? Robert Langsley or Robert Langston. It took him 2,000 years. Well, it took anybody 2,000 years to break the 1 mile meter challenge in the Olympics under 4 minutes. He won it at 3:59.4 seconds. That took over 2,000 years for one man to do that. After that, The next time it got broken, that record got broken was 48 days after that because they saw that somebody was able to do it. So Manchester United need that. They need that oomph of that in them as well as we do because I wouldn't put it past us winning the league next season, but we need that. You never know. It might be that person coming in for Stuart Pearce who we don't know. I so hope that's flipping Mark Noble. If that's Mark Noble, I will have a wank. I promise you, I will have a
No, I
wank.
don't
If
want it.
Mark Noble.
I don't want Noble anywhere near the club. Just
Oh,
don't have
I
a
do.
clue.
Oh, I do.
No,
If Mark Noble
no, no.
replaces Stuart Pearce, I'm having a wank and we're winning the
It's not
league, dog.
happening. It's not
100%.
happening.
And he'll get the signings right because he'll be in Robert Newman's here. He'll be in Moyes' here. Trust me.
I don't agree with that. I don't think Noble's
Oh,
got
I
any
do, Doc.
experience on that side of the game whatsoever. Let him
What do you
go
think
away.
he's been
If he wants
doing?
to stay in
What do you think
football,
he's been doing for the last like four, five, six,
no,
7
it's a
years?
massive difference, Coach, playing
How do
and
you
being involved
mean?
in the coaching. It's a
No,
massive difference.
no.
Massive.
He,
It
you
is
don't
massive.
think he's been giving advice to like your
Of course
Pellegrinis, to
he
your
can give
Billiches, and
advice.
this and that. And then when the
Every
players come in, he's like, "Oh, welcome to the
oh
club. You
God,
know, you're a
every
dickhead.
player
Welcome to the
there,
banter."
every
But he gets them
professional
right
there.
solved in, settled in, Doug.
No, every professional there can give advice to youngsters. They're all qualified, all of them. Right? It doesn't matter. He needs to go away and either decide whether he wants to get into football or not. And if he does, I'd like to see him go to a smaller club and do it there, and then come back to
No,
West
because we saw we
Ham.
saw what happened. Kieran, me and you are gonna fight on camera now. We saw what happened when who was it? Stuart Pearce. He went to Stevenage. What did he do with Stevenage? Nada. Like nothing. So it's like, why did he waste time
Because
going
I
there
did.
after getting his like badges, this, that, and the third? You should have just stayed at West Ham, done your due diligence, put your two things right. There you go. Get on with it. Like Dad. No, it
Where's he
wasn't
going now?
Stuart Pearce. That was Teddy Sheringham. That was Teddy Sheringham, Mr. Tottenham.
Yeah.
Rice needs to come to Tottenham. But it's like, and that, you know what? I think that was brought out of context. I don't think he said that. I think that was just brought out of context because whenever he's been on the, Talk Sport with the two numpties who I really hate, Simon Jordan and Danny Murphy, and three of them, Jamie O'Hara or whatever, they're like times million that, dog. And it's like it wasn't Stuart Pearce. It was Teddy Sheringham. He went, he got his badges, went to Stevenage, really didn't do two things. Then you got Paulo Di Canio, got his
Yeah, but
badges. Where did he go? He went to somewhere, then he went to Swindon, or did he just go straight to
yeah, but
Swindon?
the Canio was a fucking lunatic. I mean,
I
it's as
know,
simple as that.
I
It
know,
wouldn't have
I
him.
know,
It wouldn't have
I
him as a
know.
managing the burger stand.
I'm not saying I was. I was just like kind of pulling up a comparison. I was
No,
just
but
like,
the thing is, you learn a lot, Pete, when you go to these smaller clubs. You learn a hell of a lot. All the
yeah,
good managers have done that. You can learn a lot without achieving much. You can learn and learn by your mistakes as well. So
yeah.
just
Like we haven't even Jay
move
Lee,
on.
who's a Manchester United supporter through and through, saying Neville is a prick in it. Like Pete's like
Well, I
he
don't
like
know, Pete. I don't know what Neville
yes.
said. What did Neville say in essence?
I
I
will
don't know
tell
what he
you
said.
exactly what Neville said, Doc. I will tell you exactly what Neville said.
I
Neville
was
is a
sleeping when this all
I
kicked off.
I know I know I know I know I
But I
know
don't.
a lot of other
But you've got
people
to take
are.
it. You've got to take in the context what Neville says. It's just an opinion, and it could be right.
No, he's
So
not.
I'm not going
No,
to
he's
say he's
not.
a prick until I hear what he said.
No, and you know what? I like Neville's show, that Box in the
He
Box
does
or
talk a
whatever
lot of
that.
sense to things.
I like that show that he has, but no, what he said today, it got my boil like it got my blood boiling. Sorry, not my boil blooding. It got my blood boiling, Doc. Hold on, I'll show you. Neville talks about rice. Neville talks about rice because I know Sheringham did, but so did he. It was all. It was like it was at the Sky Sports Player Awards. See, I hadn't even pulled it up yet, but now I'm starting to remember. It for West Ham. It was out. It was at the Sky Sports Player Awards, and he was saying if Rice ever wants to be a top quality player, he needs to leave West Ham. That's
Yeah.
basically what he said in a nutshell.
Well, he's right.
No, he's not. No, he's
Yes, he
not.
is.
No, he's
He's
not.
hang on.
No,
Yes,
he's
he
no,
is.
he's not. No, he's not.
He
Because the
is.
way our team are growing right now, we are the
Not
next
at
big
all.
thing. We are
How
the
are we
Don
growing?
Dadas.
We're not growing.
Yes, we are. How do
We're
you mean?
holding our
We
own.
got rid of. Do you understand? Like, getting rid of Stuart Pearce is like getting rid of Declan Rice. I don't care what anybody says. That's a big move because Stuart Pearce has so much influence on that training ground.
Well,
You got
only
Kevin
what you
Nolan, you
believe.
got
You don't know.
Stuart Pearce, then you got Naveen, and you got Moyes. Brethren, I'm showing you. Trust me.
No,
Stuart
but you trust
Pearce,
me.
I
What
will.
Neville was saying is right.
Yeah.
If he wants to be remembered in history, right, he's not going to do it at West Ham. He has to go
No, he
to
doesn't.
a big
Nope.
club around
Nope.
Europe, whether that be Man City, Barcelona, Real Madrid, even a Chelsea or a Liverpool. That's where he needs to be, right?
Okay,
To win things, to win
so let
things.
me let me ask you: if we win the league next season, which you don't
We're
think we
not
will,
winning
and
the league
like
next season.
99.999%
We're not
of other
winning the
people
league.
think we will, but if we do, let's say we win the league next season and we finish in
If we do,
Champions
if
League,
we go to the moon next year,
like
what does that mean? If we do,
Declan Rice is on Jupiter, dog. He's not going. He's chilling with like Happy Hammerette,
right?
dog. He's not going nowhere, dog. Like, and it's possible, man. It's you don't understand what I see and I feel. I feel this club going in the right direction. I know
We're
we
not.
moved a step down. We lost like, and that's what Neville was saying. It was like, oh, so disgusting. They finished with like 52 points like the last season, like 60 something this season. No, 60 something last season, 52 this season. Oh, what a disgrace. And then he's like, oh yeah, Rice only got like, what was it, so many goals this season and then one less goal. Well, no, Rice got so many goals last season and then one less goal this season. And he's like complaining about it. I'm like, are you bananas? Like, go talk to like
I'd have to watch
Dole
what he
Dole
said
or Dole
exactly.
or whatever,
To,
dog. Look it up. It's
right?
real,
I'll
man.
have to
It's
watch
real.
exactly what he said, right? To really critique it, or but I'm telling you now, right? If Bryce wants to match the ambition he has by winning everything, which is what he said in that interview, he's not going to do it at West Ham. He's got to move, and he will move. It's just whether when he does it. It's all a matter about when, and I think it'll be the end of next season. But if a massive offer came in from Man City this year with 120 plus, I would take it. I would
No,
sell
I
him
wouldn't.
and build the team.
Yo,
Don't be
watch
scared
this.
of selling him.
Hammerhead, I am something on tonight, and that's West Ham through and through. Watch this. When Cristiano left Manchester United, the first time, it didn't have an impact on the club because everyone knew what was happening. There was no sort of wondering what was happening. There was no speculation. I think West Ham and Declan Rice could afford to do that with this one because everybody recognizes that it's probably going to happen anyways. Piss off, Gary Neville. We hate you, Gary Neville. We hate you, we do. Gary Neville, don't watch West Ham. Just watch Man U. West Ham not willing to follow Manchester United's tactics with Cristiano, stupid Ronaldo. Boom. Gary Neville's Cristiano Ronaldo advice is going to fall on deaf ears as David Moyes has confirmed the Hammers will not sell Bryce in the summer. Bops, he insists that the midfielder has over 3 years left on his contract and will not be let go of, even though he has rejected another extension offer. The Hammers manager said via The Independent, we certainly didn't say that. Unless you've got who said it when they said it, then I can't say that they said it. We've not got an answer. Really, have we? I've said it, and I think we have said what we think. We like Deck, and he likes us. He got 3 years done left on his contract to go on his contract, so I don't think there's going to be any big panic. Declan's staying at West Ham. We're winning the league. We're winning the Europa League. We're winning the Champions League. We're winning flipping Christmas. We're winning Easter. We're taking the Easter Bunny out. The Tooth Fairy, sorry, taking you out too. We're taking all of them out, dog. Like, real talk. Like, it's happening. It's the West Ham Revolution, dog. I need to get shirts made up. What's the nickname for Melbourne? Melly?
Melbourne.
No, but don't they have a nickname? Like Canada have Canucks. Don't you have or no, you got Oz, don't you? Wizard of Oz. So yeah, Wizard of Oz Revolution. Wizard of Oz Revolution. Done. Done. Wizard of Oz Revolution hammers. Nostradamus knows. Trust me, I get on those things like, how you mean, man? You're the Nostradamus of Oz, straight up.
Yeah.
And then Mr. E20's own TV. What do you say, my G? You're in the background. You're in the background. You're in the background. But you're still here. You're still here, but you're in the background.
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. I'm just looking at the inflation prices on fucking trains.
I thought you won some money the other day, boy. I thought you'd be living it up, dog. Straight up. Like, yo, brothels and all, dog. How do you mean? Tottenham Court Road, dog. How do you mean, dog? Like, yo, I ain't even playing with you, man. Yo, we certainly didn't say that yet. And I said that we got 3.5 years to go. Yo, this is one of the big issues and seriously troubled for Manchester United facing. Please allow this new school coach, Mr. Toucan Sam, to select the players he needs, not the stupid and rubbish biased selfish interests that you people need. I agree with that, but I agree with you, Kieran. I think Manchester United's thing is like a cut deep, like that's severed. That's like they're gonna need they're gonna need a whole turnover, like a tsunami. Honestly.
Well, Ten Hag is going to be brought in there to rebuild it. And,
No, absolutely. And why'd you rate him? Why? Like what makes you rate him so much?
Because I remember watching him before Moyes came to West Ham. I was watching a lot of Ajax then, and the team he had and the football they were playing was fabulous, absolutely fabulous. I thought they could have won the. I thought they could have won the Champions League that year, and I think they got knocked out in the semi-final. They should have won it. They were so exciting to watch. Such a good side. And I wanted him to come to West Ham. I wanted West Ham to be brave and go there. And I doubt he would have come, but they didn't. They brought in Moyes. So he's a manager I've always wanted at West Ham because of the exciting football he plays. And there you go. And he's at Man United now. So he's got a hell of a job on his hand there. They brought in so many big managers that failed there because the place is a fucking basket case. It's all over the place. So I don't know how he's going to go. I think he's going to. I reckon he has to be bigger than the egos in the team, and I think he is. And I think that's where he might have an advantage there, and he might be able to sort coming out and bring in players that are going to work for the team and not just worry about.
So, do you think he manages them like he micromanages like the players that we have right now?
I mean, look at Allaire. Allaire went there and was on fire.
Yeah.
Because he played to his strengths, and he ended up.
I didn't think Allaire was on fire. No, Allaire was not on fire,
he's done it in the Champions League as well, mate.
Allaire is shit, dog. Allaire can only cut it in like Ajax League. He could have cut it in the Prem, dog. Not a chance. You can't talk to me about them things, dog.
He's not good. He doesn't suit Moyes' system, and
he doesn't suit the Premier League. The Premier League is a different type of ball playing than every other league in the world. Allaire was not good enough. Simple as. Jemba was not good enough for Manchester United. Simple as. I honestly like. Kieran, look at my glasses, dog. Where's my glasses at, dog? Look at my glasses, dog. Look, they're not even like tricolor, no nothing color. Look at my glasses, dog. Like, I'm seeing real things. Just saying. James, what are you saying about Allaire, dog? I want to hear this.
I'm drinking me JD in peace. You
I
carry
don't
it.
know. I want to hear. I want to hear what you have to say about Hilaire, dog. I want to hear you ruffle some feathers, dog. Straight up.
I actually
But
liked Halle, mate, if I'm honest.
oh, both of you are bollocks. No
No,
way.
you don't see what he's got. My boys didn't
No,
want him.
neither did the
That's it.
Premier League see what he's got. Nobody saw what he's got, but then when he goes to Ajax, oh, he's such a good player. Let's send like Jermaine Defoe to like the MLS. Oh, what a good player. But no, I can't compare that because he was a dope player for us. But it's like you got other players. Oh, you know the boy? What is his name? I want to say Altoid, but his name's not Altoid. But he played
Uh,
for Southampton. What's his
oh,
name,
oh,
Ken?
um,
Or
Tadic.
what's his name?
Tadic, you on about?
No.
Yeah.
His name was no. He was a big boy. He was a big boy, dog. Big boy striker. Looked like Antonio. Big boy striker, and
Well,
he
mate,
played for like Southampton or uh,
well,
um,
when you mention that name, Tadic, mate, he went to Ajax under 10 Hag, and he was
Alatroid.
unbelievable. He was
Alatroid.
fabulous.
What was his name? Alatoid.
Hemorrhoid.
Altroid. Come again?
Hemorrhoid.
Yeah, hemorrhoid. I
No,
think he's
piss
had a
off,
few of
dog.
them.
I'm gonna find his name out right now. Hold on. I ain't even playing. He was dope in the
He's giving
MLS,
me
but he was
fucking
shit
hemorrhoids,
in the
Pete, I tell
Premier
you.
League, dog. He played for like Southampton or some shit, dog. Real talk.
Fucking Barney's name.
Uh,
Where's he going to find it? Under the bed.
he's going to put out his sticker book from 2020.
Right.
Oh, I need a drink.
Yeah,
Mm.
same there. It's only 11 in the morning. Cheers.
What we like, remember, it's 2:10 here. It's 11 in the morning, and this is what Pete does to us, turns us to alcohol. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, just talking to Pete turns you to fucking alcohol.
Oh dear, fucking hell. He's ever so happy, isn't he, Pete? What do you make of that news today or tonight, Kieran?
I've only just got out of bed a couple of hours ago, so I missed it all, James. Right, and then I see someone put up that maybe Suchek and Ben Rama, you know, they're open for offers. I mean, is this a true statement or is it just conjecture?
I think it's true myself. I think there's an
I know
element
you
of truth
think it is,
behind it.
but it's not an official statement, is it?
It's not official, but it ain't going to be official, is it? It's not going to say openly and say that we're going to accept offers, but I do believe there's some body behind it. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, there could be. There could be.
I think Suchek with a new deal. West Ham are reluctant to give him a new deal for some reason, and I think he could go. The Ben Rama one, I just don't think he gets on with Moyes.
I think the only way Ben Rama goes is if you've got a ready-made replacement, a left winger with pace that can straight in. You know, you get your money back for Ben Rama, and then you replace him with a player for similar money. But he's an upgrade. He has to be an upgrade because we're playing him on the left wing, and to me, he's not a left winger, right? I don't see it. He hasn't got the pace to get past. He's got the trickery, but not the pace. I'd love to have a left winger with pace. Ben Rama should be floating about the middle somewhere, and Moyes don't want to play him that way. I don't think he suits. I don't think he suits Moyes. I don't think he's going to ever suit Moyes. So I could see that happening if you had a ready-made replacement. But I don't agree with selling players where we're going to lose 4 or 5 players as it is. We can't be selling more because it makes the amount of players you've got to bring in. You've got to bring it up to 8, 9, and 10 if we start selling off what we've got. That can do a job.
It just smells. It smells of GSB being tight, mate. For me, it really does.
Yeah. I just don't want to. I don't want to use everything to blame them, though. This is, I think, with Moyes, he's a strange boy at times. Like I said, Haller to me is a good striker. I think he is a good player. But I knew straight away, and I knew really early on that Moyes didn't want him, and it didn't matter what he did, he was going to get rid of him, and he did. And he got rid of Anderson, at the time, he didn't think he suited him.
The problem,
Fair enough with Anderson, he was really shit at that stage. But
yeah, but the problem
don't
is
know it
though.
was.
The problem is though, is that why would you get rid of two of your
What
first
did I
teamers?
say, Doug? What did I say?
No,
Sorry to
exactly,
interrupt.
exactly. If we're thin enough as it is, I don't see why you would. I don't
What
see
did
why
I
that would
say,
be
Doug?
true.
What did I say? I said Altoid. I said Altroid. I said all those things. Yeah. Was I that far
What's
off,
the
Doug?
reckon?
Was I far that off?
What's his name?
Altador.
Smith.
Jose Altador, dog. Jose Altador Smith.
Oh, that's it.
I told you, dog. Jose Altador Johnson. Jose Altador Patel. I done told you I got it right, dog. Jose Altador. He
Never heard of
was
him.
he was like a Michael Antonio, dog. He was wicked, dog. He was anyway. Sorry, go on to say what you were saying. I'm gonna nip out. Have like 2 puffs of smoke. I'll be back. Real talk. 100. Hold up.
No, I've never heard of him.
No, but no, he's an American. He's an American striker. He owns a Altador. He's on about.
I've heard of out the door, but not out the door.
That's probably
Never heard of
Peachy's dealer or something.
him.
It's probably Peachy's biggest supplier. I don't know. I just feel that this is coming out of both. It's a bit of a strange coincidence that Pierce leaves a day before.
Yeah, that's the strange one. You know, obviously he's had an offer. I look at that straight away and go, he's had an offer for something better and an upgrade to, or he's had a fallout.
Yeah.
One or the other. You know, I don't think
I
he's
think
leaving just to walk away. There's a fallout or he's had an offer. One or the other.
I think if it's an offer, we will know by the end of the week if he's in there, because he should be, shouldn't he?
You would think you'd find out. I don't know if you will. I'd like to say Forest would be a good shout for him.
Yeah.
But they're not promoted yet, are they, Forest? They're still in the
Saturday.
final, aren't they?
Saturday. Fun.
Yeah. So if he was thinking of Forest, you know, as going assistant manager or head coach or whatever, I would have thought that would have been done, you know, if they were guaranteed promotion. And so yeah, who knows?
I don't know. It's something not right there. It has to be, because I thought he was very comfortable in his job.
Yeah. Like I say, there could have been a bust up. You know, who knows? Maybe he was on the line, you know, side against Brighton, going to Moyes. For fuck's sake, will you change something? Change something on the 60th minute. Get fucking Perkins on. Move Bowen to the fucking left. Put him in the middle. Do something. And maybe Moyes wouldn't. And he went, well, fuck you. I had enough of this. It could be something like that.
How many signings? How many signings do you reckon we need, Kieran?
I think we need at least 6. And I think because we got a thin squad and we're losing at least 4, maybe 5. Well, fuck me. Just to stand still, I think we need 6. And that's going to want that many players or need that many players to bring in. It's huge. That's a hell of a job to do. Unless you've already got 3 or 4 lined up.
West Ham don't do this.
That Newman has to earn his money this window. I think it's going to be the most important window we've had for fucking a long, long time. And it isn't all about spending big bucks. The recruitment is going to define our season next year. It's as simple as that. Because if the recruitment ain't right, we could drop below the 10th spot easy. We have to get that recruitment right. Because there's players there that we have to replace. And
who's leaving? You got Fredericks, Maz, Noble, Krau, Yarmolenko.
Yeah.
You got 5 leaving, and we need at least double that, don't we?
Well, we do in reality, but the reality is we're not going to get double that.
Yeah.
So the 6 is the minimum we need. But even 6 is a big ask to bring in 6 new players, unless you're promoting the youth. And he's shown no indication that the youth are going to be part of it, because he's not blooded hardly any of them in that, in games where he could have done. He could
I
have
don't
blooded
think
them in.
I don't think he's going to
No,
touch the youth, mate.
I just don't think they're either not good enough, James, right? They're not good enough, or he's just got no intentions of trying them out.
Do you think that with our academy and the academy that we've had over the years, with like all the players that's come through, do you think us as fans overhype our youngsters?
Of course they are. Of course we are. But I'll tell you now, James, right? In my day, right, we didn't have an under-23s. We had the reserve team. And what happened to the reserve team was when you couldn't have so many subs or people on the bench, them players, top professionals, would play in the reserves. So you had that standard of top players and youngsters playing in it. And it upped the reserve team standard was so much higher than this under-23s. So much. And these days now you've got under-23s, and people say, "Oh, well, it's the Premier League too." So if they have a good game and score a few goals in a month, oh fuck that, get them into the. They're nowhere near the level of that under-23s is nowhere near Premier League level, right? If you said the Premier League is number 10 and say the Championship is 7, I'd say the under-23s are about 4 or 5. 4. That's the difference of the step up from under-23 to the Premier League. It's massive.
I would class it as national league level.
Yes, I reckon you could get national league teams come in, play against our under-23s, all the under-23s in the league, and give them a game and probably win most. I really do. So this is what we're talking here. People just presume that because it's called Premier League 2, doing well in the under-23s, we can throw them in. And I don't think we can, unless they're an exceptional in that, really exceptional. And Johnson's done all right. He's come in and done a good job. Do I think he's going to be West Ham's future right back for the next 5 years? No, I don't.
Nah.
I think he's good. I just don't think he's that good. So if he's tried it with him and he's done all right and he's played better on the left than he has on the fucking right. But Yoko Flexes and Perkins and Elise's, yes, they should have been blooded. If you're intending to play them this year, they should have been tried out here and there. And we had chances to do it, and we didn't. So it's either Moyes is too reluctant, or they're not up to standard. One or the other. And I don't, I can't. Only Moyes can tell you that. Yeah.
I think he's being stubborn though in certain things.
Yeah. I think that's part of it, man. He's a stubborn fucker.
You know what, though? Yes, but... Oh, no, it's echoing. Hold on. Oh, I gotta go out and come back in. Fucking hell, I got 2 of me in here. I apologize. Hold on, I'll be back.
Like, one's enough.
I don't know what I don't know. Unless they've got 4 deals already lined up. I'm hoping that they've got 4 free transfers on the 1st of July, and then or even 1st of June.
When's that window open, James?
I think it's either the 1st of June or 1st of July. It's one of the 2. Right. It'd be pretty soon. It'd be pretty soon because the season starts.
You'd think June then. It'd have to be June,
yeah.
Couple of weeks.
Because the season starts on August the 4th, I think.
Yeah, starts early, didn't it, this year because of the World Cup politics?
Yeah, so we're going to have to get their business in order. 10th of June, as Hammerhead says there. So, but I think free transfers, you get like a, they can sort of announce it. Cause I see something today with Kamara, who's gone to Villa from Marseille. Don't know why he's gone there, but 175k a week says it all to me. And we need to get some players in. And Newman's got to earn some. He's got some money.
I want to see him early, James, because I want to see these players. Because, like you said, we need to bring 6 players in minimum, right? For me, but I want to see them have a pre-season. It's no good bringing them in the last week. Have a pre-season with West Ham. Get bedded in for fuck's sake, and let's see what we get. Now,
but do you know what? Do you know what I can't work out is why would you bring in 6 or 8 or whatever and we've got to gel them into the team. And when we've got a fucking team, when we've got a team to gel them into, like, because they're going to be in it.
You know that thing that is up for sale. Was Vlasic on that list? No.
I think Vlasic is in there. Yeah, I think they're looking. Right. I think Vlasic is in there. Randolph's in there. Mazuaku, I think's on the list.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're up to really. Part of me thinks that the owners ain't going to pay no money into the club, and he's got to generate funds from somewhere. Right? They probably said you can get as many free transfers as you like, but we're not going to give you any funding because they're selling in 2023. Now, let's be honest. Declan and Bowen are the prize assets.
Yeah.
You take them out. What other players can you sort of raise funds on? Souček and Benrahma. Like, I don't think they'd ever sell Fornals for the because he's just not.
He's all his money. Fornals, you get a decent thing, but nothing major.
Yeah, nothing major. And I think that they've looked at it and gone, and it could possibly be this is where the Stuart Pearce thing comes into it. It could possibly be that Stuart Pearce has said to Royce, like, what's going on in regards of like next year, and he's probably said that they ain't going to give us no money. Like it could be.
It could be. You want to hope fucking not, James, but but you can only surmise on that until we know. We don't know, do we? You know what I mean? Because you know, look, if we're talking about 6 players, mate, we've got to be spending 80 to 100 million, and if we don't, we're going backwards, aren't we? We're going to be going backwards next season.
I've got no faith though that we're going to get 80 million though.
No, I haven't got any faith in it, but that's what we need.
Yeah.
There's no faith in it. Common sense tells you like Newcastle are going to spend reasonably heavy. They're going to improve. Aston Villa will improve. You presume Wolves will do because they've had a bloody poor season in their.
Everton definitely will.
Tottenham, I think, will be stronger under Conte next year. I think Arsenal will be stronger. So we could be struggling if we don't spend well and recruit well. We could be struggling to keep in the top 10. Leicester will do better, I would imagine, because they've had a poor season really in their standards. So
even Everton,
we can't afford to sit on our hands here. You're standing still. You can't stand still because you go backwards, as you know, right? You can't. You've got to push on forward. If these owners still haven't got the money to do that, then they're never going to have the money to do that. Never.
But do you think though because they're looking at selling in 2023, why would they pump in a lot of dough?
No. If you go down that avenue, they want to sell. They're definitely going to sell it. They don't. Of course they won't. Why would they? No. But and if they haven't got a buyer lined up, it makes it more attractive to keep that European thing going for another season. To stay in, qualify again for European football. It makes us more attractive to buy. I don't believe Krasinski's the boy that's going to buy us. I don't, why would I? I did. He may be. He may not. But I wouldn't. Bank on it.
I don't know. I've got a feeling he will buy it. I reckon that deal's been struck. To buy West Ham, but but he can't do nothing till 2023. That's what I think he is.
Well, I think it's like if all these other clubs can find money, then why can't we? To spend, the amount of money Everton have spent in recent years and been an absolute failure, really. Villa spend more than us, I think. Why? Why can't we find the money to spend? What's wrong that we can't find it?
Unless we're in a lot of debt.
Which we probably are, James. We probably are in debt. We probably still owe them 100 million or so.
That's where the Declan Rice thing. I heard what you said earlier about Declan. If a bid come in would it be the right time to sell him? I'm with you on that sort of thing.
I would. I'd sell him. I wouldn't be scared of selling him. You know.
Mm.
So if 120 plus come in, I'd take it and build on it. You have to. You don't. I don't believe that you'd sell him for them to take the money and fuck off. No, but that money
That's
then.
the fear I have.
We just have to get over it.
My fear next year is we get a bid in, they sell him, they sell the club, and it goes with the club because he's an asset. So he's part of the club, and then they roll off into the sunset and leave the new owner to pick up the pieces, basically.
You know what? Oh, am I echoing?
Yes, Peach.
Fucking dicks. Hold on, not you guys. My computers is dicks, man. They're dicks and like carrots and like bananas and eggplants out at the same time, dog. I'll be right back up. Hold up. Fucking jokes, man. I tried to sign in on Firefox, Google. I don't know what's going on. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Maybe if I do this. Hold up. Hey, Google. Power off. Say power off this motherfucking shit, dog. Sorry, I'm not sure if you were talking to me. I am talking to you, Google. Yo, Google. Hey, Google. Power the fuck off. Hey, Google. Nothing. Hold up. Hey, Google. Oh, I don't even have like a thing on this. I can't even get it on, dog. Hey, Google.
Well, you're not echoing. You're not echoing there, mate. You stopped echoing.
Hold on. Hold on. We. Yo, hold on. Now I can still hear myself echoing. It sucks. I hate hearing my voice, dog. Piss off, Cheech.
Yeah. So do we.
I can imagine. Straight up. Yo, we all love a bit of JD. We all love a bit of JD. Jonathan David will be West Ham's Messi. We all love a bit of JD. We all love a bit of JD. Jonathan David will be West Ham's Messi. I honestly think that. I think he will be the catalyst. That'll be our big signing.
We'll see.
We need to get him in, boys.
Our big signing will be Pope. I told you it'd be Pope. That's our big signing.
Fuck Pope. Right to that Pope. No, thank you, Doc.
Peach, you're turning me to whiskey, mate. I'm letting you know that.
Well, hey. I've had worse people. I've not worse people. I take that back. I've had people say worse. I've had people tell me like, "Yo, you turn me to like acid. You turn me to like, yo, want to jump off bridge type things, dog. Like you're just talking nonsense." We gotta get through these comments. Hold up. Rebecca's in the place. Halle, she's having a laugh.
The last time I had a hip flask, I was going into the chicken run.
Yeah.
What happened?
I need a hip flask.
I was the only one to go in there and have a drink while you're watching the game. So
yeah, that's why I have it, mate.
Well, you guys are old motherfuckers, dog. How do you mean? Kieran, once again, regretting his life choices. Never. And Pete's Halaire's goals per minute ratio in the Premier League was bloody good. No, they weren't.
See?
They weren't. He's no. Totally agree here, Karen. Unless there's another Rice or Rooney, we won't see any youngsters. What about Aquaflex?
We don't know.
What about Chester's?
We don't
What
know.
about that Levi Willow, whatever, Tillo, Sillo, Nillo guy?
Levi Roots, reggae sauce.
What's that, my G?
Levi Roots, reggae sauce. I remember him.
Yeah, but We're talking about the left back. Doc. He's supposed to be good. He's on loan from Chelsea,
Look,
like all of the
if
players are.
any of these youngsters were a Rooney or a Rice, I think they would have played by now, and
It's a
they're not.
different game,
So
though, no.
you
Like
can blame
got-
Moyes for being a prick, or they're just not up to standard. It's one or
yeah,
the
but
other.
you
If I
got
don't believe you wouldn't play
whatchamacallit?
them if they were that good.
You
Then
got
yeah,
you got all these youngsters, and you got Daniel Konchesky saying one thing like, "Oh yeah, I want to invest in the youngins," and then you got Moyes who's not playing the youngins, and he wants like the 26, 30-year-olds. I don't. It's I don't know. We'll see.
well, we'll see.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see who takes Stuart Pearce's place. That's gonna be big news. That's gonna be big news. I promise you, man. I promise you. Like, if you look at Jonathan David, right? I'm not even playing with you. Attacking midfielder, center forward from Canada when he was born in Brooklyn and then moved to Haiti, but got like a Canadian citizenship. He's like he's played in literally all the French league matches. Like his goal ratio is phenomenal. Like if you look at his goal ratio, like in the Champions League alone, he averages like 6.3, but like out of 32 appearances, he scored 15 goals, which ain't bad. Out of 47 all appearances, he scored 18 goals, which ain't bad. Off the ball, magic. Passing, not that bad. Not that bad at all. 47% completion rate on passing.
That's not good.
Yeah, but it's good
That's
for a
pretty
striker.
poor. 80% plus you want passing, right? Not
I
47.
know, but then you got your Lanzinis, your Bowens, and your Fornals to make up for that, no? See?
Right,
I'm
then.
a salesman,
Right,
Doc.
Jonathan, you can have a game, right? But if you're passing shit, the other players will cover it.
How
Don't
many
worry
own
about it.
goals did he get? Nil. No. Nada. Karen,
That's
you
because
take this
he
boy to
doesn't come
fucking
back
the
and
other week.
fucking defend. That's why. He's fucking lazy.
I know, but we got Fornals to do that, and even Ben Ram is showing like trust and like James, like whatchamacallit,
Oh,
Fever,
Ben
aka J
Rama
Hustle,
Ben Rama
aka
can't defend
what
like
was the other
that.
one?
That's
Hammer
not his
Pods,
game.
everything. He has so many names, I don't know.
Wait,
But even Homeboy's
Ben
on whiskey
Rama's
right now
game is
because
to
we're
give
making
him
too
the
much
fucking
sense.
ball and let him do what he wants with it, right? That's his what. And this is why he doesn't suit Moyes, because Moyes doesn't give anyone that fucking luxury of just going, right, get out there and beat everyone and do it. He doesn't do that. He wants another 4 nails in Ben Rama. He doesn't suit. Because
Okay, so
Ben
what
Rama,
Daz is saying, he's saying
he loses
that a
out.
good championship player is worth 15 to
He ain't
25
gonna do it.
million nowadays. So do you think it's off of our rocker to like get the boy there, Joe Wohill, whatever his name, Wohill, for like what, 5 million? Because like we could get that Joe Worrell for like similar. There was another player we were after who's like, oh, he ain't championship, he played for an A. But like, what's the highest amount you'd pay for a championship player? Who's quality?
I would pay a good few quid for Brennan Johnson from Forest. I like
Who's
him.
that, Doug?
Brennan Johnson, the young lad.
Yeah,
He's decent. Well, obviously, King Lewis Potter, 30 million's a bit much for him.
what about Diaz? You think Diaz just had one good season and that's
Not
it?
for me, mate. Not for me. I'm
Alright.
not convinced.
All right.
He's had a change of like birth, and now he's a star striker for Chile. It don't make
Now
no sense.
think about the teams that got relegated. Who do you want to pick from Burnley? Who do you want to pick from Watford? Who do you want to pick from Norwich, Doc? Like, is there anybody?
I'll tell you who I would have from
Go on.
Burnley. He's Charlie Taylor. I think he's a good player. The right back. I think he's
He is
quite
a good
lively.
player. I remember seeing him now that you said that. Because I was
I would,
thinking
but
Connor,
probably the last
whatchamacallit?
position we need to worry
Gallagher.
about now is the right back, isn't it?
That's the only thing.
We haven't got,
What about
we've got cover there. at the moment right back. We've got 3 of them.
So you keep a hold of
left back
you
is
keep a
another.
hold of Fredericks then, right? Kieran.
Yeah, I would for next season as a squad player. I'd keep hold of
For the
Fred.
pace in it, yeah.
But I'd look at Soufal. See, Johnson, I don't believe is going to be the answer to our right backs in the next 4 or 5 years. I don't think he is, because his forward play, he's not quick enough. He's not a wing back, and I think we need wing in this modern game. You need your left and your right back to be wing backs, and I don't think young Johnson is. He's a good defender.
Do you think Connor Coventry's going? Do you think Connor Coventry's going to come back and play?
I keep hearing rumours about that. I heard where was he playing there, Johnny? He's had a good season, hasn't he?
Yeah, he went to MK Dons, didn't he? He started off at Peterborough and it didn't work out for him. He come back in January. He went to MK and he lost in the semi-final of the playoffs. He played pretty well for MK, I've got to admit.
Could be his level, though. That might be his level.
Yeah, I think. But saying that, fucking hell, we had Crow in the team, and what did he do? Not a lot. So I think if you had a choice between the two, you'd probably have Connor, wouldn't you?
Do you know when they brought Crow in, or when Moyes brought Crow in, I thought it was a really smart move, right? Really smart move to cover for Rice or Souček and rest Souček, rest Rice, or whatever it may be. But obviously not, right? He done everything but play him. You know, he done everything but play him. So I don't know how bad this boy can be in training. I don't know why Moyes brought him in not to play him. I know, I just can't understand it. You know, he must have just not impressed whatsoever. Absolutely not.
Oh, it is Charlie. For a second, I thought that was an old video.
Okay, now. Is that what happens when you turn up to CW?
I think Peach, are you talking? It looks like you're talking, but no one can hear you, bruv.
Yeah.
I think you said who you. Yeah, no one can hear you, bruv.
How you doing, Charlie?
I'm not a bad CD. How are you, bro?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. Just chilling.
Nothing, Peach. By the way, I can't hear a word you're saying.
Yeah.
So you two were having a lovely conversation, and I could just see Peach gesticulating in the background, and I was like, bruv, no one can hear a word you're saying. Mate, James is on a roll today. I don't think you understand the role James has been on today. Man's been just putting out content. You know what I mean? He's just doing bits on different platforms, bro.
I know. We figured out earlier that space, Charlie.
Bro, I saw you live, right? I was sitting watching TV and I saw you live. I was like, oh, what's going on? So I clicked on it. And I just found myself just sitting there having a little listen to everyone's little conversation because I saw, so when you were on, you speaking to Scott and then Costa and Tom and just enjoying listening to people, you know? Cameron.
Cameron come from nowhere. It's like, what? Hey guys, I'm not on that.
I respect it. No, it was good. I was listening to it. I was just having a little listen. I was watching TV and I saw you live, and then I just thought, oh, I'll have a little listen for a bit, and then flipping, it was good.
I thought, fuck it, I'm gonna go all out. I had Mitchell on earlier. And then that news come out, and then oh dear, you know what?
Yeah, because I saw the Mitchell video as well. I didn't watch all of it, but I saw I think the middle half or something. I saw I saw Farrell a chunk, and then I saw you live on that. Then I came here, and you were on it. I was like, man's just been out here today. Opinions left, right, and centre.
Charlie, this is the reason, mate. This is the reason why I've turned to Scotch. I'm fucking Scotch, mate.
Ben Rama might be out the door.
I know. And I'm commiserating. What do you make of all that, Charlie?
You got to take it with a
Right.
pinch of salt, haven't you?
I think we would be. The thing is, I think we would be incredibly stupid to sell Souček at this stage because I don't think we would get enough money for it to be worth it for us. Benrahma. The thing is, it's because Benrahma's probably because Samoy's Benrahma's probably a bench player, and in my head, I'm thinking, well, if he could get someone he really loves, but then again, I don't think he'd get the money that would be worth it for Benrahma either. It's a difficult one because I just don't see where the money is in those players. You know, not for what they're worth to the team. Because given the fact we don't have enough subs to begin with, and like you said earlier, James, we're moving to 5 subs now. Like, I feel like you can't get rid of Benrahma because that's just too important. He's like the only attacking player. If you're not starting him, he's going to come off the bench. Like we have, and even then, the chances are he could be starting. And so then it's either him or Lanzini. And so then you look at it in that sense, you go, well, you can't really let go of him. And Souček, unless you get a significant amount of money, then I don't think it's worth it because he's just too important and he's too perfect. You are not going to get another player who looks like he's been Frankenstein built for David Moyes than you are Thomas Souček. Let's be real about it. Name another defensive midfielder who's as good in the air, all that other stuff as he is. It's just not going to happen. I don't know. It's a difficult one. It'd have to be a lot. It would have to be a lot to make me even consider.
Yeah. You're right, Jan. Charlie, I don't take much notice of any of these bloody links we get and whatever. The only one I've took notice was King Lewis Potter because he went there to see him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, well, there's some credence in this then. Now, I haven't seen anything of this Lewis Potter. I've heard good things about him, whatever. But is he a natural replacement as a left winger? If he could get the money for Benrahma, I don't know, what's he valued at, this Lewis Potter? If he could get the money back on Benrahma and sell him and get him in, then to me that would work. And Lewis maybe that's what's in Moyes' head. I don't know.
King Lewis Potter's a good player, mate. I know a bit about him. I've done a few things on my channel. Even Charlie's been on it when we've spoke about King Lewis Potter. I like this kid. And I think if you take Benrahma out and put King Lewis Potter in, I think you've got a player who's going to get better, a lot better than Benny would get. If that makes sense. I think Benny's good, but I think King Lewis Potter can go up levels.
I think that's fair. My main concern would be, I think King Lewis Potter is the same as Benrahma in the sense of he's going to start wide and want to come more central, and I would be concerned in a team with Bowen in the way we play that's not going to happen. I think that's what you see with Benrahma.
He's left-footed, Charlie.
Is he? I always thought he was right. Oh, fair enough. I always thought he was right. My bad.
He's left-sided, left-footed, attacking winger, basically.
Yeah, he's like an inside forward. He comes in.
That's it,
that would suit. I think that would suit us at the moment. I think that's what we're lacking, is someone to get down the line and bring the ball over.
The only problem...
I've not watched him. I can't say.
Yeah.
The only problem with it is it's a major risk to get the player out of the Championship and just go, there you go, straight in the Prem.
Yeah.
Can you do it?
I think it's a risk. I'm not too concerned about the risk because I think it's a risk signing. I think that's a risk for anyone. I think if you sign anyone, it doesn't really matter where they come from. There's some element of risk about it. Even someone like Jesse Lingard, there's an element of risk about it. I think it's a case of how is the risk worth the reward. And again, like I said, I like as James said, we've done shows before. I like him as well. I haven't seen enough of him, but from what I have seen, I've really liked whenever I've seen him. But again, my concern would be the same thing would happen with Benrahma. Benrahma wants to cut in from the side, get in and around the D, in and around that sort of area, and pull the strings from there, taking shots from there. And King Lewis Potter is very much the same. And I would be concerned because we tend to play the way we play. Bowen doesn't get centrally enough some of the time anyway. That's what we saw against, in my opinion, against Brighton. There were times where he just wasn't involved, and you want to get him in and around those areas. And I think the same thing you could be said with Benrahma. He receives the ball wide, but it's way too advanced. He's in that area where you just have to cross the ball or nothing. And it's like, that's not really his strength. And it's the same with King Lewis Potter. And I would be concerned that would be something that would happen again. I think actually the smarter play is to get a number 10 who works for the team in a better way, and then you have someone out wide who can basically a number 10 who can take up that mantle of that attacking sort of output that we need from it, and then that way we can have a bit more balance to it. Because otherwise, I see it being the same issue yet again. To be honest,
I've got a feeling we're going to change the system next year. 4-3-3.
I think even if you change it to 4-3-3, it's the same issue. David Moyes isn't confident enough. I would be unbelievably shocked if David Moyes would ever be brave enough to have two wide players who both don't have that much defensive responsibilities. And I think at that stage, it's something that you're going to have to think about. So I think it doesn't really matter whether we play. In my opinion, I don't think it really matters whether we play 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1. I think it's the same thing comes up and up again. I think the only way it changes is if you play to a 3 at the back. Then we can have a conversation. Then I think, oh my God, you put Keane, Lewis, Potter, or even I would put Ben Rama there as well. But either of those two on the left, Bowen on the right, Antonio down the middle, and then you're having a grand old time in a 3-4-3. But if you're changing to a 4-3-3, I think it would be the exact same thing.
Thing is, though, what is like you heard what I was talking about earlier on the space, and I turned around and said it just smells of the owners being very skint. And
we're in debt, bro. We're in huge amounts of debt. We're in insane amounts of debt. We're in more debt now than we were when we bought their club. It's just
good news.
It's just the way it is. We haven't got money. They've had their businesses affected because of COVID and everything else. Like they don't want to. I'm not sure for certain they really want to spend that much to begin with. Anyway, we know what they're like, and then you get a situation where they've been hit, the club have been negatively hit, and we're in more debt than we ever have been. It's a situation for not spending. Like you were talking on the space, I heard you like you were talking about Tom, for example. You were talking about how much money you need to spend, and I've heard you say it a couple of times on here as well when I've been ducking in and out. And it's like I don't think our budget this season is going to be more than 50 million. I'm looking at it. I'm saying honestly, I think we're looking at it and saying that's potentially why they're looking at
selling
who you can sell, because realistically, there's not going to be that much money. I think we've got 50 mil probably, and that's thinking about it, maybe even at a push. And then you have to go, right, what can we make happen with it? Which makes it all the more insane to me that we're supposedly looking at this this centre back for 25 mil and all this other sort of stuff. I don't know. It's a wild situation, and it's difficult to see exactly what will happen.
That's so concerning, CW. If you when you put it like that, if we are that skint and 50 million's on the table and that's it. That is worrying because we're going to lose 4 or 5 players regardless of selling anyone for money.
Yeah.
And obviously then we've got 4 centre halves. We don't need a centre half. We have to get that port out of the way straight away then. We have to replace what we actually need. And 50 million's not going to get you much when you're losing 4 or 5 players straight away.
That's the fear.
If you start selling the silver, to bring players in, then fucking hell, we are in the shit.
That's what I said earlier, though, mate. My words, when I was doing the space earlier, and Charlie heard what I was saying on there, my words were, why would you sell 2 of your first teamers if you didn't need the money? You wouldn't do it. No, you wouldn't do it unless you need the money to bolster the squad. Like
that's the thing. It's the only one I can make sense from Moyes' perspective. I can make sense in my head Ben Rama, but I can't make sense Thomas Souček unless it is purely a money thing. Because unless there's rumblings that there is a club out there who seriously wants Souček and are willing to pay significant amounts of money, then all of a sudden I understand the idea of, all right, let's listen it out, let's hear it out. Because in a first season it made sense. Him and Rice, they worked well together. It was perfect. Second season, as Rice is gone on to do what he's gone on to do, then it makes a little bit less sense. And maybe, just maybe, there's rumors in the background of like, oh, well, we've heard this isn't accurate, by the way, this is just me plucking a team. Napoli it's sort of interested and they're thinking 40 million. Then all of a sudden I understand Moyes going, okay, well, we can listen to offers. We can see what's available here because we can maybe make some pieces move or whatever. But I can't, unless that's the case, then I don't understand it at all.
If I turned around and said to you, Charlie, I think you probably might have heard it earlier, what I said on the space. If I said Souček and Benrahma out, Rafinha and Phillips in. That's an upgrade, isn't it?
Yeah. It's also probably it's probably also most of our budget, but yeah, yeah.
But you can understand what I'm saying. If you're going to get rid of them,
Yeah,
you've got to upgrade on them, haven't you?
You still upgrade, yeah. You have to upgrade.
you do. But I can't. It's like the question of how much would we get for them? Like I've heard like all the numbers you guys have been putting around, and it's like I couldn't see Benrahma going for any more than 20, 25 million, and Souček I couldn't see going for any more than probably 20, 25 million as well. Is that what he's worth? No, probably not. I think both of those players are worth more, but I don't reckon. But from who? That's the problem.
I think you'd get about. I think you could get 40 million from him, Charlie Souček.
From who?
You get 30. I think you
Good
might
question.
get 30.
Because the thing is with players.
Benrahma, that's about it.
Yeah. I think actually, if you said to David Moyes, you can get your money back from what you spent on Benrahma, he would take it in an instant. But I feel like realistically, and the thing is with Souček as well, he's such a specific player. Like he's not. It's not like buying Basuma and DD. Like it's not buying like an archetypal defensive midfielder. Do you know what I mean? It's not like you go, okay, we need a defensive midfielder. We need someone who's going to screen him back in front of the back four. Thomas Souček's the guy. I think he's such a specific type of player who plays in a specific type of way that actually I don't know how many clubs there are out there that would be willing to put the money in it would take to buy Thomas Souček. Now, you could make the argument that there's not that many players like Thomas Souček, and so realistically, if there is a club who is interested in him, they would probably be willing to pay slightly more because here's a guy who's proven he can score bag loads in the Premier League if he's used correctly. That's worth a lot if we're looking for that type of player. But I don't think there's a team out there who would spend that kind of money on Thomas Souček because realistically, as much as I agree, I think if you said to me, if I'm the manager, if Charlie Walsh is the manager, and you go, here's 40 million, what are you saying about Thomas Souček? I would heavily consider it, if not say yes straight away.
Yeah.
Really, a player is only worth as much as someone else is going to pay for him, and I don't reckon anyone would pay up. I think 25 would be very, very peak for Thomas Souček right now, because he's not. Who's he going to go to? He's not going to go to a top. He's not going to go to a top Champions League club. And at that point, who's spending 40 million on a defensive midfielder? Very, very few clubs. How much is Calvin Phillips going to go for? If Calvin Phillips was quoted at like 50 million, and that's including teams like Manchester City and that. Bro, who's going to spend 40 million on Thomas Souček? No one.
Could you see him? I think Souček in Manchester United's team would be a type of player, though, Charlie.
We'll see what happens with Ten Hag.
Yeah.
He's a guy who's going to come in with his own ideas, and I don't think he would suit in Ten Hag's Ajax team, but he could fit in a different Ten Hag team. So we'll see what he does. I mean, realistically, they've got 15,000 central midfielders there. We'll see what he decides to do and how he wants to go about it.
If we swap Souček for Fred? Take that one?
Great name for a start.
Yeah. Got to have a Fred in the team.
You got to have a Fred in your team. Do you remember the other Fred? The striker Fred? What a boy he was. No, I mean, I wouldn't let him go to personally, this is an insane thing to say. At this stage, I wouldn't sell anyone to Manchester United in the same way they wouldn't sell us Jesse Lingard. Not in a tit for tat kind of way, but more in a sort of like realistically, we don't know if they're our rivals next season yet. And I feel like if someone like, especially with a new manager coming in who's going to want to come in and build a style, and if he's looking for someone as specific as Thomas Souček, go and find another one. Go on, shoot, figure something out.
How much do you reckon we will spend in the summer, Charlie?
It's a good question. What, net or like just how, if you add up all of the signings?
Well, basically, basically the most expensive player that we're going to probably try and buy is going to be a striker, isn't it? So
I don't think we'll spend more than. I think 25 million is the most we'll spend on any one player at one time. I can't imagine it being otherwise. I can't. David Moyes isn't spending more than that on a single player. He's get a nosebleed. He won't know what to do with himself. If it's not a centre back, I don't think he's going to spend more than 20 million on him. He's a lunatic. I don't know.
It wouldn't surprise me if he didn't sign the striker.
It wouldn't surprise me either.
I'm telling you that now.
It honestly wouldn't surprise me either. If you said to me, we got a striker for 15 million or less, including a free transfer, and then that was it, then I wouldn't surprise me. But if you said to me, we didn't get a striker, I'd be like, yeah, no.
Would you be surprised, and I've said this on E20, that West Ham go out and get a load of wingers?
Bro, we love attacking midfielders. You know this.
Yeah.
Bro, David Sullivan. Look, David Sullivan's got potentially less than 12 months left at the club. He's got potentially 2 more windows left. You're telling me he's not itching to get at least 3 more? Come on, he can get a couple more. Let's go.
100%, mate.
He wants it. He needs it. We're going to get at least 1 Brazilian. We'll get 2 wingers, 2 attacking midfield wingers types. He's loving it. He's loving it. He's got to leave a legacy. And that legacy is going to be a 34-year-old Brazilian from I don't know, Shakhtar, who comes in for like 4 mil. It's going to be a madness. I'm calling it right now. We'll get linked to expensive strikers, but I don't think we'll buy any.
Yeah. When we look, say, forward, right? If you look at Liverpool's front three, now Salah, do we all class him as the forward?
He's an inside forward, isn't he?
Yeah. But we never class Bowen as a forward. But he's basically plays in the same position. He's an inside forward.
Bowen arguably is just as much a striker as Mikel Antonio is for West Ham.
Yeah, exactly. So we really do have one. We just don't class him as one. And I think this is Moyes' DNA. He doesn't want an out-and-out forward. He wants a fluid front line. Mikel Antonio don't go out to the left that much because he wants to. It's what Moyes wants him to do. He wants him to pull out left, and he does that even when he pulls out right and Bowen comes inside him. He wants that. He wants him to do that. He doesn't want a centre forward like Allaire who will stay up front and just be a centre forward. I don't think Moyes wants it, and I just can't see him buying one like that. Ideally for him would be Harry Kane. Harry Kane would drop deep, be a number 10, and then be a number 9, within 5 minutes. That'd be ideal for Moyes. I can't see him buying him then.
Unless he's looking at Bowen as the replacement. If Antonio's not fit, Bowen goes up front, and then you got wingers all around him. Pace.
I think it's part of that's part of my issue with like the left wing discussion and who to buy. I think you really have to be careful of not affecting Bowen too much. It's really difficult because you have to find someone who will complement him, because Bowen's strengths are not at taking the ball to the byline and crossing it in. Bowen's strengths are coming into that central area, right? Against the goals against City, for example, he kept getting in behind. You know what I mean? He does that a lot. He gets in behind in central areas. He's not necessarily picking the ball up on the wing and then cutting inside. He's running in behind the back. And my concern with getting his
runs start from that right, don't they? And he gets in behind. That's where they start from, because that Zinchenko, who I really rate as a left back, he caught him out twice there by doing that, getting behind and then coming across and got in twice and scored 2 goals. And
I would be worried. I would be really worried that if we were to get a more attacking left winger who is, let's say, Bowen, but on the left, right? I would be concerned of what that does to the balance of that front three, because obviously Mikel Antonio drifts out onto that left-hand side, which kind of vacates the space and allows Bowen to move into it a lot. There's that kind of synergy between the two of them, and Mikel Antonio creates a surprising amount. It's actually scary how much Mikel Antonio creates. It shouldn't happen as much as it does for the striker, the only striker we have. He creates an insane amount, statistically, right? And I would be concerned that we could put off the balance of it if we are trying to find someone who is essentially Bowen on the left, because then all of a sudden you're sort of saying to Mikel Antonio one of two things. You're saying you either have to stay in the center and just be a sort of poacher, which I like, but I don't know if that's at this stage the best he can be. I think it was when Lingard was here. I think that was something he was absolutely brilliant at. But I'm a bit concerned that at this stage that's not him. Or the more concerning thing is, like Liverpool, like you were saying, you have someone like Firmino, right? And you ask him to play that role where his role is to sort of bring the players in around him, drop deep, and maybe start to create a bit. And Mikel Antonio cannot pass the ball to save his life. And that would really worry me. I think it would be interesting if we were pinging balls out from defense at him and he was sort of like, he was essentially playing the Andy Carroll role. And instead of having Kevin Nolan, you have two wingers coming in sort of close to him, and his role is to basically win the first ball and then just lay it off quickly to someone else. Get those people in around him for those second balls. Because I think one of the things I've slated Mikel Antonio practically all season. Like I have been a big I'm like, bro, please stop what you're doing, right? But the last month or so, I think his hold up play has been really good. I think he's started to find that again. Yeah. And I think that's the one solution to it, but I don't know. I don't know if that's something we would do, because again, I don't know how that affects Jarrod Bowen. And Jarrod Bowen is arguably out of all of our attacking players is the one player we can't afford to negatively impact, because he's just too productive.
He's too effective on the right, Charlie. And that's what I was saying. If it's like if you brought Salah into as a centre forward instead of on the right, would it be as effective? I'm not so sure. Where he plays is perfect for him. And like Bowen, if we use Bowen as a striker in the middle, it might negate his fucking talents. It might not be anywhere near as effective as he is coming in from the right side.
But all three of them strikers for Liverpool, they always rotate though. Like Salah, Mane, and Firmino, they never stationary, are they?
If you think of any Mohamed Salah goal, it's probably him on the ball, dribbling from the right-hand side, taking people on there.
Yeah.
I would say that's his biggest strength. I agree with you. Don't get me wrong, James. There is definitely rotation going on there, like 100%. I think the most rotation from the centre you get is you'll get Firmino dropping deep. But this season, Firmino's played a lot less than you've seen. Like Sonny and Mane take up that central role pretty flipping well. And then you've got Diaz on the left and doing other style stuff. But if you think of Mohamed Salah at his best, like think about the goal. I was watching Match of the Day the other day, the one goal of the season against City. Picks up the ball on the right hand side, takes it past about three people, bangs it in from a stupid angle. That's his bread and butter. That's Mohamed Salah at his best, right?
Yeah, it is.
I think there is an argument to be said from Jarrod Bowen is like those runs are just too impactful from that position. And I don't know if you get those runs if you just put him in a central position. I mean, we've seen him; he's just less effective in a central position, right? We've seen it happen this season. It's a difficult one.
The only difference is though, when he's in that central position, we're playing a 4-2-3-1, and we're crossing balls into him. I think if we play balls along the ground, that's behind. Let's
be real. We're West Ham United on David Moyes. Whoever's playing in that striking position is going to get balls crossed into him. That's just going to happen. We're going to play the ball. We're going to play the ball out to Sufal. We're going to play the ball out to Cresswell. They're going to cross the ball in. It's just going to happen.
That's what I think.
Or alternatively, and in a bad way, we're going to play the ball to Saïd Benrahma, who's next to the corner flag, and instead of letting him do what he should be doing, we're going to ask him to cross the ball in constantly. And it's like, bruv, what are we doing here? You know, it's unfortunately that's going to be a problem with whoever plays in that position.
I've got a feeling next year they're going to change the formation though a little bit.
But I don't think 4-3-3 will change the way we go forward enough to make it different. It will change the way we defend, but I don't think it will change the way we go forward enough.
Wouldn't you say though, if we got two,
it might allow. You're right. It might allow the wingers to come more central, but at the same time, we're still going to play the ball out to the fullbacks and let them cross the ball in.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. How important is it that we find a left back this summer though, Charlie?
Pretty.
Yeah, Cresswell's good for another 5 years. Smelly.
Listen, I like Cresswell a lot. To be fair, I think it's probably the second position I think we need in the starting 11 sorted.
Yeah,
maybe third. It's up there. It's up there. Like you look at it, you say goalkeeper. Like starting 11. If you're thinking of like the starting 11, I mean, you can have slight arguments about who should start in it. But just generically, if we're talking starting 11, goalkeeper, we're good. Right back, we're good. Centre backs, we're good. Left back, conversations these we have. Defensive midfielders, we're good. Right winger, we're good. Central attacking midfielder, conversations these we have. I think left wing and striker, I think just because of Antonio's age, I think it's certainly up there left back. It's either second or third most important position. I don't know if David Moyes feels that, but that's how I would feel.
I think it's very much needed. I think it's proved it with Cresswell this year, though, isn't it? I know you either like him or you don't. I think he's a good player, Cresswell, but I don't think he should be first choice next season. Not at all.
No, I think it's time. It's time for a change.
I think it's time for a change. But one of the things, I mean, yeah, and I'm starting to convince myself otherwise. To be fair, because I think the centre back thing in my head is mad to me. The fact that we're going after a centre back now seems kind of bizarre to me, and I know David Moyes has this build from the back approach, but that is truly insane. If we're going and spending, if let's say, so the rumors of this guy 25 mil. If what I'm saying is 50 mils available, which I don't have inside info on, that's just the vibe I get. That's half of it on a centre back. I'm like, my G. So maybe he would look at Cresswell. Cresswell's got a really, really important role to play next season in terms of depth and everything else. But if you said to me we could go and get a better left back, then I would certainly take that. It just depends who it is.
But if you spend 25 million and you sell Diop for 15 million, it's only a 10 million swing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's still a fifth of our budget, though.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but even if you've got the 4 centre halves, you can get rid of Diop, can't you? And go, you know what, Diop, send him to France, get this other geezer in.
Which I wouldn't be. If you're talking about your budget, if that's any truth in that, there's only 50 mil. I mean, I wouldn't sell any centre halves. I wouldn't even think about that position.
I wouldn't either. I agree. I wouldn't either. But I would say this: I wouldn't be against that as an idea, but only if we knew we could get 15 million for Diop. Right now, we're supposedly putting in these bids for this guy, and all of the reliable sources. We're not talking the Sun. All of the reliable people are saying, actually, yeah, West Ham are genuinely looking at this player. And we're talking in the 25 mil range, whatever it is. But we've heard nothing about Diop. The only thing we heard about Diop was in January. Newcastle wanted him, and they didn't want to pay more than 8 million. It's a little bit different, you know. It's a little bit different. Again, when you've got such a small budget, it seems like an extravagant maneuver. Like it either means that Diop is a thing, or Ogbonna is not what Ogbonna was. That's the other thing it could mean.
Or Dawson's leaving.
Yeah. So basically, what we're saying is actually we only have one centre back, and it's big time poo poo. So for everything else, we're in trouble. We're not
sure now whether Ogbonna's going to make it back, you know, from that serious injury or not. I mean, there's been talk for ages that he'd be back for the last few games. No sign of it. We're not sure at his age as well that injury is not going to affect him to not be able to perform at that level anymore.
But I don't think he should be. I don't think he should be first choice though next season. Though I know people got the sentimental value of him.
For me, before the injury, he would have been. So I don't know now. You know, I really don't know.
I think you're with Ogbonna. He's getting on a bit now. He's about 36 this year, I think.
Yeah. He is. He's like an old wine, James. He matures.
Well, he's like an Italian centre back. He matures. Do you know what I mean? If there's one thing that ages like wine, it's an Italian centre back. Get Chiellini in. Come on, he's leaving Juventus. Let's get him in.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's only 54. Get him in. That's for an Italian centre back. That's practically young stallion age.
So
they're good.
So from what players you've heard about, Charlie, who are you sort of most impressed about? Ones that you've heard about.
What coming in?
Do you think?
None of them.
None of them set my world on fire. None of the ones that seem most likely.
So if I say to you, Jesse Lingard, has that effect gone from you?
Oh, bro, that went a long
Yeah.
time ago. That went a long time ago.
Yeah, that is.
I like Jesse Lingard. If you said to me you could have Jesse Lingard at West Ham, I'd be like, yeah. I was one of the when we signed him the first time around, and there was a lot of sort of like, I don't know. I've always been a big Jesse Lingard guy, but it's been a year again of not really playing much football. We don't know if it's going to be the same Jesse Lingard we got before. A smart club would go and find the next Jesse Lingard, not get the old one. And that's not. I like him, but I'm not super hyped on the idea of those. We're essentially what we're doing is we're essentially it's a straight swap for Yarmolenko is what we're doing. It's going to be another high wage person who's coming in, and I think he's probably more likely to affect the team. I think there's some games where I would have liked a Jesse Lingard type player, but I would rather us go and find the next Jesse Lingard than get Jesse Lingard. That's my honest opinion on the matter. I like him. I think he'll have a positive effect, but I'm not like sitting here ecstatic about it.
What about Dennis?
Nah,
I'm not convinced.
First half of the season, I would have bitten your hand off for him, but now, no. He's practically done nothing for 6 months. Jesse Lingard's almost done more on the football field than he has for 6 months, and Dennis has been playing every day. I don't know. It's difficult with Dennis. He's clearly a talented player, but I don't like signing people who have only done it for 1 season, and he's only done it for 6 months. That concerns me. We have this. I hate the phrase, and I think it's a bit of a myth, but Premier League proven. I don't think someone who comes in and does well for 6 months is Premier League proven by any stretch of the imagination. He did incredible for those 6 months, but after that, bruv, what is... Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I don't know. It's depending on the money. Like, listen, depending on it from a profile standpoint, from an ability standpoint, from the way he would fit into the team standpoint, I would be that kind of interested, but it's not someone that feels... I'm not sitting there going, oh, we signed Dennis. I'm like,
he don't get you off your seat, does he?
He doesn't. Really. He doesn't tickle my taint. I'm not too hyped about it. You know what I mean? I'm not.
What about the New York City player, Valentino Castello? I think his name is Charlie.
Let's get the actual pronunciation. It's an incredible name.
Valentino. So good, I named him twice. There you go.
But he's got a nickname as Teddy. Or Titi.
Valentin Castellanos. Good goal scoring record. I'll take a punt on him for the right price. It'd have to be for the right price, but
I think it's 8.5 million.
That's the right price. I'll take that punt.
Yeah.
If Moyes looks at him and goes, "This is a guy who works in the sort of the mold that I want," bro, take that punt. It's not the only person I'd want to buy, but yeah, take that punt.
Anyone else, Charlie, that you
I don't know. We're linked to a lot. The thing is, we're linked to a lot of people, but as with West Ham, we'll get linked. We'll get linked to 18,000 people. None of them will come. I also think realistically, like the New York City player Valentin, not going to happen. That won't happen. That's just not going to happen. Brennan Johnson won't happen. Keane Lewis Potter, I'm sort of 50-50 on whether I think that one's possible. I think it's got more of a chance than the others, but I'm still a bit doubtful on. Joe Worrell, I'm doubtful on. It's really difficult to see where the signings are going to come from.
Tarkowski?
Mate, if those things about Villa are true, then Jesus Christ, no. You see that? The wages that Villa have offered. He's supposed to be... I don't know if he's signing for sure, but he's supposed to be offered 120 grand a week by Villa.
Really?
175,000 was Kamara, wasn't it?
Yeah, but at least Kamara I could maybe justify, even though it's way too much. But 120 for Tarkowski.
He doesn't do it for me. I'd rather sign Shirley Bassey. Shirley Bassey up the
Listen, I won't act like I don't like Tarkovsky because I do. I like him quite a lot, but not 100. That's what Yarmolenko's on, and we think he's the most expensive player who's ever lived and breathed in the game. And we're like, yeah, we'll get that on a centre back who's just been relegated. No. If you said to me, you could have Tarkovsky next season, I would say 100% yes. As one of the centre backs, if one of them's going, get him in. I'm happy, but that's because I'm thinking that's on a reasonable amount of money. 120, half that maybe we can start having a conversation. 120.
Let's be realistic.
120.
But, Charlie, he's got bigger ears than me, and we can't have that in the back four.
It's disrespectful.
Yeah, I know.
There's levels to this game. There's hierarchy, and you've got to learn it before you get it. You know what I mean?
What about Cornet or Cornet, or his name is?
Cornet. I think he's good.
He's got a release clause, isn't he? 8 million, I think it is. 9 million.
I don't know if he's a David Moyes player, but I'd certainly be interested. He's proven himself. He's proven himself to be a capable player. Again, it's a one season in the Premier League type deal, but for a team who were doing practically nothing, he was the only person doing anything. I think he's proven himself to be a capable footballer in the Premier League. It's a case of if 8 million was available, yeah, I mean, I'd take a look, but it's not. I don't know if he's a Moyes type player at all. I don't know if he's
is Coutinho still available, or is he signed?
No, he's signed Villa.
That's confirmed now, isn't it? Yeah,
it's confirmed. Yeah,
50, something like 13, 15 million, something like that.
Was it?
What about Ericsson?
Yeah, we'll have him any day.
Yeah, I would as well. I think I would be happy with him being the attacking midfielder that I'm talking about. Putting him in the center role. I think that sort of thing. Like I often think we revert to playing it to the fullbacks because we don't really have anyone who's got the invention to find those through passes in the center. Like my God, Ericsson is just different.
I'd rather have him than Lingard. CW. I'd rather have him than Lingard any day.
It would be. I would have the conversation.
Yeah.
I do like Christian Eriksen a heck of a lot, though. To be fair, I think he's very, very good. He's very, very good. Again, wages would be an issue, but I don't know what he's paying. I don't know what Brentford are paying him, but you know, I do like him. But again, the problem is I just really don't know who we're going to buy. You know,
well, no one with your budget. I expect us to come up with 80 to 100 million, Charlie, because that's what we're gonna need to basically replace players that are leaving, and anything less than that is worrying. It's really worrying that because if we're spending less than that, we are taking the risk of dropping out the top 10 quite easily. Because especially with the other teams, I believe will be strengthening, and that is Newcastle, that is Everton, that is Wolves
Villa.
and Leicester. Villa. All of them will be strengthening, and if we're not, if we're only going to the tune of 50 million, then God knows what that buys you. I mean, it buys you one good player, or it buys you two, maybe average players, or potentially good players. That is a worry. That's a serious worry.
I think in order for this, it depends. I don't want us. The thing is I'm looking at it as us not selling too many players. That's the thing. If we're not selling too many players, then I don't think we need shit tons. I think you could. I think you want to upgrade a couple of positions. And you want to the bigger thing for me would be finding players that allow you to have a plan B. That's my big thing. Finding players who because I think with the likes of Bowen and Ben Rama and Lanzini, there's a couple of players in this team where you could put them in and you can sort of put the jigsaw pieces around to find a plan B. That works. But there's a couple of just like missing little pieces, and I think especially from the bench, if you're looking to try and change games, then from the bench, as much as it pissed me off, as much as I got furious in the Brighton game about basically David Moyes not doing anything when we were getting bad.
No,
As much as that frustrated me, I did look at it a little bit and go, well, there's no one there. Now,
what is
again,
it?
he should have bought
Exactly that.
someone. There should have been someone there. He should have bought it. But realistically, I was looking at it and I'm like, none of these people are really going to change it up. They might be good players, but play like the actual tactics, the actual stuff, which is what was the problem, isn't going to change by it, right? So it's about finding, and you can get players for 15 million who are good enough to sort of probably push maybe some people to work a bit harder in the first team, not necessarily come in and start straight away, but certainly push them, who could maybe give us plan Bs, which is kind of what I'd be interested in. But
yeah, because if you look at that Brighton game, I mean, that's probably Moyes' best 11 that he could have took to the pitch.
Yeah.
And then Flex was on the bench. I could have used him.
No, it was Perkins, wasn't it? Perkins was on the bench. But that was the best 11 he could have fielded. And because you didn't have Vlasic, you didn't have Benrahma, right? Out of it. And then you looked at that bench and you go, my God, two goalkeepers, Crowell that he don't play. And then you've got Perkins that he's not going to play. So what was left? You know, Noble, Johnson, Yarmolenko. And they were not going to change that game. And he wouldn't even change the formation. To me, Bowen was completely ineffective in that game. On that day. We'll move him then. Change something and put Yarmolenko out, bring him in the middle, play two up front. Do something, Moyes. Please do something, because this isn't going to change. This, what's happening now is not going to change unless you change. And he didn't. And I was annoyed. I'll give a lot of credit to Moyes, but not in that game. He don't deserve any because he didn't react.
Yeah.
Brighton reacted at half time. Brighton realised, made a change, bring Mopé on, and next thing we were under the pump. We were under the pump with him, and he didn't react to it. He didn't change it. But
it's because they have a more diverse squad. You know, they have a more diverse squad. They've built in a way where they have several options in different ways they can play and different things and that. Whereas we're like, for example, with the Antonio thing, for example, and this isn't necessarily a massive criticism because I don't necessarily disagree with it, but how often we're like, okay, but is this person like, how can we find someone in the mold of Antonio? And I agree. I would prefer someone who's younger than Antonio, fitter than Antonio, not ideally playing for Jamaica like Antonio. Do you know, I would prefer all those things. But at the same time, I'm like, why can't we find someone who's got something a little bit different that can change it up? Something that's actually going to affect the game, because that's what, like you say, that's what Brighton did, and that's what the best team can do. They go right. Again, City have an embarrassment of riches. Don't get me wrong. City wasn't working in the first half. Half time, they went right. We're going to change our tactics. We're going to do this. This is going to make it work, and it did. Like, no, don't get me wrong. City have an embarrassment of riches, and it's just unfair to compare. But you sort of understand what I'm trying to get at here in a general sense.
That.
You know,
like the players they brought on won them the game and won them the league.
Yeah.
We don't have an air bench, that's for sure. We can't even.
We don't have what would be our level. We don't have someone that we can bring on and will get us 6th place. You know, we're not asking players to come on and win the league. We're asking someone to come on and change it so we're not going to lose to Brighton.
Do you know what annoyed me about that, mate? Let's put it this way, Charlie. We win that game with 6th spot, right? Now, what if we needed to win that game to survive relegation? What was our option? It's the same fucking difference. Win only. Win only was the only thing that mattered. Win only gets us 6. But what if that meant surviving relegation? What Moyes did was nothing until the 80th minute. Nothing to survive relegation. That's the same difference to me. That's how important it was for 3 points. And he couldn't change it to affect the game to try and win that game. Nothing. He done nothing. And to bring on a right back for a right back, I just don't know what that was about. Tufel's more an attacking player than Johnson, yet he brought Johnson on. And that didn't make sense. None of that made sense to me.
And I thought
regardless of that, the relegation battle, to survive relegation, that's what you did. Mate, if it had been that, I would have been really angry. The fact that we're still in the Conference League sort of lessened the blow a bit. But there you go.
I thought Cafal played pretty well on Sunday. I must
I
admit.
did. I thought he done all right. Why? I don't know why he took him off for Johnson. It didn't make sense to me. Absolutely none.
We just can't beat Brighton, mate. That's the thing. Like they play
No.
every style game.
Look, I'll be real. Brighton are a decent team. They're better than the sum of their parts, but they're so consistently better than the sum of their parts that you just sort of have to give it the respect it deserves. Do you know what I mean? Will we ever beat them? No, probably not. We could be winning the league and we'd still probably lose to Brighton. It's just the way it goes. But you know, they're a good team. They're a good team and they're constantly better than some of their parts. And you just sort of have to look at it and go, fair play.
They are, Charlie. But we got to half time 1-0 up and they changed it and Moyes didn't react. For me,
they took the Zuma off.
And I mean, well, we need to change it ourselves, and he didn't. So Potter won that battle, regardless of the team he had. He won that battle, where Moyes should be winning that battle. You know, we were going for 6 points. We had something to play for. They didn't. But
East side views was enjoying that. I must admit, it keeps saying about Potter in and Moyes out and. Oh dear! I've sent him my check here, and he goes, "Oh, he's not a fan of Moyes. He says he wants Potter in from Brighton." Listen, I think Potter's a good.
I wouldn't go that bloody extreme, but I do like Potter. I think he's does a good job there, you know. So, but Moyes has done a great job of us. We can't get by that. But on that particular game, I thought he was clueless in it. I thought he done all the wrong fucking moves. I really do.
I just think Lanzini and Fornells just can't play together, mate, if I'm honest.
It don't seem to. It don't seem to work. It doesn't seem to work.
They're too similar, too slow.
And the other thing is, forget Moyes. No, I'm knocking Moyes now for what he did. But having said that, the players themselves need to take a bit of responsibility here. This is a game where we need everyone to be on 7 and 8s for that game. You know, Lanzini was a 5 for me. Fucking Fornells was a 5. Bowen was a 5, right? Antonio might have been 6 to 7. The back 4 were probably 6s. No one, apart from Rice, probably was a 7 or an 8. No one was at that 7 and 8 standard. And that's why we lost. Now, Moyes can be critical of them because they weren't up to scratch on the day. Souček was probably a 4. You know, he was poor on the day.
He got ruined. How bad was it? How bad was it, Charlie, for you watching it?
Well, I missed most of the second half because fucking you can't watch it on the UK for some reason because of laws or some shit. And so I'm sitting there doing the watch along, scrambling to find a stream, watching bits and pieces. It's cutting in and out. So that was, if anything, a little bit nice. But yeah, no, in general, it was not fun. It was not fun. And do you know what was difficult? Because I did the build up because Gio and Gonzo were both busy doing stuff. So I did the build up, I did the watch along, then I did the review. And having to sit there and kind of be objective after that is quite difficult because you're so angry. And it's like, and I had to start the review and just going, look, it's something we do often, but just go, look, this is specifically about the match in general, not the season overall. But no matter how many times you say that, but you can't put the caveat in. I'm not slagging him off. How many times you say it, mate? Honestly, it was just like the whirlwind from the live chat. I was like, the game was massively disappointing, and we flopped it, and then all of a sudden you get flipping. All of the people being like, you're too negative. It's been a great season, blah, 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 blah. And then you go, do you know what, though? I really like the season. I think it's been a brilliant season. They're like, you can't be happy after that shower shit. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, do you know what, people? I'm just going to say some words and then we're just going to have to all deal with that fact and move on because I can't. You can please some people all of the time, but you can't please anyone after a game like that. It's a problem, bro. It was a problem. But yeah, no, it was bad. It was everything. I have this like reputation a little bit that precedes me of the fact I don't like David Moyes too much, and it was everything that I find frustrating about David Moyes in one thing. It just happened to be the one game where I was like, this is the one game we needed. We needed this, and it's not happened. But to be fair, but like I said, and I said this on the review, and I mean, this has been probably realistically the best season in my lifetime. Like, or at least my time that I can remember supporting West Ham. If I can remember, I remember most like supporting I supported West Ham since I was like 4. Apparently, when I was 3, I was in the back of a car singing West Ham songs, but I don't remember that. I remember West Ham from like 99 onwards, whatever, right? 2000 onwards, that kind of era. This has been probably the best season I've ever seen. Semi-final of Europa League is like incredible. It's unbelievable, you know. And then you add to that getting 7th, which, come on, Peach. You add to that getting 7th, which is again unbelievable for us. Usually, I'm incredibly happy. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Moyes, I'm like, my man has pulled off a masterclass this year. Even if right at the end of the masterclass he tripped over and killed himself. Do you know what I mean? Even if that happens, banger. He got to the finale of the magic show, and then he accidentally did saw the woman in half. But the rest of it was incredible.
I know, but then he went to go see like 2 prostitutes that did him in, and that was like Ansgar, like Knuff, dog. No, straight up. Homeboy went to go see like 2 prostitutes in the middle of it, Ansgar, Knuff, and homeboy just shows up like he got like money to pay the bills. Like, oh, you want 2, you want 3, you want 4, you want $500,000? I got you. He was the danger man against us, dog. And like, I just like, why? Why? Like, why couldn't we like nip him in the bud? What? Why? 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 No, nobody knows, dog. Nobody knows. Straight up, like you had him. No, it is. It's a flipping bum ass question, dog. Like you had him, and then you had the whatchamacallit. See, I don't want to get like stupid on people, so I gotta pronounce it properly. I don't know if he's Chinese, Japanese, or Mandarin or whatever, but you had that man, and he was doing our head in, dog. And like
one of those was definitely a language as opposed to a nationality, but
and food as well. We'll get into food in a bit. But who was the boy? I can't pronounce his name, so I don't want to do damage. How do you say it?
Kameda.
Yeah.
Kameda. Bang. Like,
he's a good player, too.
He's wicked. And they like took us to the run. They took us to like Charlie's, like, not Charlie, sorry. They took us to like James's like dog race things, dog. Like real talk. He did. And like Seville had more punch in their pack than we had pack in our punch, dog. We were like Hawaiian TD treat. They were like pina coladas, dog. Honest to goodness. Like, West Ham Clips, whoever you are, and I'm looking at you, and I'll look at you dead in the camera, West Ham Clips, whoever you are, and I think you're a consortium of people involved, but I thought that your video on the last Sevilla match was brilliant. The Mark Noble one made me cry, straight up. I don't do it like James does. James is like so honest. He'll like just cry on camera and then be like, I don't give a fuck. But it's like, yo, honestly, the West Ham Clips Man City one, that was heartfelt, dog. And then I watched the one against Brighton today, and it was 3 parts. I had to watch one part, which was like kind of all in the middle. It was kind of all like from beginning to end, and then the second part was just like, it was like, what's that word? It's like, you know how the Queen had a thing the other week, and it was like it starts with a J. What did she have? Jubilee. She had the Jubilee.
Jubilee, Platinum Jubilee.
Yes, sir. Yes, she did. Big up the Queen. She looks good for her age. I'm not saying I'm gonna Wayne Rooney that, but I'm saying she looks good for her age still.
You are gonna Wayne Rooney it.
I would not Wayne Rooney that, dog. Not a chance. Not a chance, dog. Like, Because you know what? Maybe you're right. Because of her prestige, maybe I would Wayne Rooney that.
You
But
would bend your salon round it.
you know what, dog? Standards. I don't know if I'd Wayne Rooney that, dog. Like I would have the
You
other
would
two.
bounce her.
Okay, out of the two, then, dog. Out of the two, out of Kate, and out of the American broad or Canadian broad, actually. Who would you choose? Who would you? I'm picking Kate, straight up.
I knew you'd pick the posh bird.
No, because she has pretty feet, dog. That's the only reason why. You look at you honestly. I swear to God, you know I got like 2 foot fetish and thing, yeah. You look at Meghan Markle's like
I
feet.
do.
They're mash up, dog. They're mash up like on the Eddie Murphy movie when like he's banging Robin Givens and he has a look at them and they're like, "Rrr." Yo, that's like Meghan Markle's things. They're like, "Rrr." So no, that's the only reason I think her body is fit. I think she's fit. The only reason I would not go ahead with like Meghan Markle is because of her like foot structure, dog. Straight up, it's nasty, dog. She has like bunions and cunions and crispies as onions, dog. I wouldn't run with them things, dog. I'd run with Kate Middleton because of them reasons. Still, not even posh reasons. Kieran, if you could have Kate Middleton or you could have Meghan Markle, who would you choose, my G?
Have you got a foot fetish, H?
Oh, do you think? Do you think? See, my earphones even came off when I said that. That was like energy in my body. Do
Tell
you
the truth,
think?
H.
Just
Do
a
you lick
little bit.
toes?
Just a. Yo, Bridget, of course, Doc. How do you mean? How do you mean, Doc? But they
Do
have
you
to
eat
be
them
like.
bunions?
Bread, no, no. See, that's how Meghan Markle's not getting on my list, Doc. That's how Meghan Markle's not getting on my list. They have to be like so fresh and so clean, clean, so fresh and so clean, clean. If they
Fucking
ain't so fresh
outcast.
and so clean, clean, yo, I'm dropping her off like at the sidewalk, Doc, kicking her to the curb, Doc. Like, if you ever watched the movie Boomerang with Eddie Murphy in it, and like he bangs Robin Gibbons who's a liar. But anyways, he bangs Robin Gibbons. Yo, y'all been watching that thing with like Johnny Depp and that gal? That's been
Yeah.
like a
But Paige,
circus, isn't it?
Paige, I've
That's
got to
been a
ask you a question.
circus, dog. What's up?
Paige,
Go on,
let
go
me
on.
ask you a question.
Ambrose, her feet are fucked.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt, no
Uh,
doubt. Like he's having
Paige,
a laugh, isn't he? He's having a Toys R Us Jeffrey Jeff.
Paige.
Go
You
on,
haven't seen
James.
that Amber's feet, mate. They're a mess.
Yeah,
Uh,
but did you hear who's going to testify next, Doc? Kate Moss. She's coming up in the ring, Doc. She's coming up in the ring, and like from some shit that went down in like 1990s.
is that where
She's
you
come.
go, Paige, with a woman in the ring?
I, now you're just talking shit. See, this guy is a wind up merchant, a piss taker. Yo, I ain't like in one ear, right out the other. But no, what were you saying, Kieran, about like the Johnny Depp thing?
No, Amber Heard's feet. She's known for having fucked up feet. So if I were you, I wouldn't go nowhere near her.
No,
And it's not only that, she's got a
yeah,
head like a foot as well.
I
So
know.
fuck her. Man.
No, fuck
Yeah,
that. No,
don't go
I'm
near her.
I'm out.
Paige,
I'm out of them scenes, dog.
Paige,
Yo,
Paige,
you know this. Go on, go on. What do you want to say, dog? Go on, let's
have
have
you
it.
ever been out on a date with a
Yeah,
woman
yeah.
and then you've asked her to see your feet straight away?
No, no, you don't. That's rookie. That's rookie moves, dog. That's rookie moves. You don't even know. You don't even let the gal know you have 2 foot fetish things, dog. You just like treat it aside what comes by. Oh yeah, you want me to rub your feet like after hard days at work? I'm here. You don't make it obvious, dog, because that's like basically if you like tits and that, basically saying to the gal, them like, show us your tits, take off your top. You have to run it smooth, dog. I'm a
She's
player,
got
dog.
feet.
Trust me.
You
Megan's
get
got feet
moisturiser.
like that bird on Shrek.
Yeah, yeah. She has feet like I don't know, like one of those birds, like a hawk or some shit, dog. They're just like, "Meh, no, thank you, dog. Pretty face. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Pretty face, tight body, but Megan, like that's how she seems to me. The Kate gal. Yo, she seems full package to me still, dog. She seems full pack. Yo, if I could have anybody, dog, it would be, yo, her sister, dog, Pippa. Yo, that would be my girl. Cause I was like the underdog still, So Pippa that would be my girl, dog. That would be my girl, dog. Pippa, I got all the time. Pippa, if you're watching, which she will never, ever, 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 ever do in her lifetime, yo, if you're watching, I got you, homegirl. Straight up.
Pepper or
100.
Flipper?
Well, you know what? That might be her nickname. You get me, Kieran? That might be a Pippa Flipper. Straight up. Straight up, man.
I've got a new name for you, Peach.
What's that, my G?
Peach the Bunyan Hunter.
No, because I don't like bunions, doc. Straight up, I can't get down with them things. It's like, it just looks all like, like, no. That's like, when you know people, they got like a hand and their ankles like, and it's like, whoa, what happened to you? You got in a fight, whatever, yeah, cool. But it's like, yo, no thank you, like, yo, no, that's just like, yo, I can't even like watch man like that
Peach,
thing. Still, what's up?
have you ever got an ingrown toenail
Yep.
out of a woman's foot for your teeth?
No, Bretchen. Never, like, I ain't nasty like that. Though. I might be Peach might be a little bit of a freak, but I ain't nasty like that, dog. Like, Bretchen, I've had ingrown toenails, and it's like weird. It's like when you walk down the street and you just feel like pressure on your toe, and then like my mom got these clipper things, and you gotta basically like rip off your like the side of your toenail, dog, just to get the thing out, dog. Like, no, I ain't down with them things, dog. I'm down to get them out of my things, but I ain't down to like, no.
Are you a toe sucker like skulls and that?
Oh, no. Listen, Brethren. I will suck them toes if, like, everything's crisp and clean. No doubt about it, dog. I ain't about, you know what I ain't about, though? You know, this is what I'm not about. And this might be one of you guys, but this is not me. Like food and girls, like putting whipped cream or like just food on girls and licking it off and like I ain't about that, dog. I ain't about them things, dog.
No, you don't like food.
Charlie fucked off.
You like toe jam instead.
No, ew, no, that's disgusting. Like, no, that's disgusting, dog. No, toe jam, sweat, all them things, keep them for like the locker room, dog. Straight up, like I want some pristine, like nice things, dog. Like, yo, top of the market things, dog. I don't want none of them. Like, ew, no, ew. Like I know some men, they'll be like, oh yeah, you know the gal's running and jogging and this and that, and like she get home and her feet are all fetty.
Is that when she's running away from you?
Her feet are all sweaty. Brethren, I will not mess with that, dog. I don't mess with them things. I want it so fresh, so clean. Because you know what? And I said this from jump, a gal that takes care of her feet and her toes takes care of the rest of her body, dog. I don't business. That's real talk. It's like us. It's like, yo, we like brush our teeth, like, you know, scrub between our toes and thing, wash under ears, like make sure your man carriage and your gear is all sorted. It's like, yo, same way that gals look at us like that, we look at gals like that. So it's like, yo, it's a respect thing still, you know. Real talk. I don't know. Like, real, when you know, then, yo, you be getting the same pull that I do, dog. Straight up. 100.
Yeah, people with dodgy feet need not apply.
Yeah. You're not. You don't subscribe. If you got dodgy feet, don't subscribe.
Yeah.
Like women only. If you're a boy, them I don't care. Well, boy, them are beasts. But if you're a man, them I don't give a fuck. You could like do what the fuck you want to. Have one crooked toe and the next crooked toe. That's good for you. Great, get on with it. But it's like, yo, when it comes to gals, dog. When it comes to gals, yo, and like when the summer comes, that's when you see the whole like toe world open up, dog. It's like, that's like Christmas to me, dog.
Real quick.
Oh, he's back. Oh shit, I almost like yanked
Real
from the
quick.
thing. What's up, my G?
Is your mum in the next room and can hear all this?
Yeah.
Mad.
No, she already knows though, dog. I done told her, dog. How do you mean? She knows. Like, yo, yo, I'm showing you my last gal, like, just a couple weeks ago that I was checking, done, like, center for pedicures, dog. Like, that's what I do. I'm like, yo, you need a pedicure, dog. Like, real talk. I want to look at them things. I want them to be nice, fresh, clean. Yo, Yo, my family is the illest family in the world because we're so open, dog. Straight up, 100. Real talk. I
Lovely.
ain't even playing with you. I ain't even playing with you, man. And but anyways, it was the what was it? What was it? Oh fucking hell! What was it? Peach, Kieran knows. So did James, and so did Charlie.
I know.
It was the cheer up West Ham. Oh, what can it be? Didn't get into Europa. We'll win the Conference League.
Peach
Oh,
will suck
tear
your
up
feet.
West Ham. No, fuck off. I don't like that shit. I don't like it back, dog. I don't like it back. Like, yo, I don't like that thing's back. It's a one-way thing, dog. You know what I mean? Like, it's a one-way thing, dog. Straight up. Real things. Real things, man. Yo, I'm just showing you. It's real. It's real like that. It's one-way things, dog.
Do you ask them?
No, fuck you, brethren. You have to be smooth with it, dog.
Right. I
You
want
have
to
to
know
be
your smooth
smooth
talking.
with it. How you mean my smooth talking? There's no talk, dog. There's no talk. It's like, yo, the gal them like gets off work, like, and this is like what? Yo, whenever it's clever, gal gets off work and thinks she's like, oh, I could really use this and that, and I'm like, ding, 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 ding. They don't know that, but I'm like, ding, 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 and I'm like, yo, how about if I like massage your feet a bit? And then she's like, oh, thank you so much. And then now I look like a prince. Next thing you know, fucking toes in my mouth, dog. Straight up. Real talk. Next thing I know, toes around something else, dog. Real talk, dog. How you mean? You done heard of a HJ, but now you done heard of a FJ, dog. Real things, dog. I ain't playing with you, man. But anyways, yo. Yo, Charlito, what did you eat today, dog? Cause like this is all like toe talking shit.
I cannot get onto what I've eaten.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can, dog. Yes,
Toes
you.
in my mouth.
Yes,
That is not- we cannot go from that.
I got toes in my mouth. Toes in my mouth. I got toes in my mouth. The first one was red. The second one was white. The third one was yellow. And fourth one was purple.
Bro, she needs to go to whatever a toe doctor is called, bro. First one was red. Second one was white.
No, but no. That's how they paint. That's how they paint them, dog. But they gotta get that. They gotta get that acrylic thing on because, like, if it's just like flat, it don't look good, dog. Straight up, like. I mess with those gals, dog. It's just like flat. It's like no, and then when it looks like inner coming outwards, it's like nah. Has to look acrylic. Like it's like poison on top, like a dolphin diving in the water, dog. Real things. I'm showing you, man. 100, man. The gals that
I
they get
bet
them
you've got a
things done in the
tattoo on the
summer.
leg, don't you, Peach?
I ain't got no tattoos. I ain't marked. I ain't never get marked, dog.
No,
I
but
ain't
on the
never get
woman.
marked. Come again?
On the woman, you probably like a tattoo.
Nah, brethren, no tattoos is good for me, dog. I don't want somebody this mark. People don't understand this, like, growing up in today's, like, era. It's like, a tattoo just marks you. Like, real talk, a tattoo marks you. So it's like, why you want to get marked? Like, don't get marked. Like, just be free, be easy. It's all a fad anyways, dog. Like, yo, tattoos are going to be the thing of old in, like, 10, 15, 20 years from now, and then all these old people, like, walking around with tattoos, like crinkly skin. Trust me, dog. Trust me, no
Peach,
tattoos for me,
I
dog.
have a question for you.
Everybody has a question for me, dog. Go on.
You won't do anything with food, like whipped cream and all
No.
that. Why?
No.
I think
Because
whipped cream's good.
no, listen, I will give the gal a bowl of like whipped cream and strawberries, you get me? With some chocolate sauce upon them things, caramel, salt, whatever she wants. I give that to her. I don't want to eat it off of her. Like, that just spoils the taste of it because it adds too much salt to it, dog. All you can taste is salt, dog. And it's like, I ain't about tasting them salt things when I'm trying to enjoy some, like, some strawberry, like, caramel, some whipped cream things.
Some toes.
But yo, you get a salty thing there still, but it's like, I'll bypass that. That's where it gets to, like, exception. You get what I'm saying? 100.
Right.
You just suck on the toes freestyle then.
Brethren, sucking on the toes ain't even my favorite thing. It's just like just looking at no, to tell you the truth, like joking aside, to tell you the truth, it ain't even about like sucking on their toes, dog. It's just to like look at how beautiful they look. That's it. Like really? Like that's it, dog. Like literally to like just like you take care of yourself, I got you for that. Like I take care of myself, you got me for that. Like honestly, that's what it's all about, dog. It ain't about like too much like sucky, ducky, like Gangnam style things. Yo, what did you think about? No, hold on. What did you think about Antonio's celebration the other day? Like after like he scored against Brighton and like West Ham clips the consortium of so much beautiful
What
people.
kind of turn was that?
Yeah.
But it just, did you see what I mean? I turned. You remember? You remember? You remember you remember the whatchamacallit? Hold on, Doc. You remember the Nova? I love you, Doc, but hold on. You remember the Nova that was on Mars, and it was like you never knew like where it was landing. Like you never knew where it was going, where it was doing this and that, but you loved looking at the sight of it. It's not like you wanted to lick the wheels of that thing. You just wanted to look where it was going. You know what I'm saying?
What a
So-
comparison.
Yeah,
That is elite. That is an elite maneuver.
You get what I'm saying?
Man was describing his penchant for
Word
toes
up.
through the medium of
Word up.
space exploration.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you remember the Mars rovers?
There
The
you go.
Lu-
Nova, Doc. And yo, there's this new television show called, it's straight up, there's this new television show called, what's it called? Night Sky. And the boy that's in it, J.K. something, J.K. Simmons, J.K. something, like some old bald white guy. I'm not being racist when I say white guy, but it's like some old bald white guy, dog. And it's like, yo, he did a movie with this drummer who was like a jazz musician or whatever, and then he was in many other things, dog. J.K. Simmons. He's in this next show and with a famous like lady actress as well. And like, yo, they got like a time, well, it's not a time machine. They can just go into this one room and it's like the impossible door. Like they just go in there and bang, they're like in space. Like, oh, it's crazy, dog. And then I can't say anymore because if I say anymore, I'll ruin it. But what a show. Night Sky. Dope. I binge watched the whole series last night, dog. So dope. So dope, man. J.K. Simmons. I'm pretty sure that's his name, dog. It was the real thing.
Yeah. No. Exactly.
Yeah, no, it was. But okay, so like window starts June 1st. Yes. We have what, Europa? Kieran, am I right? Because I knew you were talking about this before with Clyde. Is it June? No, not June, November that we start the tournament? Or is it August? Like, do we have to play August then November? Or do we play November and then straight to February?
Play a qualifier, don't we?
When no? Because we're seeded. Is it like November or August?
November, isn't it?
I mean, I think
Bosh.
it's August.
Yeah.
You fucking November or August.
No, because there's one in August and then there's one in November. So it's like, I don't know
No,
if
well,
we bypass the
November,
one in August. Just showing you, man. See, Charlito went off to watch the Night Skies, dog. I'm showing you. What a brilliant show. Kieran, you'd love it too, man. And you'd recognize the lady that's in it and the boy that's in it. You recognize both of them. What a show. What a show, man. Yo, this is the team my father used to play for, like, around these ways. East Shore Tards. East Shore Tards. But, yo, no, honestly, like, I'll show you, man.
Hold on a minute.
What?
Put that shirt up again.
What?
I thought that said East York Toes then.
Well, no, you're tripping. You're tripping. You're
I'm
tripping.
definitely tripping, mate.
You're tripping.
It,
Because on the back, that would have peach. But, like, it don't. So, no. And you know what, differently? My dad has this shirt for, like, 20, 30 something years. And it's always been, like, yo, the quality of the shirt is mad. It never ripped, never, like, nothing. It's, like, yo, quality, man. And it's thin, too, you know. Thin. And this used to be his, like, jersey still. Trust me, man. So James, what are we doing in Europa Conference next league, man?
no idea, mate.
Yeah, you got an idea, dog.
Kicking a
You
ball.
got okay, Sal. That was the boy's name, wasn't it? Commander Sal. Commander Sal. Or Dribble Sal? Dribble Sal. Shot was saved by Areola. Commander was on hand to tap in the rebound on an empty net despite the host appeal for offside. So, yeah, I don't know, dog. Commander. You said that, Commander, still. Yeah, I don't know. But what would you say West Ham's goal of the season was, Karen? This season? Hello?
Hello.
Okay, so Karen's gone. Yo, James, what month were you born, dog?
December.
Yeah, you told me that. December 16th, no?
Mhm.
Yeah, same as Rise, right?
100%.
Okay, hold on. Hold on, I got news for you, dog. Hold on. I'm into this shit too, you know. I'm gonna give two things. December 2nd. Okay, so you're Sagittarius, don't know. So let me yo, the vibe will be both relaxing and energizing today. Dear Sagittarius, as the moon continues its journey through Pisces, forming cosmic alliances with dreamy Neptune and passionate Mars. Mars is my sign still. You use this energy as an opportunity to recharge at home, even if you're still required to tend to work at your household. Responsibilities, you'll notice a shift this evening when the moon and Mars enter fiery Aries, which is me, dog. Me and you are brawling tonight, dog. Fiery Aries boosting your energy levels. No, so I'm bigging you up. Creativity and ego tonight, a sweet connection between Luna and Jupiter. Your planetary ruler will bring out your optimistic side, which is sure to rub off on your family and friends as well. You can have a good day today, dog. Straight up. You can have a good day today, dog. That shit's real. That's like, we're all in space, dog. We're all in space. Like, we're just a rock on, well, we're a rock in, like, space, dog. Real talk. Nobody gets that. Everybody sees lights in apartment buildings and, like, all these things, dog. We're just a rock in space, dog. But we got like, we got like kicks, trainers on, and like yo, two top things. Trust me, man.
Yeah.
What do you? Yeah, my one's Aries still, man. Fire on
You're
fire
talking
upon fire
absolute
upon
bollocks.
fire.
That's what you're
I
talking.
know, but isn't it good? I know I am, but isn't it good? Like Oxford English Dictionary is like,
Yeah.
yo, it means nothing when you got like the Wizard of Oz and like Jay Hustle and like Peachy Double Deezy in the place, dog. Straight up. I'm
Oh.
just saying. I'm just saying. Oh, Becca says she has a tattooist banging. Wicked for you. Peach sucking the membranes out of chicken feet. Ew, no, thank you.
Dude,
No, my dad told me an old story about how like when like he used to buy chickens and his dad was like ripping off the neck just to like have them for dinner, feathers in and all, dog. I could not get with that, dog. No way.
no, Beck can open fucking wine bottles of hers. That's
Peach
unbelievable.
Peach would be in love with that woman who opens Beer with her feet. No, I seen that. That don't turn me on, dog. Cause she had ugly things, dog. Straight up. I just dropped my mouse. But no, she has ugly things, dog. Like, no, thank you. Hold on 1 second. There's a bunch of peach comments here. Why? I do not know. But hold on. Hold on. Peach, somehow made us all trip. Good. See, that's what I do, doc. That's the reelings. Peach, you gotta get consistent for the That's what I'm saying. It's all about that. No, but no, she's right though, because you gotta be consistent, but you gotta be like
Yeah.
undercover about it. Like
You
you gotta
can't
just
just
treat
run
it
into
like
a
natural.
supermarket
No
and
way.
just start sucking
No way.
people's toes. Not
Absolutely
allowed.
right, Doc. You know what?
Peach.
The most attractive feature, and I'll say this, and I really mean this, the most attractive feature on a woman's body is her eyes. Like real talk. That's the
Peach.
windows to no shush, dog. I'm having like a manifestation moment, dog. Like the most attracting
I love the girl's eyes.
no, but the most attracting like thing on a girl's body is her eyes, because that's the windows to her soul. So you
Yeah.
seeing through them is like seeing through space, dog. Real talk. And then after that is her mind. So it's like those are the most. Because listen, toes can go in cold and go in warm and go unsold. But it's like if you're not with the girl for her eyes to get into her soul, and you're not with her for the brain that she has, dog,
Peach.
I'm showing you different
It
story.
says.
Yo,
It
this
says
that that
from.
that that that's surface things, dog.
Right.
That's
It says
surface
from.
things, dog.
All
It
right.
says from. It says from Rebecca.
Yes, sir.
Peach. You've got to get consent for toe licking.
Oh no, 100%, 100%. I thought she said consistent. No, 100%. I agree with that. I agree with
So
that.
Yeah, good on. Can
One
so
I
if
suck
they
your toes, sweetie?
No, you don't do that. You don't do that, dog. It just happens. It's like
do you
Yeah.
take the hair off
Yeah.
the big toe, Peach, for 'em?
if a girl has toes on her hair, dog, she's out of the door as fast as the door can slam behind her, dog. How do you mean? Real things, real things. It's like if I strip down naked like Starcuss and like I got like all hairs coming out here, there, and everywhere, she's like, whoa, like you're like what you call it, Harry the Henderson. I don't blame her. I'd run out of the place. Real talk. But it's like, yo, them things don't happen, dog.
Yeah.
Peach, Peach, have you ever had a one night stand on toe sucking?
No, no, never, never,
No.
nope. 100% never. 100% never.
So you've always
100% never.
You got to
you've
build
always
up
been in a
to it, ain't you,
relationship.
Pete?
No, you know what? I'm kind of weak in this way. I'm kind of weak in this way, Doc, because, like, and this might come as a surprise, but I'm kind of weak in this way. I've never had a one night stand where I, like, boned the girl. Like, more times or all times, it's just like kissing the gal, like, talking to the gal. I find talking and, like, making out with the gal more interesting than, like, just, like, banging her brains out. Like, because you got to feel feelings for that. How are you going to feel feelings for that if you only known the girl after like 2 beers and like flipping like 2 minutes at your gaff? You know what I mean? Or at your
That
gates.
depends,
Real talk.
Pete.
I,
If
I
it costs you $50 to do it, well, you know that you're
Oh,
not there for the
shut
link, do you?
up, dog. This guy. Then there's no feelings at all. That's just like bare, like, that's just bare things. That's just
Peach,
like,
Peach,
there's no emotion in that, dog.
when you're banging the bird away, do you look round and look at her feet and think, tasty?
No. No, no, brethren. It's like, yo, you gotta like, you have to like, how can I say it, man? It's like, if you go to an art gallery, yeah, This is the best probably analogy. If you go to an art gallery, you'll look at all the pictures and this and that, and then like you might come back to one, you might come back to two, you might come back to three, but is it the style of that painting, or is it the different like regime of like that abstract art, or is it like just how like that artist put it all together? It's a whole bundle of things, like Yo, you could have the nicest toes in the world, dog. But if you're a whatchamacallit, like if you're remember that youth that spit on the player, Juff? Remember that boy, Juff? If you're like a girl version of Juff and you're just like a prick, you're like a see you next tomorrow. It's like, Regin, I want nothing to do with that girl. Her toes could be like sprinkling solid. But it's just like, I'd be like, nope, no, you don't deserve to get with Pete Stark. Like, you don't deserve, like, Pete to even, like, why am I putting myself in third person? But it's like, you don't deserve this shit, dog. Like, real talk, man. Real talk. Like, it's like, it's an element. It's an element. It's an element. Trust me.
When you've got in your element, is it big toe or little toe? Which is your favourite?
All of them, dog. All of them, dog. How do you mean? All of them, dog. There ain't no favorite. That's like you saying, if you had like 2 or 3 kids, that's like you saying, what's your favorite kid? You can't say what your favorite kid is. You have 3 kids, so those are your 3 kids, dog. You can't say that you like this kid.
Mate.
No, but you get what I'm saying, though. You can't have like this kid better than that kid and that kid better than that kid. You have to appreciate them all. You have to appreciate them all. And if one's a bit funky, then yo, she gets thrown in the junkie. But I'm just saying, you need to appreciate all of them things, like straight up.
So
But
what comes?
funnily enough, like honestly, funnily enough, like yeah, I got like 2 foot fetish things, which I do, but if the gal's eyes ain't flossy dossy, I ain't about it. If the girl's mind can't turn on and it's like the lights are on but the shop's off, I ain't about it, dog. So like I won't even look upon them things, dog. It's like a third thing. It's like 3 other, you know how girls have like tick cards, like tick 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 tick. Yo, that's like the third tick. But it's my favorite tick, and 3's my favorite number. But it's like a tick 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 thing, dog. Straight up. Word
Yeah,
up.
so what noises do they
21
make?
questions. Go on.
What noises do they make, Pete, when you're in the toe flow?
Come again?
Like, what sort of noises do your birds make?
Oh, I don't fucking know, dog. They make giraffe noises, dog. No, there ain't no noises, dog. It's more of a silent thing still, and more like eye contact.
Leave my fucking
Eye
toes alone.
contact is the best. Kieran, you have to agree with me. James is taking the piss and he's loving it right now so much I can hear it in his voice, Mister like Cognac. But it's like, yo, it's more so eye contact about everything. If you like, if you like grabbing a gal them titties or like sucking on their titties, it's still the eye contact. You know what I mean? Trust me.
Petite feet are very nice.
This is turning into like a Dr. Ruth
Big
fucking
feet are
episode,
nice.
dog.
I'll give you that, but I'm not putting my tongue anywhere near them. Fuck you.
Yo, there you go. Just different strokes to different folks, dog. There you go. It's like different strokes to different folks. I would not let a gal put her tongue anywhere near my fucking feet, dog. Real talk. I wouldn't. It's just like that's my shit. She might have her shit where she likes me to like do 2 things, but like those are my 2 things. Done. What are your 2 things, Karen? You just want that, don't you? Bang, 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 bosh.
I'm a hopeless romantic.
Okay, so you'd rather like, okay, you met a gal. Let's say you met a gal on the Gold Coast, yeah. You met a gal on the Gold Coast. You would rather take her to the beach and cuddle with her and like make out with her, or you'd like to take your girl on the beach and just like bang her silly, or would you rather just take your girl out to the beach, hold hands, like as cheesy as it sounds, and just like talk 2 things till like 2, 3, 4 hours go by and it seems like 1.
Lovely conversation. You know that.
That's what I'm talking
If
about,
it,
Doc. That's what
if
it's
it
all
leads to
about.
other
That's what
things,
it's
it
all
leads
about.
to other
Yep.
things, doesn't it?
That's what
But
I'm saying.
What I want to know
That's
is
what
I'm
it's
what,
all
also,
about.
if you've got massive feet, he will be out the window because I don't like massive feet on the women.
Those are the ones you call flipper, dog, or you call like what you call it, like what you call flipper, or you call like what they call it when they got that ankle, dog. It's like cleft foot. Either they got a cleft foot or they got like
Yeah,
flipper feet.
yeah,
It's like no, thank
actually,
you, bye bye.
I think that might turn me on the club foot bit.
This guy, you're like my boy, Georgie Porgy. He's like, he was talking about banging amputees, dog. He was like, the other night we were in the studio. It was like, it was not the other night. This was
Sounds
like
like
years ago. And he was like, yo, I'd be down to do that. He's like, I've actually done that. And he loved, like, that was his thing. And I was like, all right, I get it. Like, I got my shit. You got your shit. Go on, Dredd. Like, go on, do your thing. Like, no, he's wicked still. But that was his thing. Yeah, word up. Like, your cleft foot thing. James, what's your thing, man? Like, what's your thing?
no, I've got loads of things, mate.
Well, tell us
I
one,
like to
dog.
explore.
So what does that mean, Doc? You like to look at the stars? You like to like
Yeah,
gaze on like Mars, like Jupiter? Like what's up, Doc?
I love science.
I think James is like probably the freakiest one out of us all, Doc. I ain't even playing with you. I think he's the freakiest one out of us all, Doc. I got that sense. I got that vibe, Doc. I got that vibe, Doc.
I
I
don't
think
suck
you're the
toes, Peach. Just
No,
so you
that ain't
know
freaky though. That's just like giving a girl what she wants. That ain't freaky. That you can ask any girl. That's just giving a girl what she wants.
that. I'll give a
But it's
girl
like,
food, mate, not toes.
and how do you win a girl? You win a girl by feeding her, dog. Because yo, you always get love when you feed her belly. Like that's. You ever see that movie when who was it? It was Chris Rock. And Chris Rock turned into a white guy, and then the white guy was singing the DMX song in like the whatchamacallit, the burger shop or whatever it was, and he was like a fat rich white guy, but it was like a Freaky Friday thing. He got transferred from like Chris Rock to like this fat white guy, and it was dope. And he was a comedian. Oh, have you seen that, Karen?
No, don't think
Mm.
I have.
So I'm gonna find the name out of it right now because it's a movie everybody should watch, dog. Honest, I'm not
I've got
I'm
to,
not joking with you.
you
It's
carry
a
on, boys. I've got to go. Got to go and pick the boy up.
hold on. Before you go, Chris Rock movie Freaky Friday. Hold
Yeah,
up.
movie bollocks. See you later, boys.
No, hold on, dog. Hold on. I find it
Hold
into
on,
Chris
turn me
Rock
off.
movie with white men. That's it. Down to Earth. That's what it's called. Down to Earth. Everybody,
Didn't know.
and including Kieran, you got to watch Chris Rock Down to Earth. You'll love it. You'll love it because he starts singing like some DMX thing, and he starts saying the N word, this, that,
She's
and the
right.
third. And these boys are looking
Does,
at him like,
does
"Who the
Will
fuck
Smith
are
come
you?"
in and smack him in the face?
There you go. You get me. You get me.
Yeah.
You get
See
me.
you
You
later,
get
chap.
me.
You have a good
All
one.
right, man. All right, man. So, Fever, let me ask you this, Doc. Let me ask you this. I gotta ask you this. Hold on. Let me go to my. Everybody has a book. I don't got a book, Doc. I got notes, Doc. That's like real talk. I got notes, man. But let me ask you this, Doc. Okay, hold up. Oh no, hold on. I got one before that. Okay. Phillips. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Memphis Depay. Yes or no?
Yes.
Why?
He's got a point to prove in the Prem.
And he has talent upon talent upon talent, dog.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, I take. Okay, so you know how all these like, you know how all these people are saying like, yeah, there's mad people like on the free this summer, da 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 da. Would you like muck around with the free ones, or would you like actually like spend some money and like get some like quality players that you're paying for, or get like your Pogbas or your whoever else is that are free? So like, hey, we can like have a bargain basement type thing.
I'll sign anyone, Peach. But I'm
No,
more
you
curious.
wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Don't say that. No, you wouldn't. Because if we got a shit player, you'd be the first one to say, no, he's garbage. You would. Don't play me, dog. Don't play me, dog. You know, if we signed, let's say we signed
Blessed.
Lewis. No, piss off. Let's say we signed Lewis Dunk, right? And we could have signed that Agard guy who's like left-footed, everything else. You'd say, I don't want Lewis Dunk, I want Agard. Like, or if we could sign Seamus Coleman on the free, or we could sign that Agard. You're not saying that you sign Agard more than Seamus Coleman?
I'm seeing Frankie's comment.
What's Frankie saying, dog?
You saying that you don't think.
For the segue into transfer time, yo, Brethren, I go any way, which way, how way, that way, said way, dog. Straight up. How you mean? Yo, there was one, oh shit, there was one flipping tune I wanted to say to the boys still. Can't remember it now, but I'll segue from foot fetish to transfer talk to hip hop, dog. I don't play. And there was like, oh, there was one, I forget who it was, dog. There was this one cat. No, I sent it to you. I sent him 2 freestyles. But there was this next freestyle that I heard the other. Black Dot freestyle was nuts. And then the one he sent to me was nuts. But there was this next freestyle. It might have been Con Artist from like D12. He'll know who I'm talking about because I think he's like the illest MC in D12 besides Eminem. But Royce the 5'9" is like the next best thing since Eminem. But yeah, bizarre as shit. Like, yo, I take Bizarre up when I'm like half pissed, dog, straight up. But it's like, no, there was one MC, I forget who it was, Master Ace maybe? It might have been Master Ace. But anyways, we'll digress. We'll digress. Okay, we're getting rid of 5 players. You're David Moyes right now. Jay Hustle is David Moyes right now, and you have like not even like you got 30 seconds to think about it. What 5 players are we getting rid of, man?
Fredericks, Yarmolenko, Noble, Crow.
No, Noble's already given, so you can't say him.
Okay. Mazawalker.
That's 3.
Bonner. I think he's gone.
And
one more. Vlasic.
You would you get rid of Vlasic more, you get rid of Vlasic really more than you would like David Martin? Like you'd get rid of Vlasic more than you would Randolph? Like think about it. We could get rid of Randolph, get Pope in, have Pope, Areola, and Fabianski all there, and still have Vlasic to come through and do the dirty work that he did in the league he was in before, which I can't remember, but yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Randolph though, dog. Frankie, I'm still mulling over the amputee. I know, it was madness. We were at the studio and we were like, yo, talking about them things. It was madness. It was madness. I can't think about transfers right now. Okay. Amputee, okay, there you go. I missed the, what? I missed the amputee when been here for about 10 minutes. Don't know. His mate enjoys that. I know, and it's weird, dog. It's like, but everybody to their own. You might like a cup of tea with like no sugars and honey in it. You might like a cup of tea like poured straight out when you put like the boiling water in the kettle with the tea bag. Don't even let it steep, nothing. I just found out that meant steep today. Because me and my mom, we always say like let it draw. Like let it draw circles. Let it draw like paintings and things. But I found out that was like called steep. But it's like you need to let your tea steep, dog. So it's like certain like man and gal them like their tea steeped. Maybe not so. Yo, for breakfast tomorrow, are you with Holly right now, or are you on your ends?
My ends, man.
What are you doing yourself breakfast tomorrow, or did you do yourself today?
A nice fry up, I think.
Okay, tell me about it. Tell me about it. What did it first start? Because you know it's all timing. A fry up is all timing, dog. So like, talk me through it.
Sausage, bacon, egg, beans, mushrooms, fried slice.
So that's how, yeah, that because the sausage takes the most time to cook, and then the bacon takes the second longest time to cook because it's a bit thinner. Then the mushrooms because they don't take no time to cook. You can even take them off. The tomatoes you can take them off, and then the beans you just stick in the microwave, and then bang, you fried slice. Now, do you fried slice it both sides or one?
One.
Yeah, see, true Dagnum boy. True Dagnum boy. You know how many times I went to like a greasy spoon in like East London, dog, and they just like dip it in the batter like it's a flipping chip, dog, and it's like, no, brethren. You have to like just one side. So the one side's soft and then the other side's like crispy dippy with like the bacon scratchings on it, dog. Trust me.
What would be your
Go on.
if you could pick a 3-course meal to have? What would it be?
My 3-course meal, like anything, anything?
Mm.
Anything. You know what? I probably go full Indian, dog. Like straight up. I probably go like see, I'm gonna get hitched up because it would either be a mulligatawny soup or a wonton soup. You get me? So it's like either one of the two there. So that's like on standby. And then my main meal, like steak is good, but you can always cook up a steak. Anybody could cook up a steak, but it's like the seasonings and aromatics and spices to go into an Indian. I gotta respect that, dog. So it's like, yo, I might have, like, it sounds so stupid saying, but it might be like, my favorite curry going when I go to Brick Lane in London, my favorite curry is jalfrezi. That's my favorite. So it's like, I'll give you two for each. So the two for each, you got to give me two for each too. So the two for each, right? You'd either have a mulligatawny or you'd have wonton soup. That's I'm thinking to start. And then the main course would either be a jalfrezi or what was I thinking of? I was thinking of something still. It would be a jalfrezi or I'm tired of pasta right now still, so piss on that. It would be a jalfrezi or like hold on. See, you don't get Indian food. No, not Indian food. You don't get Chinese food like you get there down here. Our Chinese food is shit. So like the Chinese food you get where their chicken curry is like all yellow, like a pub curry. You get what I'm saying? I probably get I probably get the whatchamacallit, the chicken jalfrezi and like a Asian slash like Chinese curry, chicken or shrimp, might go either way, and then 3-course meal. So now you want to even entree after that. I would go for like I gotta say two. So I'm either gonna go for like crab out the bucket, dog. Like enough crab out the bucket, dog. Enough crab out the bucket.
When
Or
you say crab out the bucket,
yeah, yep, go
yeah.
on.
Why do I think of a woman that you've
Be
been with?
No, because I've probably been with many of them. But no, I'm talking about no differently, Gretchen. I'm talking about like crab claws, like another woman I went with. But no, I'm talking about like crab claws or crab legs or snow crabs or like any of them things. Like I love seafood, dog. So either I'm gonna get that or I'm gonna get Rock Hill, and that's gonna be my dinner done.
What is Canada's like signature meal?
We don't have one. No, hold on. Before we do that, you talk about your thing now, dog. You talk. I'll tell you kind of the signature meal after you talk about your thing. But what you have in like 3-course meal, two sections for each course, dog.
A prawn cocktail for me, for starter.
Yeah,
Yeah, or a soup of some kind, like
like
Chinese style soup.
like what kind? Like hot and sour, wonton. What are you dealing with?
Um, chicken and noodle, I think.
Yeah, not a bad shout.
Then I do like a chicken curry. I mustn't for
Okay,
me.
so what kind of chicken curry? Like a Madras chicken curry, or like what kind of chicken curry? Like Indian chicken curry, or like Chinese chicken curry?
Chinese.
Your Chinese is so above the water than it is here, man. Straight up. So
Mm,
what's your other one, dog? Because you got the
yeah,
prawns, you got the soup, then you got the Chinese chicken curry, and then what else? What's the other like?
pie mash, bruv.
Okay, boom, there you go. And then for the third, like final one, like
Apple pie.
I picked the. No, you can't go. You're gonna go desserts, dog. I'm still eating, dog. That's why I'm on the like the crab, and like that's why I'm on the rock eel, dog. Like think of
Mm.
something better, dog. Think of something like substantial. No apple pie, dog. Apple pie is shit.
Apple pie, mate, and custard, mate. Come
No,
on.
listen, Bretchen. My mom outside right now has a raspberry and apple crumble, dog, with the Devonshire, double Devonshire custard, all them things, dog. All I gotta do is like reach behind this green screen and get it, and I'm there. But I hear you on the call. I could eat custard by itself. Real talk. When you
Mm.
yo, when you come down to Canada, dog, real talk, I'm not even playing with you. Like, or when I come up there, like, I'll bring these sachets. We have this restaurant called Swiss Chalet, and I'll show you. My dad's best mate, who is from, well, he's from East Ham, but like, he was living in Ilford, and like, he's not with us now. So big up, Jimmy Abbott. But it's like, I'll show you, man. It's like they used to trip over like Kentucky, no, not Kentucky Fried, Swiss Chalet chicken, dog. Like Swiss Chalet, it's like a rotisserie chicken, but it's cooked in like all these like different seasonings, man. It is nuts. It's like a rotisserie chicken cooked in all these seasonings, and then you get this like dipping sauce. This like you never had anything like it. And whenever they came over to like Canada, the only two things they look forward to, besides seeing like my father, my mom, and me, were like my mom's Caesar salad or Swiss Chalet chicken. You get the chicken rotisserie, you get the gravy, and you get the chips. And I'm showing you, Bridget. I gotta go there like soon time and just take pictures, cause like, or go on Google. You can see it on Google. Swiss is like SWISS Chalet. It's called Swiss Chalet, but we pronounce it like Swiss Chalet. We just take the two S's out of it. But it's like I'm showing you, fire, absolute fire, dog. Real things, absolute fire, man. It's different level, man. It's different level. Canada's main thing is maple syrup. No, it's not, dog. Our main thing ain't maple syrup. Our main thing is like Swiss Chalet. Our main thing is like, yeah, okay, maybe maple syrup. But then next, like, what's our main thing, dog? What can you get here that you can't get nowhere? Pea meal bacon. Done. Our thing is pea meal bacon, dog. And it's better than your bacon. It's better than the Doodles bacon. It's better than any bacon you can get, dog. Trust me. Like, Jake and Silent Bob went to, like, England, had back bacon, like green back bacon. They were like, this is good. Came back these ways. They had pea meal bacon. They were like, whoa, it's on some different level, dog. You ain't never had. Even my uncle that came over from Basingstoke the other day, he had it. He was like, I don't like the streaky bacon, but this was next level. That's so pea meal bacon, maple syrup, and there has to be another one I'm not thinking of. Pea meal bacon, maple syrup, and oh, Montreal smoked meat sandwich, dog. That's it. Bosh. Montreal smoked meat sandwich is like some like deli things, dog. And you get the Montreal smoked meat stacked up to here, dog. You got like a little piece of rye bread there, little piece of rye bread there. That's only one side. You got another one of them, dog. Like they're similar to like what the Jewish people eat at the delicatessens when they get pastrami and corned beef. But like our one is Montreal smoked meat. It's like Montreal smoked meat, pea meal bacon, maple syrup. Canada's in the building, dog. Straight up.
Peach, can I tell you something I've just realised?
Oh my days! Where did you come from? You're like Pikachu. You're like Pikachu. You are like Pikachu, dog. You Pikachu'd me. How? Like, yo, that was just. Go ahead. Go on.
I was talking to Franco last week, right? I know. It was a sad time for all of us.
No,
but
I
was
love.
talking to
See,
him-
all y'all hate Franco. I love Franco. But anyways, go on.
No, only I hate him.
I know,
I was,
but yeah, go on. So,
I was
shut up.
talking to him about West Ham Random. Right?
Yeah,
And I was talking
sir.
to him about like the old shows, used the Peach and Franco show and all that.
Yep.
And I just remembered. So in the UK now, it is 4:30. So it is officially the 25th of May.
Yes.
Right now, Peach is the official 1 year anniversary of West Ham Random. It started. The first show was on the 25th of May, and we have celebrated it with what can only be described as the most West Ham Random show that has ever existed.
That's what I'm talking about, dog. Wasn't it beautiful? And I didn't even realize that, my G. I didn't even listen. You have to tell me. What did you have for breakfast? What did you have for? Because James told me, or what he's going to have for breakfast. Or no, he told me what he did have for breakfast. How he cooked it.
It was a big.
What did you have?
What did I have? I don't remember.
Thank you for telling me that. I didn't even know, dog. I didn't give Franco a call up after this show.
No, go back and have a look. 25th of May was the first ever show you and Franco did.
That's dope. That was with, but that was with you on it.
Yeah.
Of course it was. That was with you on it, dog.
And Ti.
Well, we won't talk about them things, but that was with you on it,
And
dog.
definitely Ti.
No, not what for like Texas Instruments. Yeah, Texas Instruments, done no. But no, that was with you on it, dog. Like, yo, you Texas Instruments and like, yo, Franco, done. Wow, that's bless up. That is bless up. So yeah, sorry, breakfast. I apologize. I kind of like went here and there.
Honestly, I'm trying to remember. I don't even remember what I had. I think it was soup. I think I had vegetable soup. Yeah, I had vegetable soup. I had vegetable soup and toast.
You had vegetable soup and toast?
Yeah, toast.
Toast? So what color were the toenails painted? No, but what color were they painted? Were they painted
toast.
I know, I hear you, toast. But what color?
There's an A in there.
No, I get you, dog. I get you. You had vegetable soup and toast. But like, what kind of toast? Were they painted like white? Were they painted red? Were they painted like claret and blue? Like,
he's gone.
no, he's not. Oh, no, I won't, Dad. I won't. I'm gonna have them in a minute. I got chicken wings in the little oven. I got chicken wings in the
Let me
little
ask you a
oven.
question, Peach.
What's up, my G?
It's your 1 year anniversary.
Charlie's still here, but his internet thing went gone. What's up?
Right. What is one of your best shows that you remember doing? Now, I remember a few. Yeah.
You know what? You're whack. You're whack. Declan Rice or Hendo? Is it Hendo or Rice? Hendo or Rice? You're whack. That was probably one of my favorites. And then the other one was when I was doing two things and Wally World was on and you could see like UFOs behind me. That was probably the next one. And then the third one was probably
do you remember
what's up, my G?
Me, Katie K,
Yep.
and Charlie
Yep.
was watching you strolling around Canada's like nightlife.
Where the glass is shattered all everywhere, like, cause I was trying to do the Grandmaster Flash 5 song. Yo, shattered glass everywhere. Something like you just don't care. And I walked from where I live to the pub, into the alleyway. Yes, I remember. That has to be one of my favorites too, dog. So those three. Big up yourself. Yeah. And then probably like the first Peach and Franco show when Charlie was on, because I remember like we like started the show and typical like stupid West Ham random Peach, like I start rapping to the beat, and I was on mute. So like Frank was like, "You're on mute," and then he's like texting me, "You're on mute," and then I take it off, and then I was able to like rock two things to the beat at the end of it. But yeah, that has to be the. I probably and I got one more. I'd say so. Those three, four were my favorite, and then what else was man? It's not even my show. It's not even my show. But one of my favorite shows, and it wasn't even West Ham Random, but it was when I was on Russ's My Hammer 11. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I thought that was fucking brilliant. And I bought all my shirts outside and hung them on the trees. And yeah, that was those five, man. 100%, man. Those, like, all you boys have been so good to me, man. Straight up, like, yo, I know we take the piss, but we have a laugh, you know? And if you can't have a laugh, then get gone. You know what I mean? And we do. So, no, honestly, yeah, and you clipped that, didn't you? I was thinking about that today, you know. I was thinking about that today. You clipped that, didn't you? When I was like, you're whack, yo, is it Dino or Hendo or is it Rice? Is it Hendo or is it Rice? You clipped that, didn't you?
No, you asked a woman, didn't you, or a couple or
No,
something?
no, but somebody clipped that and then sent it to me. So
Mm.
it was either you, Charlie
It was-
Walsh, Athers, or Larry Watkins didn't do it because he was on there, but I know he didn't do it. And it was like, yeah, it was either yourself, it was either Athers, it was either Charlie Walsh, and then there was Lawrence Watkins on there as well. And I know one of y'all clipped that, and like whoever clipped it, that was like, yeah. See, that shows you who West Ham Clips is too, because I bet you that was either one of the two out of Walshy or Athers 32, dog. Do you know who West Ham Clips is or no? You do.
Uh,
You do. You do. Don't tell me. Don't ever tell me, but you do. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Wicked. I don't ever want to know because I said to, excuse me. I said to everybody before, that's my Father Christmas. That's my like Tooth Fairy. That's my like Snuffleupagus in Sesame Street, who only gets seen when Big Bird is there. That's like my Big Bird. That's like my like yo. I never want to know them things, Doc. Never ever want to know them things. And people been giving me clues, and even West Ham Clips themselves been giving me clues. But I never want to know that. Even when I know that, I'll pretend like I don't know that. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, man. Like, I just think the effort that they put into that, like, is mad. It's mad. Absolutely mad. And, yeah. Yeah, and I never want to know those things, man. And, yeah. What did you think about West Ham Clips this season? I thought they were absolutely brilliant, man.
they've been good.
Yeah, they've been the best, man. Like you got Wheater on the like VAR or whatever and shit. You got the boy there, Furpo. You got like all the names they come up with, like Basmati, Billy Bonds, and like yo, who's Suchek? Suchek's like the blue book Suchek or whatever, like passport or some shit. Like yo, they're ill, man. They're ill. And you know what? JAK to the E, man. West Ham unofficial. After big to play up, and same as Andy Miles, man. West Ham reunited. Same as fucking Gatesy and Duke, like forwards of mine. Like honestly, all like yo, we got a community up in this place, man. And if we all stick together and push in the right direction, we'll be unbeatable, man. All of us, straight up.
Mm.
West Ham Network with like Russie B and Anton and all them things, and now Stelios has his own thing, like West Ham View. Like, it's mad. It's mad, man. It's like, yo, I don't see any other of these football clubs coming up with like more than like three, four, five, six channels. We got like three, four, five, six channels off the spin. Then you got to think about who else is up in the place. You know what I mean? Like Hammers Chat, they've always been up in the place. West Ham Fan TV, they've been up in the. Did you see Lucas on West Ham Fan TV? That was dope.
Mm.
Do you see that?
You did, man.
Yeah, that was dope. In for Lucas, like I thought that was ill. I thought Lucas held himself well and just like put it down, like SmackDown, like Dwayne Johnson Rock things, like real things, man. I honestly did, man. I honestly did, man. So let me ask you this question, Doc. If you had a giraffe, you had what did they call them, Doc? They look like llamas, but they're not llamas, Doc. Excuse me. Albeca, how do you say it? It's the like Mexican version of like a llama. Albaca. If you had an albaca, a giraffe, or an elephant, who would you want to chill with? Like, if you got stuck on an island and you had to chill with an albaca, a giraffe, or an elephant, who would you want to chill with, Doc? Like forever and ever? Or no, you got put to Mars. Y'all went to Mars, dog. Y'all went to Mars. Like, they ain't no coming back. Y'all went to Mars. Alpaca. It's not an albaca. It's an alpaca, dog. If you could chill with an alpaca, a giraffe, or an elephant, who would you just like cool out and chill with? And you get unlimited food, whatever you want, unlimited tunes, whatever you want, unlimited books, whatever you want, unlimited girls, whoever you want. Big up Holly. But like, no, if you had like those choices, what three animals would you choose to like chill out up in Mars with, dog? Straight up. An alpaca, giraffe, or elephant, dog?
Elephant.
I knew you were gonna say that, dog. I knew you were gonna say that, dog. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. But what about the giraffe? Because, like, the giraffe would be able to get you things that you couldn't get yourself. Like, you could, like, try to get you some coconuts and thing if you're on the beach. But if the giraffe's there, it's just like, yo, go grab one. Go grab one for me, man. Like, an elephant would be close, but he wouldn't be able to grip those things like a giraffe, dog.
H.
Yeah.
I'm
And
there
an
to go.
alpaca would be like, you just gotta comb the things. You know what I mean? It's like a llama, but you just gotta like comb them things. It's like, no thank you. I don't wanna comb you. Like, just to hang out with you, I'm not gonna fucking comb you just to hang out with me. It makes no sense. Like, it's not fair. It's not right. Like, yo, I'm not having it, dog. Like, I don't, that's just, yo, sorry, I'm going off right now, yeah, but that's just me.
I want
Straight-
these guys don't even know what I'm talking about. Yo, Rice or Henderson? Rice or Henderson? Name me one name. Yo, you guys are whack. Straight up. There you go. Don't tell me Rice